Someone make it make sense.
Probably a couple.
Hello, hello, hello. Hi, can everyone hear me? I see you guys are using our fun commands with Nightbot. So if someone wants to do the exclamation point DSN real quick like, I've got some fun surprises for y'all. I'm just queuing up. Oh, here, let me get my background music. Here we go. Hopefully this doesn't mess up my voice like last time. I think it might have just been because I had it on too loud. So just let me know if it's weird. I did test it out in between to make sure. Okay. All right. Here we go. This is what I wanted to show you guys. So we have a command from DSN. He's got a bird in his mouth. So we have those in addition to. So hopefully y'all can hear it. I have it on kind of quiet because I've been doing the background music, but whenever we are usually in the stream, I'll have that louder, but hopefully you guys could hear it. I have plenty of other fun surprises. That's just, I noticed he's got a bird in his mouth. We also have, hopefully my sound is okay. Let me know. This is the squirrel dance party. We're a squirrel dance party. We have all the what the truck. You guys, I hope you guys are ready. Y'all. So, just dancing, rocking out. So since last time, actually, as of yesterday, I finally figured out the deal with the white truck. So we're going to learn that. And like literally this morning, I was like finishing up with the video and I realized something, guys, every time, right? Y'all, I realized a bunch of things. But we're going to jump into that. It's going to be super exciting. Can't wait to see what you guys think. But I've got some new ideas regarding the vehicles and the idea that I had that makes a lot of sense actually and kind of fits some of the open loops, if you will. I've not heard anybody mention it. And I'm like, as soon as I thought of it, I was like, why didn't anyone think of this? This is so obvious. But no, I've not heard anyone say it. So I can't wait to see what you guys think. I'm really, really, really excited about that. So let me see what I've been missing in the chat. I know you guys have been hanging out. Thanks everybody for being here. Let's see, are everyone's commands working? I noticed wifey. So just so you guys know, if you would do a command before the live has started, it won't. Because I noticed DSN did wifey earlier. Let me just make sure. It should work now. I think it might have just been too early for the command to work. Nightbot is still napping until the live starts. So that might be what it was. And then we have everybody's commands. So let's see. Oh, Nightbot. I think Nightbot is still having a little bit of a nap. You know what's so funny? Yes, now that you mentioned that, we have the same initials. Isn't that wild? Nightbot, wake up, little friend. He's really. This is funny. This is maybe the most nappy he's been in a while. Here he comes. Wait, hold on. Nightbot. For a squirrel dance party. Okay, I don't know why What's happening to poor Nightbot here? Okay, well, maybe he did have a long day. Daddy Shortland says, let me open up Nightbot on the thing. He's so silly though. Well, I spelled Candace wrong, so that could be part of the reason for that. Looks like, actually. Oh, and that's why, okay, I have answers for you guys. No worries. Okay, so this is, of course, it's always user error, right? Nightbot actually does everything right. So Candace, I spelled Candace wrong, at least according to my command. Hopefully this is correct spelling. Candace, let us know. Let me see. And then also the reason wifeys didn't work is because the command is T-Pain. So that's what was going on with that. Again, user error. So that, okay, so that worked. And then so wifeys is T-Pain. So that's why that didn't work whenever people did wifey, including myself. So there we go. Yeah. There we go. So that's why, again, that's why it always helps to just go to the command. Sometimes you guys have heard me say this before. I have so many nicknames for people. Sometimes I forget like which version of which nickname I used for the command. So yeah. For a squirrel dance party. So I have my sparkle water and my coffee. Have you guys had a good weekend so far? But, and that's right. I also have that new one with the hugs. Thank you, Zero Fighter Girl, for reminding us. So, okay, let me get my stuff ready here for the, we have we're going to start out with a bang here, you guys, with What the Truck, part 2. Let me find my file. Done for a squirrel dance party. Okay, so all right, let me pause this background music here. Okay, so there we go. All right, cool. So are you guys prepared for what's about to happen? I don't know. I don't know if it's possible. Because this is pretty insane. Make sure your brains are ready for this. I have to make sure my brain's ready for this because it uses up when I figure this stuff out or think I figured it out, like it uses a lot of brain power. But I will say this, as we're here, we're nearing the end of the trial, okay? So I feel pretty confident with this and in terms of putting it all together. And what we're going to have today is we have the state's rebuttal case. It's a whirlwind day. It comes in and out like a tornado, start to finish in one day. Their rebuttal case, dude, it's going to be wild. This is a feisty, fiery rebuttal day. We have 6 witnesses, and then over the intermission, we're going to look at the latest with Alex and his appeal of the appeal, basically. Well, his appeal for the Justice Toll's decision on the regarding the new trial. We're going to look at that, and there's also some other fun news that I don't want to spoil it, so I'll just say it has to do kind of with Miss Becky that I discovered that we're going to look at. And then after the intermission, we have Kenny Kinsey. We're also going to have them discussing the jury view. There's like a whole bunch of stuff. And I feel like there was something else I was going to say about that. I can't remember right off the top of my head. But, oh, we also get to see Alan Wilson. I've been calling him the DA, and then it dawned on me he's the AG. I just get the 2-letter things. I get them confused sometimes. He's actually the Attorney General for the state. So he's going to be doing the questioning on Kenny Kinsey. I know I've been prefacing this entire series by pointing out every time, or not every time, but almost every time, and being like, there he is, just so you guys know, because remember, everyone was like really confused at the time when he started questioning witness, like, who is this rando? But he's no rando. He was there the entire time working with the rest of the prosecution team, and he's the attorney general for the state of South Carolina. So we're going to see his debut. And there's probably something else, but I'm sure I'll think of it. So let me go ahead and pull up. Okay. You guys know the song, It's on a Boat. I always think of this when I'm like, get ready. It's like, okay, get your towels ready. It's about to go down. Hopefully you guys know what I'm talking about. But, oh, I know what it was. I know what else I wanted to mention. I just remembered it. So you guys met my brother last time. Let me, let me do in celebration of my awesome brother who was here. Oh, wow. Candace is going to Korea. Wow. That's interesting. I hope you have fun. I hope you have a safe flight. I guess it's not probably that bad because you're in California. So I guess you go California and go across the Pacific to get there. So there's I'm typing Daniel's command, and then I have no idea what that means. Super Planner Girl, but sounds, or sorry, not Super Planner Girl. DSN, I was seeing her comment underneath. I don't know what the heck the Lux thing is, but sounds fancy. Computer stuff, maybe. Oh, that's awesome. Super Planner Girl says she's obsessed with his photographs and videography. Amazing. So in case you guys didn't see it, he posted a video just recently, like maybe today, of my nephew, Ellis, who I absolutely adore. I believe it's on his channel, but he messaged it to me on iMessage, but it's Ellis's debut reporting, because we had a tornado warning a few days ago. I actually put it in the Discord. So it was funny because you guys met him, and then like 2 days after that, maybe we had a tornado warning. So it's Ellis's debut as a storm chaser, and he's interpreting the radar and stuff. You guys, it is the cutest thing you'll ever see. So y'all have to make sure, y'all have to check it out for sure on his YouTube channel. I'll double check and make sure it's on there, because again, he did message it to me, but I know it is on. I know it's on YouTube. So, by the way, I meant to say this the other day, wifey, when I was talking to you, but you know, Joanna Newsom, who we were talking about, the harp player, I totally forgot to tell you this. But her husband is Andy Samberg, which is wild because they're like complete opposite personalities. So yes, of course. And then full circle, right? To I'm on a Boat. So yeah, Andy Samberg. So he's like the silliest, like, you know, and Joanna Newsom is like the opposite. But anyway, only a mere 11 hours, says Candace, to get to Korea. That's not, I don't know if only, but you know what? That's a great attitude to have. Here's Daniel's command. So yeah, he is married to Joanna Newsom. It's so wild. They do a good job of really staying under the radar as well, I guess it's a celebrity couple. I don't really know what counts as a celebrity. I'm not one to weigh in on that. I wonder if it's like, you know, is celebrity like, from a philosophical standpoint, is celebrity like maybe the attitude you have about yourself, or is it the attitude that others have about you? Like, is it something that's determined based on what other people think, regardless of what you want? If you're like a famous or somewhat famous person, or potentially famous person, I don't know. What do you guys think? What do you guys think is the nature of the word celebrity? I feel like Judge right now. If you guys follow the BK stuff at all, Judge is a judge after my own heart and my own mind, because I understand his mind completely. At least I feel like, in other words, I can follow his train of thought and predict where it's going way ahead of time. And when everyone else is left kind of confused, because he's a very philosophical thinker and he likes the thought exercise. And I get it. I just get it. And I feel like that's like for example, part of the hearing, they were talking about, it was a great discussion, really important one. You know, what is public record? Is public record anything that's in the public, right? Because in terms of like legal matters, right? Like if you're in court and you're listening to, you know, attorneys or whatever, public record, you know, would be defined as anything that's a court record, right? Publicly released to the public, but it's a court official record. But of course, the defense expert dude says is kind of defining public record. Of course, he comes from a different perspective, but he's defining it as anything that's in the public. So they have this whole conversation, and I'm just like, to me, I'm just like in heaven. I could listen to that all day. Like, what is the nature of the thing itself, like of the thing itself? I just freaking love it. Yeah, so I rephrased the question. I love actually how you phrased this question, wifey, because that is such a legal thing to say to somebody. They're like, can you rephrase the question? Beautiful. Yeah, so the nature of celebrity, not the definition, because they're a little bit different, in my opinion. And it's like, is it how you perceive yourself, or is it how others perceive you? Maybe that's a little bit. Oh, I don't have a celeb crush. Super planner girl. Actually, wifey and I were talking about this the other day. These weren't celebrity crushes, but just I don't even remember. It wasn't crushes. It was just like people who you're a fan. Yeah, I don't have. Okay, here's what I can say. As a little kid, my celebrity crush would have been Sean from Boy Meets World. I forget, Ryder Strong, I think is the actor's name. That's as a kid. That might be the one and only quote unquote celebrity crush I've ever had. So yeah. Creighton, I love Creighton. I mean, besides the fact that I'm just not one to have like celebrity crushes, Creighton also is, no offense to Creighton, maybe not quite a target age range. No offense to Creighton, it's just a fact. Actually, it's funny because him and Alex, when Alex is on the stand, they actually talk about age, and Creighton says how old he is, and I don't remember exactly, but he's in his 50s. I think he's in his mid 50s, but anyway. So I don't know who that person is. Idris Elba. So wifey says, the nature of being a celebrity is only caring what others think of you, and your status makes you appear as above everyone else. Okay. But I'm again, philosophical discussion, but couldn't someone think that about themselves and not be a celebrity? Like, could someone think, in other words, because they could be misguided, right? Could someone think they have a really good status and they're like, they should appear above everyone else or whatever? But that's why I'm asking. Like, it's an actual question, because I don't have an answer. I literally don't know. I'm just, it's a fun thought exercise, right? I'm playing Judge right now. That's what I'm doing. I'm like, hey, let's think like the way Judge seems to. So DSN says how others perceive, right? I guess visions of grandeur or delusions of grandeur, one could say, right? And then of course you have to think about too, again, this is why I love this type of discussion, because you can open a whole other can of worms if you try to think about, okay, well then you have your personality disorder, such as histrionic personality disorder, right? Or there's, of course, narcissism, but there's the one where there's like the grandiose version. So both of those have in common these delusions of grandeur. That would be what part of what could be related to what DSN is mentioning there. Not that you have to have a personality disorder to also have delusions of grandeur. Totally possible to have it one without the other. But just again, thinking along those lines. I mean, I agree being attached to you, but again, could someone be attached to their ego and not be a celebrity? Does that make sense? Like, that's part of the nature of the question, is like, could someone also just like be like, yeah, they could be self-centered, they could be attached to their ego, but they would, you know what I mean? Like, Super Planner Girl following up here with Creighton, 2 years younger than Alec. DSN's letting us know about his crushes here. The women from Father of the Bride. I love how non-specific that is, and because who knows, I don't even know how many women are in it, but I love that it's all of them apparently, and you're not picking favorites. I think that's very fair. Heather Graham, I know who she is. I can't remember what she was in, but I know the name. Georgia Kappelman. As far as I was talking about with wifey the other day, as far as like, I guess it's funny because like, I would say like, yeah, I don't know why. It's weird. This is weird, right? Because it's like, I tend to feel like I have, in terms of at least in the law / crime / that type of world, I would say, because I wouldn't call it that celebrity crushes, but in terms of just like, we were just talking about people that we really respect and admire. And like, then I actually was thinking along the lines of like, people that you like would have a crush on. But what's really funny is for whatever reason, I only can think of women, even though anyway, but I was saying like Tracy Walter would be like, in terms of women that are law/crime related. Obviously, she's just an all-around badass. I think there's just some people that are just so great that it doesn't matter what your sexual preferences are or what have you. Like, you know what I mean? Like, and you just have to be crazy not to be like, yeah, that person's awesome. Okay, Super Planner Girl says, I think it's a combination celebrity, what others think of you, and then it creates what you think of yourself. So hopefully you guys think this is a fun discussion, because this is why I love the question, right? Because all of these answers are equally, they're all correct, none of them, but they're all different too, right? I just love it. Like, so if you really want to get to the nature of the thing, you have to ask these types of questions. It's also people that worship them and make them further into their egos. People can be local. That's another good point. People can be local celebrities. That's a great point. That's a whole other, excellent. So now it's like, okay, so then once you start discussing it, that's the nature of the thing, right? So then you have to think about further, like, is it, how do we find out the root of the thing? And that's really how they end up discussing law, right? It's like you pare it down to the very root thing of the thing. That would be true across all of them. So Super Planner Girl also has a law crush on Georgia. So that's two points for Georgia so far. 1 point for Tracy Walter. And so wifey saying, but for someone to have the nature of celebrity, think it has to be both the celebrity status socially. Right. Yeah. I think there has to be, okay. Yeah. I would say what seems to be part of it, like there has to be some sort of wider recognition. But I think the part that is really interesting is like what Dia sense of the local thing, right? Because I would agree that you could be a local celebrity. It's totally possible, but then you could go somewhere else and no one's heard of you. So, and then of course there's cultural things too, because in different countries, different things make different people famous. Like if you're in Italy, I bet the Pope is a celebrity. Whereas I wouldn't know as they just use an expression they use in the Murdaugh trial. If I saw the Pope on the street, I wouldn't know him from Adam. They all say that. Yeah, similar to when you ask about identity. Exactly. Yeah, I love these are the types of questions that I like. We're happy you're here, random girl. You're always right on time whenever you arrive, and that's true for anyone, right? Whenever people arrive, that's exactly when they were meant to. To quote. Okay, to quote Merlin from Sword in the Stone, one of my favorite Disney movies. Wait, sorry, this isn't quoting Merlin. This is wrong wizard. Quoting Gandalf from Lord of the Rings. Don't worry, I'll quote Merlin too. But to quote Gandalf from Lord of the Rings, a wizard is never late. He always arrives precisely when he means to. I'll also quote Merlin about the nature of love, because the kid, little young Arthur there as a little boy, he's like asking about it's actually the scene where they have the squirrels and they're playing on the trees and all this, and he's like asking about gravity and then the nature of love, and then he goes Merlin says something like, gravity's a strong force, blah blah, or sorry, love's a strong force, and then the Arthur is like, wow, greater than gravity, and then Merlin says yes. Wait, I'm going to butcher it. Hold on. Let me find the exact quote. I don't want to butcher this. I got the Gandalf one right, I'm sure. Because I've used that one enough times. So hold on. I should have these things ready, but of course, this was not planned. Planned discussion about Sword in the Stone. Aha, here we go. Okay. That love, so the kid Arthur says that love business is a powerful thing, and then he goes greater than gravity, and then Merlin says yes, I'd say it's the greatest force on earth. Is that the full quote? Hold on, I think it's longer than that. Okay, here, hold on, let me pull up the full thing. So okay, okay, perfect. So here's the whole scene. So Arthur is turned back into a human from being a squirrel and is trying to tell the little squirrel who has a crush on him that he's a human. So he's like, you see, I'm not a squirrel, I'm a boy. And then the little girl squirrel chirps And then he says, I tried to tell you, I'm a boy, a human boy. And then the squirrel climbs up on the tree and she starts squirrel crying. And it's fucking heartbreaking. And then Arthur again, now he's a boy, and he goes, oh, if only you could understand. And then the little girl squirrel, oh my God, I'm going to start getting emotional just thinking about this. Runs up the tree and starts crying her heart out. Oh my God, it's just heartbreaking. She cries her heart out. And it's one of the saddest things. And then Merlin says, lad, that love business is a powerful thing. And the girl squirrel, sobbing, watches Arthur walk away. And Arthur says, greater than gravity? And Merlin says, well, yes, boy. In a way, I'd say it's the greatest force on earth. That's properly done. That's the full quote and with the context. So Candace is saying, is that a celebrity? I don't know who that person is. Oh, random. Yeah. Celebrity. Okay. Well, answer your question. First of all, we were talking about the nature of celebrity. What defines celebrity? Is it how you see yourself? Is it how others see you? Then we were also talking about like the difference, like there could be a local celebrity too. So there's like, what is the nature of celebrity? Like we're trying to discuss kind of like when we were talking about identity. I don't know who Tom Hardy is. I don't know. Are you guys noticing I don't know who anybody is? Like, so far out of all the people that were mentioned, I recognize the name Heather Graham. Don't remember what she's in, but I know Georgia Cappleman and Tracy Walter. So, Tom Holland. Who's Tom Holland? I don't know who any of these people are. You guys, I don't know who these people are. I'm sorry. I'm sure they're great. Tom Hardy. There's two Toms being discussed. Wait, Tom Holland. Wait, I am so confused. So the best doctor, y'all. I'll have to Google these people later. Super Planet Girl says Tom is hot. Which Tom are we talking about? There's a really funny episode of The Office. You guys are probably noticing I talk about The Office a lot. It's like my favorite show of all time. Who's 13? Okay. So, but there's a really funny episode of The Office where they're talking about this exact question. Well, not the celebrity part, but it's the nature of if somebody's hot. It's really funny because it's a good one. They're discussing, oh my God, what's her name? They're discussing, hold on. I'll find it. It's really funny because it's a good one. It's a celebrity, right? Hillary Swank. Okay, they're discussing Hillary Swank. Dude, the whole episode is about this. They're talking about Hillary Swank, and they're talking about Hillary Swank, and they're basically arguing over is she hot or not. And like they end up like stopping work for the whole day. I just love it. They stop work for the whole day. It's like, okay, we have to sort this out. It's like exactly I would have the same approach, right? And they end up taking a vote, and then they get split, and they're like split evenly down the middle with everyone in the office, and everyone's like fully against, like on one side it's like she's hot, she's doubly hot, like how can you say she's not hot, like what are your standards here? And then the other side is like she's not hot, like maybe she's like blah blah. And so then they end up having to go into the whole discussion, like we're like what is the nature of hotness, and then each side has to, it's almost like a trial, honestly. They do presentations and they argue back and forth and have to make their case. Oh my God, it's so fucking funny. And I don't even remember what they end up deciding, but it's great. Super Planet Girl says she's never seen The Office. It is amazing. Oh, okay. I wouldn't even know. I don't know anything about Spider-Man, so I wouldn't have even known if you were joking or not joking. I have no reference to the Spider-Man, anything Spider-Man. I have no idea. I know that it's an action figure thing. Tom Hardy. Okay, so do I need to look up Tom Hardy? Because it looks like, so by the way, I should clarify, I love both versions of The Office, the American version and the British version. And I watched them when they were originally released. This was a long time ago. And I love both of them. I love Ricky Gervais in general. Huge fan of all the things that he does. But the one I was referencing is from the American version. It's one of the later seasons. Okay, Tom Hardy. Let's see. I'm really curious because I'm really I don't know. You guys think he's hot? Wait, is this the thing? Am I looking for the right? I searched for Tom Hardy. I'm confused. The pictures I'm seeing look like a number of different people, all with the name Tom Hardy. Does he like change his appearance a lot? I'm really confused. How old is he? Is he old? Like on Google, like there's like all these different pictures that say Tom Hardy. It looks like a lot of different people. Is there more than one Tom Hardy? And what did he do? Like, what's his celebrity thing? Um, is there an athlete and an actor, Tom Hardy? I don't know. I need to learn things. So, oh, The Wire, of course. Yeah, I love The Wire. Yeah, for sure. I love The Wire. Yeah. Oh, now that you say The Wire, I remember that he's in The Wire. Okay, now I know who you're talking about. Yeah. Okay, I know who you're talking about. Tom Brady. That different third. This is the third third Tom in the chat. I don't know what Venom is, but I did see that pop up in the Google searches for suggested things. Yeah, The Wire is amazing. Also love Martin Freeman. Yeah. Of course, it's so funny how he's in the British Office, but he's also was in The Hobbit. Of course, the British Office was first, but um, that's a huge difference too, right? Like think about going from that type of, especially like the British, like the dry comedy, like to go from that. Oh, also he was in Sherlock, by the way. Like, wow, that's a lot of overlap right there. Like my favorite things, right? I haven't even thought about that. So you've got like The Office, like the really dry sense of humor, like that's right up my alley. Then you have, of course, The Hobbit, and then you have Sherlock. So like that's like all the things. Who's a sportsman? Um, I don't know. Oh, I don't know what you're referring to about that. Um, I mean, I know who Tom Brady is. I don't know what he looks like, but I know the name. I know he plays football. Um, yeah, I don't really have I my knowledge on sports ball players is even worse than it is on regular celebrities. So yeah. The only sports baller person I think I would that I would recognize for sure is Steph Curry. And then that's about it. So I don't think anyone here is. Do we have any big sports ball fans in the house? I don't know that anybody here knows sports ball from Adam. Again, to use that saying. Who says that? I believe it's Mark Ball that says that. Anyway, are you? I think are you being sarcastic? Because I wouldn't be surprised. So potentially DSN is a sports ball fan, but I don't know because I feel like I've never heard sports ball. But it would be great. Okay, great. That's great because then you can help us when we are all confused about the sport. And all the time I make these like sports ball references, and I'm sure I'm getting things wrong. Which is why I always preface it with I don't know anything about sports ball. So that's great because we need someone who can help us with all the things we get wrong. By we, I mean me. So okay. I think I really okay. I really here's what I want to do. I really want to at some point maybe cover that BK hearing that I was referencing earlier because all of the BK hearings are really fascinating, but this one is the best. It's like it's so good. It's so good. It's really informative and the nature of the discussion is a really good one. It's a really good discussion. It's important, and it's really thought-provoking. And it's as I was watching it the whole time, I was just thinking to myself, like, man, I have so much I would love to talk about with this and think about, So Daddy Short Nuts was at some sports ball stuff. Yay. Shout out to sports ball. Okay, let's get started with this. Let's without further ado, let's go ahead. We're going to do it. We're going to do the thing. Y'all, hope you're ready for What the Truck. And you know what? I really actually believe this is the final one because I think we're solving the mystery here. Although we could always do one later just for like old time's sake. But yeah, in terms of like solving things. Part 2, What the Trucking Truck. Yeah. Ready? So, okay. So just let me recap this briefly. Last episode and the one before, probably maybe even the one before that, I've been driving myself and probably you guys crazy with whose white truck is this and why can it not be confirmed? And I was talking about how I've gone through everything, literally everything. And it's the elephant in the room. No one's referencing it. No one's talking about this white truck, even when they should be. And I'm just like, what is happening? Like, and in my mind, I'm like, that can't be law enforcement. So it has to be, therefore it has to be John Marvin's vehicle. And that's important because we're trying to figure out how many cars were there at the crime scene to figure out who took what vehicle, where, when, right? So yes. Also there's this is the sports ball nest that we have. Nightbot's going to help us out here. There he is. Okay. I love you guys. I make my own cold brew. It's just so good. And I have like the oat milk creamer, like caramel. It's so good. Ice, when the ice is the right amount of ice, it's just lovely. Okay, so anywho, all right, so all that, right? And I was like driving myself and you guys probably crazy trying to figure it out. And I know I mentioned I'd gone back a million times and watched all the initial first responders because I'm like, at some point, somebody's going to have to talk about, they show up and they see this truck. You guys, I found it. And it's the only time that I can find in the entire trial when anyone mentions this white truck, which is mind boggling to me, right? It's a lot of hours of trial. And like, literally, this is the only time, but I found it.
Did you know, everybody's referring to us Paul and Maggie, did you know Paul Murdaugh and or Maggie?
This is Detective Laura Rutland from the first day of trial.
I did not.
Had you ever seen him before you saw him laying dead on the ground?
No.
At that point, did you walk any of the rest of the scene?
Not at that point.
Okay. Well, tell the folks what you did do after that.
We located Mr. Murdaugh, Alex, standing at the back of there was his Suburban, and then there was, I believe his brother Randy had arrived at the scene at that point, and they were standing behind Randy's truck, so they couldn't see the scene anymore.
There it is. It's Randy's truck. Okay. You guys have no idea. I feel like I've solved a problem on second to world hunger. I mean, exaggerating, but in terms of, you guys have no idea. This would have disturbed me for the rest of like my entire life trying to find out the answer to this white truck. Like, I'm not even joking. I've stopped at nothing to try to figure it out. And I'm just like, why? How can it not? And there it is. It's Randy's truck. And that is the only, I know, right? Isn't this, so you guys, with this in our minds, this is like reconfigure all of it. Okay. So we're going to do it. Don't worry. So it's Randy's truck. So this explains it, right? Because what part of the reason I was confused is because I was like, well, it's not law enforcement because it gets roped off into the crime scene and it's not parked with law enforcement. It doesn't have blue lights. It's there the next day. And then also it's like, well, but John Marvin says John Marvin says that when he arrives with the Chief What's-His-Face, he arrives and his truck, which Paul had been driving, is at the house. And so initially I was like, well, maybe he just remembered it wrong because we were thinking this was John Marvin's truck. But at the same time, I was like, I don't know, though, because John Marvin's memory and recall, he seems to remember everything really well. And like, I don't know, like, so, it just, and then it also didn't make sense. There were other things about it too, that it was like, didn't seem to make sense because, you know, how would he have that right? Part of the reason I was questioning it is because I was like, how would he have been able to leave Moselle if he couldn't have taken his truck? And here's his, and if this was his truck, it's still here. So anyway, this answers all, it's Randy's truck. So because what happens, well, we're going to go through it. Don't worry. So Candace thought about it all week. Did you figure it out that it was, or did you happen to find that and see that it was Randy's truck, or were you still like, what, the truck? Yeah, I'm sure it is also an F-150. There's so many F-150s. And why are they all white? I mean, I'm glad there's at least one black truck, just because, like, yeah, no, exactly. So that's the thing. I appreciate that. I love that you guys also were like thinking about it and trying to figure it out. And also you could feel my pain that like it was impossible. Yeah. If you didn't catch this one portion of Laura Rutten's testimony, which she's on the stand for a really long time. And with Matters, it's sometimes distracting because there's like, you know, other stuff going on. That was something that was just so easy to miss. Let's hear it again, just because this is a monumental occasion and it goes by so quickly. Let's just appreciate this.
Did you know, everybody's referring to as Paul and Maggie, did you know Paul Murdaugh and or Maggie Murdaugh?
I did not.
Had you ever seen them before you saw them laying dead on the ground?
No.
At that point, did you walk any of the rest of the scene?
Not at that point.
Okay. Well, tell the folks what you did do after that.
We located Mr. Murdaugh, Alex, standing at the back of there was his Suburban, and then there was, I believe his brother Randy had arrived at the scene at that point, and they were standing behind Randy's truck. Oh, so they couldn't see the scene anymore.
Okay, so also I just want to say that because, so there's 3 F-150s that we know of in the family. Randy, Paul, you know, he had one, and John Marvin. I don't know. I would say that because there's so many, if in terms of the drone footage, that probably could be Randy's or John Marvin's, because again, they're identical. I don't know that we would be able to know. I'm sure we could find, well, I don't feel, okay, let me rephrase this. I don't feel particularly compelled in that situation to try to do all the digging it would take to find out whose truck it is in that situation. But I will just say it probably could have been Randy's or John Marvin's in terms of if it's just looking at the features of it, because they're identical. So, okay. I think they're both there also anyway, right? With that. All right. This is, you guys, bless John Marvin. I just have to say, we learned so much from this. This is his interview. This is from June. This is the day, you remember, that they were all interviewed. So they were parked outside of his place at Greenfield. So Buster's having an interview. Alex is having an interview. Randy has an interview that has not been released yet. I don't know why. I don't know what the deal is, but we have not seen Randy's interview, unfortunately. So this was from June 8th. This is before the dad has passed away. And it was raining, so they were in the cars doing their interviews. But we learned so much, you guys. I hope you're ready. This is like I'm going to fill in a lot of these missing pieces. That it's really great. Good stuff. Thank you, John Marvin.
Later in the evening, I'm probably left Savannah.
And let me just add, part of the reason this is great is because he is so credible, right? He's so credible and he's so honest and he has a great memory for detail and he's completely candid. So I feel like this is a phenomenal source for us, and especially being contemporaneous up to the time, being on June 8th, this is invaluable. His entire interview is great. So, but I pulled out the parts that were relevant to this, what the truck situation.
Probably 5-ish.
Okay.
In my mom's car, because my brother had given me my mom's car with my dad. My brother took my truck back to my parents' house right here at Alameda. So I leave there. I call Paul and I said, man, you know, you going back to Hampton tonight? He said, yes. I said, if you can wait, take my mom's car to Alameda, drop it off, get my truck, bring my truck in the morning. And then, you know, I'll drive your truck to work and we'll, you know, be back in our own vehicles.
Okay. And did that happen?
Yes.
So
all that transpired until not swapping cars back the following morning. Of course.
Okay.
So he took my mom's car, dropped it at Alameda. Yep. Almeda's where my parents live.
Okay. Yep.
Got my truck, drove it to, presumably drove it to Moselle.
Okay.
And
So your truck was at Moselle?
My truck was at Moselle, and his truck is at my house. When I got the call that night from Alec, of course, the only car that I don't have my truck, so I
Yep.
get in Paul's truck
Yep.
and start driving it back to meet Alec.
Okay. And your truck was what? What was your vehicle?
My truck's is a F-150
What color?
white platinum.
Did you have a firearm in that truck?
Yes, I know it did.
Okay. Was there a question of someone of
Listen,
us
here we
taking
go.
that firearm?
Here's another thing with Randy's truck.
Not that I know of.
Okay. I'm just,
As far as I know, I mean, my truck was sitting up at the house.
yeah, I thought someone had a.
I think it was Randy.
Okay.
There.
One of
Yeah, yes. So yes, he had a truck
Here we
that
go.
ultimately got inside later as the perimeter got expanded. His truck became inside, and
That's why that was so confusing to us, right? So this didn't come in at the trial, but this makes it all come full circle because he explains that perimeter gets expanded so that Randy's truck gets wrapped into that crime scene tape. And we see that on the body cam when they're doing the crime scene tape, and that truck gets put into the perimeter. And that's part of why it was so confusing, because it's like it made it seem like it was part of the crime scene. This explains it.
they wouldn't let him move it, and I think they maybe took a firearm out of it.
Okay.
Yeah.
It would let him move it. Yeah, that explains it.
So.
Thank you, John Marvin. Thank you.
So you're not sure. So you were in Savannah till about 5:45. Arranged with Paul, so you communicated with Paul back and forth about switching the cars.
Yep. He went to my house,
You went to your house.
which is normal. I mean, he spent Sunday night with us.
Okay.
As
That's
well.
another thing we didn't know. Also, just to say, I remember in the trial they're talking about, maybe they don't ask John Marvin. I think they asked other people where Paul had been. But anyway, John Marvin's Paul stayed with him Sunday night, so that's it's hopefully this is great. So there's Randy's truck, and then there it is again. So all of it coming together, Randy's truck, and there again, all the times when we had. So what I did is I went back and where I had like white truck, and then like maybe John Marvin's white truck, I went back and replaced it with Randy's truck. So now we're like, okay, yeah, all the times we've talked about it, that's all the same pictures and footage.
And what car did you drive to get over there?
I drove one of Alex's trucks.
Okay. And so what truck did you drive?
It was I believe it's an F-250.
Okay.
Diesel truck.
Okay. So you left your house and got over to Alex.
Well, a little bit more transpired in between.
Here we go.
I started driving, obviously I was speeding. A good friend of mine's the chief in Yemassee, and that's the way I was traveling. The guy said, Chief, I said, there's been something bad's happened. I said, please, meet me on the road and help get me there. And of course he did. He put his blue lights on and helped me.
I think John Marvin and Paul they really, I think they were like, what's the right word? Like simpatico, like they really understood each other and they were really close. It's really clear. And we're going to hear more about that too, even in this. You can really tell like John Marvin, it sounds like Paul and him, they just had such a close relationship. He talks about how like Paul would have told him anything and stuff like that, but we'll hear that.
Okay.
We were probably driving 70, 80
100%,
miles an hour. I don't know how fast,
Okay.
but I was driving fast. And
All right. So you got to Alex's?
no, we got
Not yet.
63, where you would turn to go, and about halfway down 63, the truck broke down on me.
Okay.
Or ran out of fuel. I noticed it didn't have much in it, but it quit running. And I called Greg, and I said, Greg, listen, man, come back and get me.
All right. And by Greg, you mean?
Alexander, chief of police.
Yeah.
Like I said, he was just in front of me,
Okay.
escorting me, if you will, if you want to call it that.
So Chief Alexander came back?
He came back, picked me up. I left the truck, and we went straight to Moselle.
Okay. So you said that you drove Paul's truck. So you were in Paul's truck that day?
Well, I believe it's Alex's truck, but yes, that's right.
Correct. So
He
it's
wants to make
registered
sure
to
that
Alex,
they don't.
but Paul drives it, and it's your. I mean, like when you said earlier.
I just appreciate that because John Marvin wants to make sure that they don't get confused because it is confusing. So he just makes sure to clarify every time, like, yes, Paul was driving it, but like Paul's truck was in the shop and both trucks were actually owned by Alex. Like he wants to make sure. I just really appreciate this. Yeah, wifey says never be afraid to be yourself, even if you have to break away from your toxic family by becoming a farmer and not a lawyer. Yep, 100%.
You know, you had Paul's truck.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay. When family members are shot in a way that they were shot, it tends to be, you know, this doesn't seem like a random,
Right.
you know.
No, there's, you know, we've had a lot of health issues with my parents, but if anything, well, we've always been such a close, strong family, but if anything, it's made us, you know, stronger and closer.
All right. Were there any issues, marital issues between Alec and Maggie?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
So a couple points here. So he was saying how I just appreciate, you know, we talked about this too when he was on the stand about how you can tell that for him, especially because he didn't have also a working relationship with the family. To him, they really were a normal family. And you get that. Let me rewind that just a second, because I just appreciate, I feel like this just gives us a lot of insight, right? And I also appreciate too when people surprise you. I know that myself and others had said, you know, we kind of had expectations going into his testimony as to what to expect. And I was so pleasantly surprised, right? You know, I appreciate, I love that I was wrong with any type of maybe expectation, just being who he is, right? But let's listen to that part again.
Anything has made us, you know, stronger and closer.
Random,
Right.
Here.
you know.
No, there's, you know, we've had a lot of health issues with my parents, but if anything, well, we've always been such a close, strong family, but if anything, it's made us, you know, stronger and
You can just see how genuine, right, in his body language and the way he's talking so openly about it, that's how he feels about his family, you know. To him, it's almost just so much sadder, right? To him, they were just a normal family. I don't think he actually perceived some of this other, I mean, between the corruption and then like the prestige and the nonsense and the secrecy and all the other bullshit, he really, you can tell they're a normal family to him. And again, I think it really makes sense that because of the fact that he didn't follow that same career path, he is a farmer selling farm equipment, you know, it's like his whole perception is just different. He just sees it as a family. They're hanging out and they're close, you know. Okay, so the question, yes, why were they conducted in vehicles? So because a couple reasons, and actually they talk about it when John Marvin's on the stand. So he offers for them to come inside to the house at Greenfield where they're at. Remember, they were all meeting there together because they were talking about the dad. They're getting plans together for the dad, right? Because at this point he was in hospice care. So they're at John Marvin's property. So John Marvin says on the stand that he offers for them to come in and I guess do the interviews there or whatever in the house or whatever. But like, I think that would have maybe been like, they would have needed permission to do that or whatever. And it wasn't a house, like that's his property. So it's not actually related. Like it's not Alex's property, but part of it was out of courtesy for them because everything is so far apart out there. Like basically they said, we'll come to you since the whole family was together meeting to discuss the plans for the dad and they needed to talk to all of them and they were all in one place. They're like, we'll come to you so that you guys don't have to come to us because they were going through this family hardship. So that was it was a courtesy to them. Also, it was raining. And then also they need to have them separated. So there's actually a number of reasons, right? Like, in other words, they need them, like if they'd been at the station or whatever, they would have been in separate rooms, right? So how do you make that happen not at like a police station or whatever? You know, how do you separate them, right? Because you want to make sure that they're not hearing each other's testimony. That's protocol. So they need to keep them separate. And that's probably also why they did it in the cars and not inside John Marvin's house. And again, he offers for them to come in, but it sounds like they are hesitant to do that. And I think it's just because, again, it's not, they don't have like permission to go in there and all that from like officially perhaps. And that's another great point. The cameras, that's another great point. Yeah. Because they do have to have it filmed. That's another great point. Yeah. And it's funny. I'm surprised they don't bring that up actually when John Marvin's on the stand, because they do talk about this and no one actually mentions that, but that's a great point. They do need to have it filmed. And so the cameras, that's exactly right. Yeah. Difficult to do in a house. Yeah. Okay. So let's keep going here.
closer.
All right. Were there any issues, marital issues between Alex?
Hi, Black Witter. Happy you are here. So he's asking about Alex's relationship with everybody. I'm going to We're going to do a shout out to Black Widow, representative of Ireland.
Alec and Maggie.
Not
She didn't
that I'm
ask for
aware
it.
of.
Okay. Any issues that had developed between Paul and Alec?
Not that I'm aware of.
And any issues that may have developed between Paul and Maggie?
Again, not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
Black Widow, what you've missed so far, the earth-shattering news, earth-shattering news is confirmed. I finally found the information I was looking for. It only took a million hours to get there, but it was worth it. The white truck in question, it's Randy's truck. It's Randy's truck. And because Randy arrived so early on after law enforcement, the white truck gets roped into the crime scene when they're expanding the perimeter and roping it off. And that's why it's in the crime scene photos. It's Randy's truck. It's not John Marvin's truck. It's Randy's truck. Big difference.
And I
So
know
and we're watching
talked
obviously
about
John Marvin's interview. So.
this before. Any issues between any of the three, Alec, Maggie, and Paul? Any issues that may have developed with anybody that we haven't talked about? Anybody? I mean, I know that.
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
Paul was pretty open with me about most things, and if Paul knew something, I probably would have known.
Okay.
No. Yeah.
And he hadn't said anything to you recently about.
No.
Do you know if Paul is?
The only negative thing he said was about that CB.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did he say anything?
Zero.
You know, again, it makes your mind wonder after the fact, but I think he was agitated. I think they were agitated that he had been messing up.
Yeah.
You know, and again, this has been kind of put in my head after the fact.
Okay. Well, I mean,
But Paul did tell me, you know, he says, listen, he sprayed the Duffield, and I got to go play
Brit
it again. That kind of
Yeah.
talk.
Shout out to DSM for that one, the Britt Duffield. So Super Planner Girl has a question. Why is their sister not involved in the trial at all or mentioned? So she is mentioned. She is mentioned by John Marvin. She is mentioned by Alex. But she's there every day in the trial. Actually, I believe she's there more than Randy. It's funny because the two of them, it's the same thing, right? Like she would have been me. I don't even know that she was interviewed, but she, you know, like she could have been called as a witness. Randy, again, it's really amazing he's managed to stay out of it, considering he was just as involved, if not more involved than, like, for example, than John Marvin, right? Because Randy also was involved with the law, obviously the law. Like Randy was so tied up in all this. I don't know how he got out scot-free on this without having to testify I don't know how his interview wasn't released. I'm not saying there's anything nefarious. I just, you know, maybe he didn't really have that much information. I really don't know. But the sister, Lynn is her name. And she is mentioned, but she wasn't really, you know, I would say that part of the answer to this, and I hate to say this, but I think part of it is because there's a lot of patriarchy, like in terms of the family. Like, I don't know that she works. I don't know. She's not an attorney. I mean, you know, it's like, I don't know, the patriarchy, and like, there's really, even when you think about Maggie's not mentioned nearly, like there's the women in general are not mentioned as much, right? Even the female victim, right? You know, anyway, it's just, how to say it? Like, I think she tries to stay out of it, and I don't blame her, you know? But she was there every day for the trial. We see her in the gallery. But between the other siblings, I think that if they were going to try to get have anyone else testify, I would have thought it would have been Randy, not her, not the sister. But yeah, good question. I love it when you guys have questions. So just let me know whenever you do. Yeah, the truck has been exonerated. Exactly. That's so true. It's so fucking true. I know, right? It's a good point, because literally dude, you guys, Laura Rutland says that. Like, I know Black Widow, you missed it, but it's where we hear it. It's from, you know what? I want to watch it again because it is so earth-shattering. We'll come right back. I'll be able to pull it back up to where we left off here. I want to just show that clip one more time of Detective Rutland, Laura Rutland on the stand.
Any of the rest of the scene?
Not at that point.
Okay. Well, tell the folks what you did do after that.
We located Mr. Murdaugh, Alec, standing at the back of there was his Suburban, and then there was, I believe his brother Randy had arrived at the scene at that point, and they were standing behind Randy's truck. Oh, so they couldn't see the scene anymore.
So that's it. That's it. But it's so easy to miss. And that's the only time in the entire trial that I could find anywhere where that is mentioned, that it's Randy's truck, which is insanity. Now, again, John Marvin mentions it in this interview that we're watching, but that didn't come in a trial. So, and he's still, and it's really just still in passing. But John Marvin is who describes how it got expanded into the crime scene. But let me find out where we were here, or find where we were. 7:14. It said, okay, here we go.
He says, listen, he sprayed the Duff in, and I got to go plant it again. That kind of, that kind of talk.
But the thing is that like,
but no harsh words like, no brush ups or anything like that.
So he hadn't had any brush ups at CB or anything like that?
Well, not that I know.
That you're aware. Okay. What type of gun would you,
yeah.
I know it's kind of a vague question to ask, but is there any...
Randy was there quickly. Again, because we don't hear from Randy, and well, like Randy was the first one there after the first law enforcement, first responder on the scene. So, and we actually hear it on the body cam. It's only a couple minutes into the Daniel Green body cam, because Daniel Green was the first person on scene, that Randy gets there. And so he was there very quickly indeed. Yeah. I think he was second after Daniel Green. I think it was like Daniel Green, then Randy, then the other law enforcement.
Would he normally have in his truck? I would assume a shotgun. Shotgun. If he's like me, I either keep a shotgun or a 22. I mean, we have farms. We're always shooting pigs and whatnot.
You guys hear that part?
Have you ever been down to those dog kennels before?
Oh yeah.
Okay. Was he known? Would he walk from the house down to the kennels? Would that be normal for him to be down there?
Well, for him to be at the dog.
This is invaluable information, right? He's asking all the right questions. This is all the information that we hear being talked about at trial. But again, this is contemporaneously. Alex at this point this is June 8th, right? So John Marvin is candid and open and honest the entire time anyway, like when he's on the stand. But in other words, this information is so reliable right now because it's not in any way been even influenced by anything else that happens after the fact or any new information or whatever, right? Like, but so what is amazing is how you're going to hear the consistency of it. It's exactly the fucking same. It doesn't change at all. He doesn't change anything. It really, dude, this is like, it's so credible. I can't say that enough.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I mean, I think that's probably, and again, I'm only speculating. Sure. But Paul was an outdoors person. Mm-hmm. I mean, if he were at Moselle, unless it's pouring down rain or it's time to eat or time to go to bed, he's not sitting inside.
Okay.
He's out working, playing in the fields, checking on things, just enjoying the property.
Would it be normal for Maggie to be down there as well?
Well, I've since then, in the conversation we've had, I found out, yes, it is normal for her to go down there.
Okay. How would they normally get down there? Would you know?
Based on what I've heard since Monday is Paul.
I'm going to pause it right there. Sorry, that's a terrible place to pause for him. But this is the fake David Owen. The real David Owen is currently at this time when this interview is happening, because remember, they're all being interviewed at the same time. The real David Owen would be interviewing Alex right now. That's the second, what we could hear. It's called the second interview in terms of all of his.
What always drew.
Ooh, random girls making sourdough bread. I can't remember. Remind me if you have a mixer, like a KitchenAid or anything. I hope it goes well. We've talked before on here about making homemade bread and, the trials and tribulations, as it were, of making homemade bread.
Drive something, and it didn't matter. And it sounds like that if it had keys in it, gas in it, he would drive it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
There was no one favorite.
But you don't know how he would have driven down there.
You talking about then?
Yeah.
That night? No.
Okay. And how would Maggie get down there?
Well, and I've been told since Monday as well that in many ways, a lot of times she would walk. A lot of times she would, take her car or.
Okay.
I think usually it probably would be her car or walk.
And
or the golf cart.
You say you've answered these questions. I've learned since then. They've told me. Who's they?
This is, we've got a close knit with the family and with Alex law partners that are very close with all of them.
Okay.
And we've we've been huddling together trying to make
Sense of it all.
make sense of it all. That's exactly right. So
So Maggie would sometimes walk down there.
that's what I've been told.
Okay. And then Paul would walk. He would.
According to what Alex tells me, Paul would always drive something.
Okay. And you had Paul's. You had one of the trucks.
Yeah.
That's hilarious. Blackwater's saying she had a normal sandwich full of normal things. What a change of pace for you. That's amazing. Yeah, I love how we're all talking about the different types of foods and everything. So yeah, and I think I've actually never made sourdough, but I do feel like usually you can have some better success with that because I know there's I can't recall if it's the type of yeast, but there's things in it that cause it. I was always trying to make something along the lines of like blueberry oatmeal bread. There was this one recipe that is, of course, the recipe's great, but it was just, it was my choice that I really wanted that bread. And anyway, it was well, we've already talked about that, but that was but in terms of just the flavor of bread or whatever, like I was making mostly that type because I wanted to eat it with peanut butter because I love peanut butter. So, okay. So you do have a KitchenAid, but you hand mix. Okay. Interesting. Although with sourdough, I feel like that makes sense. Although I'm trying to remember. I know I've known people that do cheat and use their KitchenAid to start the knead because there's like a setting you can get to make it knead for you, and like that's cheating.
Paul's what was Paul's other truck? You said his.
Yeah, here we go.
It is a white F-150.
Okay, and do you know where that's located at?
I do now. It's at an auto shop here in town for repairs.
Okay,
Shout out to Jimmy
his
Butler.
go-to truck is his everyday truck is in the shop.
That's correct.
And was that why he was driving the F-250?
Presumably so, yeah.
Okay, and there's so he had come and gotten your truck, gone back to his house, and your truck was where?
My truck was parked at the
I hope you
house.
guys are ready
Okay, so
to get your thinking.
and how far do you think it is
caps.
from the house to the kennels?
I would guess it's probably a quarter of a mile.
Okay.
Several hundred yards.
Several hundred yards.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, but he didn't drive your truck down there.
Well, I don't know. I mean, it was at the house when I got there.
There
Okay,
again.
so you don't know if it was down there.
That part. Because remember, that is exactly what he said when he was on the stand. And I was confused about that initially because I thought it was his white truck. But there it is. It's exactly the same as what he says. It was at the house when he got there because we all know he rode with Chief Alexander.
And then driven back.
I would assume that he would have driven my truck, parked it since it's mine, and then gotten in one of their cars.
Mm-hmm.
That is such great information, right? He is painting together what we've been kind of figuring out based on the context and based on other information, but he's being able to speak to it again contemporaneously and based on his knowledge of their daily habits. And it's exactly what we were thinking, right? So this is so valuable. What he's saying, and you're going to see, because when we look at the timeline again, like literally, he drives to Moselle in John Marvin's truck, and then he gets into one of their trucks. This to me, I'm like, yes, thank you.
Trucks, I mean.
Okay.
Oh, dude, it's delicious and amazing. Okay, so here's the black truck again. I know you guys have seen it, but just to reiterate, so remember, he's saying that he would have driven to Moselle, right, in John Marvin's truck, as we know he did, and then got in one of the other trucks to then go to the kennels. That's what he's suggesting. Like literally, John Marvin is saying, in John Marvin's words, it would have been the black truck, right? Because he's saying he would have gotten in a truck that belonged to the family, and the only one that would be there would be the black truck. So let me just rewind that again real quick because I want to make sure that this is making sense and we hear it straight from his mouth and not my mouth.
My truck, parked it since it's mine, and then gotten in one of their cars, trucks, I mean.
Okay.
I didn't go back quite far enough. Hold on.
I would guess it's probably a quarter of a mile.
Okay.
Several hundred yards.
He's saying it's a quarter of a mile from the main house to the kennels.
Several hundred yards.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, but he didn't drive your truck down there.
Well, I don't know. I mean, it was at the house when I got there.
Okay, so you don't know if it was down there and then driven back.
I would assume that he would have driven my truck, parked it since it's mine, and then gotten in one of their cars.
Exactly. Beautiful. And again, the only one that could have been is the black truck. So
Trucks, I mean.
Okay.
and there it is. There's the black truck. Because remember, the other trucks that would have been on the property at Moselle, there's two other trucks that would typically have been there. One is Paul's F-150, which was at Jimmy Butler's shop. The other is the F-250 farm truck, which we know is what John Marvin's driving and breaks down. So there's two trucks that normally would have been at Moselle that are not. So the only truck that is there that belongs to, the family is the black truck. So.
But when you got there, your truck that he borrowed was parked
right in front of the house where you normally would park.
Okay.
Yep. Beautiful. All right. This is consistent. I'm going to read all this stuff I have. So this is consistent with testimony during the trial that his truck was at the house when he arrived. According to Alex, after he and Paul rode the property in Buster's black truck, Alex drove John Marvin's truck from the shed. This is where we're getting to the new information, guys, factoring in. This is where you're going to want to make sure you're putting your thinking caps on, because I hope you're prepared for what I realized here. And again, it's something that is so like earth shattering to me, but at the same time, I'm like, this is so obvious. How did no one think of this? All right. So according to Alex, after he and Paul rode the property in Buster's black truck, Alex drove John Marvin's truck from the shed where Paul had parked it after arriving to Moselle back to the house. So this is just reiterating what John Marvin said, right? And it's consistent. All this is consistent. He got there, and then so John Marvin's truck would have just stayed there. So, but we're going to go through it in more detail here too. So.
And do you know if they kept any guns back at the kennels?
I don't know.
Okay.
I've never, they don't have a gun rack that's obvious when you pull up or anything like that.
Yeah. But like you said, I mean,
laying around, I would say it's very possible.
Yeah.
Oh, I forgot, you guys, we're going to hear something that we don't hear at any of y'all. I forgot about this part. There's so many special treats here. So get ready for hearing something that we've not heard before, unless you've watched this. But I think you guys either didn't see it or have forgotten like I did, because this is huge. And it's the only time we hear this information. And again, this to me is like the most accurate source, right, of what we have. So.
And would Maggie ever, would she carry a gun when she? I don't think Maggie was a hunter or shooter. I think she's okay. She was a lady's lady.
But if Paul was coming from the house down to the kennels, you'd expect him to have a gun?
I mean, he wouldn't carry a gun just because he was going there. But if he ran in his truck and he's riding the property, I would assume that he's not going to ride that property without a gun.
There's an important distinction here, and this comes up in rebuttal as well in a way. This makes sense when you understand this. This is why I like talking about their daily habit. Like, and we hear from so many people, right, including the law partners. They all of them, they all have this thing with the Hogs, right? So the way he describes this is great. Like, there's a distinction and a difference between riding the property. Riding the property, they use that as like a verb, right? And even Alex says it, right? As we all know, riding the property means you're riding the property to fuck around with like all the farm shit, right? And you wouldn't do that and not bring guns. That is what we hear from everybody. And the reason is because of these hogs being a nuisance, being a scourge on the environment or the whatever, not the environment, but the property. You would always have guns. Like, that's just part of it, right? In case you need it and for the hogs or whatever. But what he's saying is there's a difference between riding the property, because that's like riding the property. The way I interpret this is like, there's not an actual destination. They're not going anywhere, right? They're just riding the property. I think that's a good way to kind of differentiate it in our minds. It's like riding just to ride, like the journey, not the destination. They're not trying to get somewhere. They're riding the property and they're going to come back from where they started, basically, right? Whereas like what he's saying is if they're just going to the kennels to do the dogs, he's saying that they wouldn't have brought a gun. That's what he's saying. And it makes perfect sense. Why would they, right? They're not going to encounter any hogs. They're not riding the property in that same way. They're just going, they're using the trucks in a different manner. They're using it as transportation to get, and it's only a quarter of a mile. Yeah, a joyride is another good way to put it. Thank you, Super Planner Girl, for the riding the
and not for safety reasons. For again, it's loaded with hogs and.
So this is great. He's also specifying that the reason they would bring the guns, it wasn't for safety. They weren't worried about their safety. That's another important detail, right? because what we know about Alex. But anyway, they weren't worried about the safety. So in other words, they would only had the guns. It was only to get these hogs. That's it. So if they weren't going to encounter hog, they wouldn't have a gun.
No, it's just kind of what you do. I mean,
No, I understand. You know, you have 1,700 acres.
yeah, I mean
You're going to drive around and you're going to have, you know, because if you have to get out for something.
that's right. Whether you shoot snakes or whatever. But yeah, it would amaze me, or I would be surprised if he were in a vehicle riding the property and didn't have a gun.
Okay.
I wouldn't do it.
Yeah.
That's really important because Alex, we've all heard when Alex is on the stand, we've heard it a million times. He denies them being around. Okay, this is actually, let me just, because we're about to hear something really important. Let me just point this out again. We're about to hear something really important from John Marvin. Let's review in our minds. Let's remember when Alex testifies and talks about them riding the property, Creighton grills him over and over. Alex stands firm saying they did not have guns. He says they're riding the property and he says they did not have any guns. Hi, Abby. I'm so glad you are here. But you guys know what I mean? Like, let's keep that in our minds. Alex stands firm when he's on the stand saying they didn't have any guns. And actually he says that's also what he says when he's interviewed. So Alex tells law enforcement and tells us at trial they had no guns. They rode the so he's locked himself. Alex has locked himself into the situation where he has to now make it seem plausible, right? That they would ride the property in the sense that we have just talked about, and that they wouldn't have guns. But hold on, because there's more. Buckle up.
All right. And do you have any knowledge of Paul firing any weapons that night?
Guys, listen.
Well, yeah, I learned that today. I heard that he and Alec both had, I think they said they shot a pistol.
Okay.
You guys, are you hearing this?
So you're mentioning, I'm assuming Alex is telling the other.
Yeah, I assume so.
Okay. So
when I heard this, I was like, whoa, what? Alex tells his brothers, and maybe his law partners or whatever, but he at least tells John Marvin at the time. Remember, this is contemporary. This is June 8th. That's why this is so valuable. He tells John Marvin that him and Paul did have guns, but it's going to get better. Hold on. This is insane.
He fired
what I heard in here was they were, I think Paul and Alec were, and again, secondhand information, but Paul and Alec were riding the property. And at some point, whether they pulled up to a pond, I think he started telling and it kind of got broken up, but I think he was saying that Paul was bragging that he was a better shot than Alec. And so they set up a target and, tried their skills and shot a couple of times.
Okay. Are there any other spots on that property?
Wow. This is completely, it makes sense in a way because of how hard Alex tries to claim that they didn't have guns. It's almost like, well, they definitely would have had guns, right? Because it's just how hard he fights back on that. Like, he would have done better. Like, we hear from literally everybody that you're not going to ride that property without guns. It's not going to happen. And Alex would have done better in a way to just be like, yeah, we did have guns, but like, it doesn't mean I killed him, right? Like, but he fights back so hard, pushes back so hard on that, saying that he didn't have guns. Dude, I understand how this couldn't come in at trial because this is not, John Marvin's, like, you know what I mean? But man, though, they could have impeached the fuck out of him with that. And they didn't need to, obviously. They didn't need it. But, like, dude, that's insane, right? Like, Alex said that they were shooting targets, they were having, like, a contest to see who could shoot better. But Alex says it's a pistol. Don't worry, we're going to discuss more about that. 100%.
You've got the main house, you got the garage, you got the kennels. Are there any other, like, outbuildings on there?
Yeah, there's a cabin right up by the kennels.
Okay, and who lives in that cabin?
I don't think anybody lives in it now.
Is that the green one?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
All right. So clarifying, looks like a cabin, but it's not the cabin. In my mind, I call it a cabin. It looks like a cabin. But when they refer to the cabin, John Marvin has just made that clear. And that actually is, again, this is really important because everything has a million nicknames in this trial. We've heard everything called a bunch of different things. But John Marvin is clarifying for us something here. Again, he's clarifying a lot of stuff, right? But he's clarifying that the green caretaker house is what, when they say the cabin, that's what they're referring to. And in my mind, during the trial, when we don't always see the exhibits at the time, right? They're talking about things and they're discussing it, but we don't always see what they're looking at, even if it's not a sealed exhibit. in my mind, when I hear them talking about the cabin, I'm picturing this. However, thank you, John Marvin, yet again, because now we know when they say the cabin, they're referring to the green caretaker house. And don't worry, we'll clarify this. So this is what they mean when they say cabin. It is also called the caretaker house. And by the way, when I say this, it's the green one in the background, right? So we've seen that when we did the driving around field trips. And it's the skin. That's it. Random girl. Ding, ding, ding. While this looks like a cabin and looks like a house, it is actually the skinning shed, which is crazy, right? Would you guys call this a shed, let alone a skinning shed? Like, you guys, this is nicer than the cabin. The actual, like, when I told my cabin story, like, when they described the skinning shed in my mind, I know. When they described the skinning shed, let me show you guys what I pictured in my mind. I pictured something more like that structure behind. That's what I thought. Like, see the structure in front of the greenhouse, how it's like literally a rundown, rickety old shed looking thing. That's what I thought was the skinning shed. I don't know what that is because they don't even talk about it. I guess they just ignore that entirely because it's not nice enough. I don't know. But that's what I thought was the skinning shed. That to me is what I think of when I think of a shed. That is insane that they call that a shed to me. You guys can, I'm glad it's not just, all of these things, right? It's like, there's so many things. We've had so many revelations. We've had the white truck is Randy's truck. We've had the fact that, Alex told them at the time that they were firing guns. We've had, this news. I mean, but there's more, but wait, there's more. Additionally, are you guys ready? Buckle up. Additionally, it is very close to the kennels. As you can see, and there's our favorite tractor. As you can see, there's that quote unquote skinning shed. And you can see the hanger on the right-hand side there. That's how close it is. In all the pictures that we've seen of it, we see it close up to the actual structure. I had to find this to see, holy shit, it's that close, you guys. And this is to me another thing, like mind blown, right? I didn't realize it was that close. And remember, Alex keeps describing this, and as do others, that it was the main hub, the central location where they did all, so it sounds to me like, and we also know when Alex and Paul quote unquote ride the property, but we know that when Paul arrives there and when they're riding around, Paul keeps going back to this area and to this structure. I think that they got better Wi-Fi or whatever there. And remember, part of the things I was pointing out was it looks like he maybe goes back there on purpose to try to send that Snapchat after they're fucking around the Britt Dove field. So I think that's part of it. I think it was, I tried to find interior pictures. I couldn't find any, but it seems like it was not like, when I hear skinning shed, I don't know. I picture nastiness, guts, whatever. I don't know. I don't even want to think about it, but it seems like it was actually not like that because it sounds like they spent a lot of time in there. And I know Alex describes that they would tinker. Maybe they kept tools, but I don't know. I wish we could see the inside, but there must be furniture. And again, it seems like also they had good Wi-Fi or cell service there as well. So yeah, right beside it. Exactly, Blackwater. And here you go. There it is. Bam, bam. Look how close that is. Yep.
So you've since learned since the incident that Paul and Alec drove around the property and may have fired a pistol a couple times.
Guys, let me just say this. So where I'm at when I'm putting this together, when I made this was like this morning, I was like, okay, I have to wrap my head around the fact that that's Randy's truck because that changes the whole possibilities of the vehicles at the crime scene, right? Who got where, when. And I was sitting there squirreling the fuck out of it. And that's when I realized that there's a possibility that we're going to look at that no one has mentioned. And I'm like, how did no one think of this? All right. Adding the vehicles to the timeline. I want to see if maybe you guys will, one more time. I'm curious if you guys will figure it out before I get to it, but I don't know. All right. Okay. Are you guys ready? Are you guys ready? Seriously? Make sure you're sitting down. Okay. All right. 1. So we're going through we're going through the timeline again, and we're going to add in the fact with this new information. Well, some of this is going to be the same. Some of it's going to be different. from what we've done before. All right, ready. Candace is ready. Love it. Love you guys. Thank you so much. I'm glad y'all are always here. Like we're doing this. I love it. All right. 1. Paul arrives at Moselle and parks John Movin's. I'm so excited I can't talk. Parks John Marvin's truck at or near the shed. And we went over that before with the GPS and all the shit. His arrival to Moselle is not at the house. It's in this area. So that's where he parks John Marvin's truck. That's the significance of that information. 2, Alex drives Buster's black truck to meet Paul at the shed. And Alex says this, but we know, so therefore that doesn't mean anything, but we know that had to be true because we know that Alex would more than likely not have walked out of laziness. And there would have really been no other way unless he drove his Suburban, which we know he didn't because we would have had the data from that if it was from the Suburban. So Alex drove Buster's black truck to meet Paul at the shed. 3, Paul and Alex ride the property in Buster's black truck. And that was what we were thinking anyway. And that's what Alex says. But honestly, what really backs that up is hearing from John Marvin. John Marvin's like, yeah, that's what happened. In other words, the important thing is John Marvin, let me put it this way. John Marvin's, when he describes it, he's clarifying that they would not have ridden the property in his truck. And that makes sense. Like, but that's important because like for me, when I hear Alex saying, yeah, we rode in Buster's black truck, it's like, well, okay, I'll take that with however many grains of salt there are on the planet Earth. But to hear John Marvin say, yeah, like Paul would have parked at the house, which he did. And he says, and then he would have gotten in one of their trucks. And again, the only truck they had at the time was the black truck. It all makes sense. So they rode in the black truck. And I would say that's confirmed. According to what Alex told his family at the time, he and Paul fired a pistol. This is, okay, subsection A. This is likely a truth and a lie. Being truthful about firing guns with Paul, but lying about the type of gun. Now, again, why do I say that? It's not because anything Alex says is okay. We know that everything he says is probably all a truth and a lie, right? But again, remember, we have to put that in the context that every single person has said, all the law partners, all the brothers, you wouldn't ride the property without guns. And remember, what does Alex say on the stand and in his interviews? We didn't have any guns, right? That combined with all the testimony that you would always have guns means that's how I interpret this, because that's what Alex tells them right after the fact, right? On June 7th, June 8th, Alex tells them they had guns, but it was a pistol. So he lies about the type of gun. B, Alex left this out of his testimony completely. Like this whole thing right here alone is huge. And we're going to actually hear a lot about this on rebuttal. They're going to talk to Mark Ball and Ronnie Crosby. Like, again, the title of this episode was like Hogs was the first thing, Dowel rods and the 2 gray boys, but the Hogs, we're going to hear a lot about that. And it seems maybe like it's in the weeds, but really they're trying to get to the nature of the thing with the guns, but the prosecution can't really suggest that, right? Because that's for argument. So they're going to be talking, and you're even going to hear Creighton ask the question about the pistol. And what's so interesting is when you hear that, you might be like, why is he asking about a pistol? And honestly, it doesn't make any sense unless you watch John Marvin's interview. And of course, again, that didn't come in at trial, but there's a reason Creighton's asking that. And it's because Creighton knows this. Creighton is privy to this information that we're not privy to. Of course, absolutely. And a 300 blackout. All of the testimony, you bring a shotgun for the birds and a 300 blackout for the hogs. And we're going to hear even more about it. But and we're going to elaborate to my theory on this with the guns. But in terms, I just think it's so fascinating that Alex fucking said that, like, and then tried to say they didn't have guns. That's insane. You would have been better off just admitting it, I feel like. Okay, with this new information, here we go. With this new information, it would make sense if Alex brought the shotgun and the 300 blackout with him. Or it would make sense that he did. He brought the shotgun and the 300 blackout with him when he drove in Buster's truck. Because we know the guns could have been kept anywhere, but I'm really working through this and what would have been most likely. And I feel like the thought that the guns could have been anywhere, right, is a good way to kind of explain that they don't really know where the guns were beforehand. And I think we can do better with this new information. So that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to do better. While they could have been anywhere, let's try to see if we can figure it out. So if they were in the gun room, say, okay, like let's say they were in the gun room, and let's say Alex calls Paul, right? He calls Paul, the fucking sunflowers in the Brit Dove field, right? They're all fucked up. Like we gotta, and they, it wouldn't even have to be said. It would be understood. They're gonna ride the property. Like this is all the context. They're gonna ride the property. They're gonna look at the shit. And it would have been also a given that you would bring guns. So Alex would have brought guns because Buster is coming from work at John Marvin's truck or a tractor store thing, right? So, and he's not in his own vehicle because his vehicle's in the shop at Jimmy Butler's. So Paul wouldn't have brought guns. He wouldn't have had guns. He would have showed up in John Marvin's truck. Like we know, Alex would have brought the guns to the party, right? You know, sort of like think about like, you know, when you sign up, you're going to bring different things to the party, like who's going to bring the dessert, whatever. Alex brought the guns, I think, from the house. So he drove to meet Buster, or sorry, he drove in Buster's truck to meet Paul. And they meet at this skinning shed, right? Which looks like a cabin. Paul then hops in the black truck. I can picture this so well now, especially with these pictures. Paul then hops in the black truck and they subsequently ride the property and likely even fire those weapons. You guys, I'm getting like, I'm like in my mind, I'm like, oh my God, this is just, this to me is the fullest picture that makes so much sense. And the missing piece to me, honestly, well, there were a lot. First of all, we had to figure out the white truck. That was the first and foremost. But the thing about from hearing that they fired guns, it makes so much sense. That makes so much sense because what Alex was saying wasn't making sense. And it was not making sense to what everybody else was saying. And that was before even learning. Now we hear that he said they fired guns. Dude, this just fills in all these blanks, at least for me. So hopefully this is making sense. If you guys have questions, let me know so I can explain this because I don't know. I get so excited. So like, but hopefully this is making sense because this is really huge. So again, I'll just read it. Just Alex shows up to meet Paul at the shed. He drives in Buster's truck, brings the guns, right? Because it would have been a given. They ride the property in Buster's black truck. And the guns are with them, right? On purpose. And then again, likely they fire those weapons even. And to even add to that, that could even explain, we know Paul loaded the shotguns funny. That could explain why that shotgun was loaded funny, right? With the two different size shells. Remember that whole thing? It would have made sense, right? Like they're firing these weapons and then Paul reloads that shotgun the funny way he does, potentially. All right. So then, all right, you guys get ready. Okay, 5. According to Alex, he drives back to the house in John Marvin's truck, which means Paul would have driven back to the house in Buster's black truck. There's a strong possibility, in light of this new information, that Alex left the firearms at the shed on purpose so he would have access to them later. Are you listening? Don't worry. This is going to make sense here in a second because we're going in chronological order. But wait for it, okay? But keep this in your mind. This is this was not in my realm of, this to me is a new added element, but I'm adding it. You're going to see why in a minute, why it's there, but this changes everything. And again, the white truck was key. The white truck was key, and you'll see why here in a second. Okay. Let me just read this again. According to Alex, he drives back to the house in John Marvin's truck, which means Paul would have driven back to the house in Buster's black truck. By realizing that the white truck was not involved, it just narrows all of this down, the possibilities down. It gives therefore we can have a better idea. There's a strong possibility in light of this new information that Alex left the firearms at the shed on purpose, so he would have access to them later. Okay. All right. This is a slide from a couple episodes ago, but this is the last activity on Alex's phone until 9:02:18. I realized something else when I was putting this together. That's why I included this. So where I have it highlighted there, that's Alex's, those steps. That step counter there from 8:05 to 8:09, that is the very last activity on Alex's phone until 9:02:18 p.m. And down there at the bottom, it says golf cart and ATV are most likely at the kennels. I still believe that. That has not changed. We've not learned any information that would dispute that. I still believe that both of those were the kennels. And again, the ATV had a flat tire. So, however, this is something else I just noticed putting this together. However, we don't have any location data from Alex's phone after he arrives to Moselle. We have only steps. Dude, no, I don't recall anyone pointing that out. But it's like, I feel like everyone, we had this idea that his phone goes quiet after 8:09. But isn't it weird that we have location data up until he gets home? So let me read this again. We don't have any location data from Alex's phone after he arrives to Moselle. We only have steps. Contrary to Paul's phone, which tracked both location and steps. And remember, their coverage would have been the same. They were both together in the same area, riding the property. They both had iPhones. So the fact that Paul's his iPhone was recording data, right? And I don't think that's anything that could even have been deleted, because I think that just goes into that goes into like the Apple, records thing, kind of like phone calls from Verizon, a similar thing, right? Where it's like the cache data, right? So contrary to Paul's phone, which tracked both location and steps. So what I was thinking was this, because we talked about this before, actually, shout out to Wifey, of course, because it was Wifey who looked it up for me while we were talking about it. And because I was asking this question, I said, well, hang on, if the phone's on airplane mode, can it still do steps? And I figured it probably could. And she verified, and it can. So if you put the phone on airplane mode, it's still going to record steps. So that's what I think is so interesting, because his phone is recording different information from Paul. Paul has steps and location data. Alex's phone only has steps. So perhaps Alex put his phone on airplane mode when he came home and then turned his phone off completely at 8:09:52, because that's when his phone goes completely silent. So perhaps he realized it was still doing, it was still doing shit, right? Which it was. It was counting it was recording his steps. Also, maybe he wanted it to look like he was not being shady and waited as long as possible. So anyway, that's just another thing, but it doesn't really change anything. But okay, regardless of who drove which truck when, we know that Paul, Alex, and both trucks all end up back at the house. That's the key thing. Wait for it. All right, next part. Are you guys ready? I'm getting goosebumps. Oh my God. As I was thinking about all this, and I'm like, okay, you guys, oh my God. Why did we not realize oh my God, I can't even get the words out because I feel like this is so insane, but why? Okay, let me start with this question. This is how I get, like, in my mind, I'm like, wait, why were we thinking that Alex came separately? I'm going to wait for you guys to respond to this. I want you guys to answer this question if you're available in the chat. Like, why were we all thinking that Alex came separately from Maggie and Paul to the kennels? Why? I want to know what you guys think. Why were we thinking that? Oh my God, you guys. Why did anyone think that? Even during the trial, it was still, that was what was assumed, that he came later, right? Like that was, but why? Why was that a thing? Thank you, Super Planner Girl. He said he did. Is everyone face palming like right now, like I am? He said he did. That's the only, guys. His phone was already gone off the thing at 8:09, right? And remember, Creighton's asking him, like, where did you put your phone? Remember, this around the same time. This is after dinner. The whole nonsense. He has a shower and then he maybe takes a nap. And then are you guys freaking out? Right? Because of Alex's story about starting nap. Exactly. That's right. He said he didn't want to get sweaty. But what do all these things have in common? They're ways for him to try to act like his lie was somewhat true, right? So remember, because his initial story is he was never over there. He was napping and then he leaves to go to Alameda. So it's just like everything else. So that when he's confronted with the kennel video from Paul's video, right? It's like, oh, well, I wasn't fully lying. Like I was napping. I did have a shower. I didn't go over there initially. And then I changed my mind. And like, you see how that's him. Like, imagine if you were confronted with that and then on the fly you had to come up with something. That's what that sounds like to me, because it doesn't actually really help him, right? But then he was married to that lie, right? I think he even uses that phrasing at some point. Like he had to that was it. So he has to stick to that even when he's like on the stand and stuff. So like he's trying to maintain some modicum of what he was saying being the truth, basically, right? And he's trying to again, I think that was something he said when he was confronted on the spot and didn't have a good answer. And he was just trying to distance himself from it and make an excuse. But we don't have anything else to believe that he didn't go over there. with them? Now, that was a question I was asking myself, but at the same time, it's like, well, we're looking at the vehicles, right? Because that's really the main limitation as to who could have gone where, when, how, is the limitation with the number of vehicles. That's why the white truck matters. Because if the white truck had been involved, let's say the white truck wasn't Randy's truck. Let's say it was John Marvin's truck, right? Alex could have taken that truck. But wait for it, because we're going to break this down. All right, next piece of information. I researched at great length about the Ford F-150. There's different types, but the basic type, the smallest type with the smallest cabin, interior cabin seating, seats at least 3 people. You feel me? You feel me, guys? You feel me on this? The F-150, that black truck we're looking at right there in that picture, seats at least 3 people. Now, you can get them where they seat more, but the bare minimum is 3. And yes, exactly, Daddy Shortness. And that's exactly what Creighton even emphasizes, molding his story to fit the new facts. Exactly. Yes. 100%. All right. And there we, again, the Ford F-150 seats at least. Do you see where I'm going with this? Are you guys seeing where I'm going with this? The golf car also seats at least 3 people, because there's a picture zoomed in. You can just tell, because you would have had 2 people in the front, and then there's a back seat facing the other direction. That might be a 1-person seat or a 2-person seat. Either way, it seats at least 3 people. Same as the truck. All right. That was me considering all the possibilities. Next piece of information, you guys, we're going to figure this out. All right, the only vehicles, because now with the white truck being Randy's, the only vehicles that could have been used to transport anyone from the house to the kennels are the black truck and the golf cart. You guys feel me on this? Like, we know it wasn't the Mercedes-Benz. We know it wasn't the Suburban for many reasons. I don't think we need to even explain that. We know the ATV has a flat tire, right? Considering both vehicles seat at least 3 people, but the golf cart was more than likely parked at the kennels next to the ATV. This means what does it mean? Okay, here we go. 6. Alex rode to the kennels with Paul and Maggie in the black truck. Does that make sense? You guys see how that works out there? Oh my God. I'm like, in my mind, I'm like, how did we not think of, like, if it, dude, as soon as I looked up the F-150 and saw that it seats at least 3 people, I was like, how did it, like, what? How? Because did everyone just assume that it seats 2 people and then no one looked into it and then it was like, he couldn't, or was it just, I just, in my mind, this is just insane. DSN is asking if I can replay the part where Alex explains recharging the golf cart. That was riveting. It was very riveting. I can. I have to remember which episode that's from in order to find it. I think it's I can try to find it. Then we can pull that up maybe at intermission. Oh, you're kidding. Okay. I mean, I could find it. It would just take me a second to find it, but I could have done it at intermission. But yeah, it was great, right? Okay, so let me read this again. So 6, Alex rode to the kennels with Paul and Maggie in the black truck. From all the testimony, it would have seemed unusual to bring firearms to check on the dogs. We just heard that even from John Marvin. 7, Paul and Maggie are playing with the dogs. Are you guys ready? Paul and Maggie are playing with the dogs, and Alex walks the short distance to the shed to retrieve the guns he left there earlier. All of this picture is coming together with the added idea that we can really confirm, because of hearing from John Marvin, that they did have guns and they did probably fire those guns, and Alex would have brought those guns. And we know that they were back. They were the main hub, the shed, right? This all makes fucking sense. He would have just left them there. It would have been odd to bring firearms to check on the dogs, right? So Maggie and Paul are playing with the dogs. Alex walks the short distance to the shed to retrieve the guns he left there earlier. This changes things completely in my mind, because it really is. This is more premeditated than what I had imagined, given Alex is such a disaster with, lying about it. Remember, Alex and others described the shed as the main hub. If Alex went to the shed while they were playing with the dogs, they wouldn't have thought anything of it and may have not even noticed. So remember, they're fucking with the dogs. The chicken, Bubba's chasing the chicken. And we saw just not long ago how close that shed is to the kennels. So 100%, it was such a small detail. but with major implications that got lost in the mix. 100%. Plus, they weren't in full-on suspecting Alex motives. Exactly. Yep. So, wifey, if you suggested that the guns were at the shed, I apologize. I didn't see that. But at least for me, I didn't have. I don't recall. Okay. If there was evidence prior to hearing from John Marvin, I just missed it because this to me didn't come up as being something I could back up, right? Like, in other words, I just the fact that he could have had them somewhere to me, it wasn't really enough. I wasn't going to try to, but the difference again for me now was like what we had prior to tonight was like, we heard from everybody. Yeah, you're not going to ride the property without guns. Okay. Right. Again, I keep reiterating that. So, but, and then Alex is like, well, we didn't have guns, but to me, I still needed more. And John Marvin saying that he heard from Alex and they heard from Alex that at the time, contemporaneously, that he told them that they fired a pistol and shot targets and had a goal contest changes everything in my mind, because now it's really looking like they actually, do you see how that changes things so that it puts the guns there at that time period? I mean, it's not like full on putting them there, but it's enough to where I feel like, okay. So, like you said, she talks to herself out loud. Yeah, me too. I don't know. It was laying on the side of the shed. Are you talking about a picture? A picture where there's a picture of the guns on the side of the shed, or I don't know what you're referring to, Ivy. But I don't know where that's coming from. But all I'm saying is that like, the fact that the guns, like, because we even hear in the questioning, right, from Creighton, like, did you bring the guns with you on, Alex says he takes the golf cart down there, right? Like his whole story now, I think we could shoot his story, like his story is complete and utter bullshit, right? Like I think that this is completely different to me also, just the fact that he rode down there with them in the black truck. Is it different? It's all different. So, but Alex saying he rides there in the golf cart, so then it's like Creighton's asking, well, did you bring the guns with you on the golf cart? Where were, did you have, or he says, did you have those firearms with you? Of course, Alex denies it, but it's, in my mind, it just is different too. Like, okay, because if he rode separately, and no matter what, let's say he got there on a tractor, he got there on an airplane. If he came separately, it could have seemed like plausible that he would have maybe brought the guns with him at that point, right? But because of the fact that if we look at the potential with the vehicles, the only thing that makes sense with this new information is that he rode with them in the black truck, because the golf cart would have been parked there next to the ATV, and there was no other way that there were other vehicles. Like that's it. That was the only options. So him riding with them it changes everything to me, to where he had to have things planned there, right, with the guns, because could he have brought guns? Yeah, but it would have seemed odd. But beyond that, we know he was firing them with Paul earlier. And we almost positive, right? And that's the other thing. This is enough to where I feel more confident about these little details, right? So we have places that the guns were being used at that time, right before the murders, and we know they're at that shed area. So, okay, so wifey's just clarifying. I think I asked a question about possibly being what could happen. Oh, okay. That a random person created. Okay. Yeah. I see what you're saying. Yeah. Well, and I mean, I don't know. I'm not trying to be rude, but like, I haven't, the random person is the part that I'm not, how much random person do we want to put? How much, you know what I mean? Like, and hopefully you guys understand that is a good thing to, like, I want to go through it and work it out myself with you guys logically with the evidence, and that, You know what I mean? Like, I don't just want the answers that somebody comes up with, right? I want to understand it, and I want to verify it. Like, because with this case, it's just so unique, right? And hopefully you guys can see the value in having done it ourselves, right? Like, we DIY'd this shit. Like, we went through it, and yeah. So I remember now what you're talking about, wifey. I remember what you're referring to. I remember that. Yeah. And I think that what happened was because it was so, when I heard it was something that some random person said. In my mind, I'm just like, yeah, that's why I didn't, I didn't leave space for it in the filing cabinet, so to speak, when I guess there's also, of course, I have a lot in there right now with everything, but with this case, right? Like, it's just that what a random person says is not going to make it into the, it's not going to get space reserved for it, I guess. So, okay. So yeah, so they likely wouldn't have even noticed. So I'll see. Is there anything else after that? I think there may be one more slide. Alex kills Paul and Maggie. All right, so 8. Alex kills Paul and Maggie and takes off in the getaway golf cart, leaving only the black truck and the ATV at the crime scene until later when Randy arrives after law enforcement and parks his white truck near Alex's Suburban. There it is. Is this resonating with y'all? He rides out there in the black. He rides out there with them. And you know what? Again, in hindsight, it's like, duh, of course he does. When you look at the notion of anything else that he goes later because he's taking a nap, because he doesn't want to go and he changes his mind and all that. I mean, remember when we broke down the chicken business the first time? And remember when I was like, remember me saying it would be so odd that he just shows up, and Creighton knows it, right? He shows up and he just gets the chicken out of Bubba's mouth and leaves. And it's like, I even said at the time, I was like, wouldn't Maggie be like, what the fuck is your purpose? Like, you're not even helping with anything. Like, none of it made sense. And I was asking you all that question about like, what would Maggie have wanted him to do? And then we were talking about how like she would have wanted him to help. That would have been the purpose. Because according to him, he's like, Maggie wanted me to go and I didn't want to go. And then I thought better of it. So I decided to go. Right. Well, if any of that is credible, there would have been a purpose. Essentially the mental gymnastics that you have to do to try to make any of that make any type of sense. It isn't plausible and it still doesn't make sense. And it's like, duh, he rode with them. I mean, but beyond any of that, it's the only thing that works with the vehicles. No, the ATV had a flat, simply me. I know it's confusing because so the ATV, which is also called the Ranger, had the flat tire. The golf cart did not have a flat tire. The golf cart would have been parked next to the ATV prior to the murders. And remember, after the murders, it's found. We're actually about to see a picture of it here in just a sec. Let me go ahead and play the next slide. It's going. There it is. They found the golf cart parked there. And again, that was funny because it was never parked there. And then Alex tries to explain with some nonsense story that it was always parked there and it makes no sense. Again, like you guys see the material on those seats. It's like some type of leather thing. If they left the golf cart out in the rain all the time, what do you think it would look like, you guys? I mean, okay, so golf cart had a flat. So they rode together to the kennel. No, the black truck, simply me, the black truck is at the crime scene. So we know he did not take the black truck back. Like, remember, when they show up at the crime scene, the vehicles that are at the crime scene are black truck and ATV with a flat tire. Those are the vehicles that are at the crime. Oh, and Alex's Suburban. Those are the only vehicles at the crime scene. Black truck, ATV, Suburban. ATV has a flat tire. So the golf cart is missing from the crime scene and the black truck is at the crime. Is this making sense? So Super Planner Girl says then he would been down there for even less time. I'm trying, my brain is, okay, my brain can't try to work that one out because it's working on too many other things at once right now. So if you can explain that, I'd be grateful. Yeah. So let me, I know this is probably still sinking. It's still sinking in for me. So we can go over this a little bit more too. Like, I know it's a lot. So simply me, the black truck did not go back to the house. The black truck did not go back to the house. Here, let me go back. Let me show you. When law enforcement arrived, hold on. Don't you worry. So the black, here, hold on. Not there. Hold on. Where is it? I know I have a million pictures of this black truck. Oh, there it was. I just skipped past it. Okay, hold on. All right, here. So this is, let me go back actually, because I have the one here. There we go. So simply me, if you're watching this picture I have right here, this black truck was found at the crime scene. It was not at the house. The black truck did not get back to the house. Unless you're referring to from earlier in the day, right? Like when, are you referring to earlier in the day? No, you're not, because you're saying when they stayed at the kennel. Okay, let me review this. So Paul shows up to the property in John Marvin's truck. He parks at the shed. And again, I've got all the slides. To save time, I'm just going to say it verbally, but you can always go back and look at all the pictures and all the stuff that elaborates on these, but just to go in order. So then Alex takes Buster's black truck from the house, drives and meets Paul, likely bringing those guns, meets Paul at the shed. Paul hops in the black truck and they ride the property. And now we know from John Marvin, they were probably firing those guns as well, but we know they were fucking around with the Dovefield and all that. Britt Dovefield. And they're riding in Buster's truck. John Marvin's white truck is still at the skinning shed. They come back to the skinning shed. And we know that both of those trucks end up back at the house. So because they go separate, Alex and Paul go separately. So what Alex says that he drives John Marvin's white truck back to the house. And that means Paul would have taken Buster's black truck back. Who knows? Because Alex said it. It could have been the reverse, but either way, we know that both vehicles end up back at the house because John Marvin's truck is there when he gets there, right? We know that happens. And then they would have needed the black truck to have some sort of transportation to get to the kennels. So we know, and Paul wouldn't have walked. That's the other thing. We know Paul wouldn't have walked. So the fact that Paul wouldn't have walked means he would have, they were always driving, right? Maggie was the only one that walked. So both of those trucks would have been then driven back separately, Alex and Paul, to the house. So again, white truck at house, black truck at house. Then they all go to the kennels together in the black truck. They ride out there. Alex left those firearms out at the shed from earlier in the day, right? Or just recently, actually. So they ride out there in the black truck. There's the black truck in the picture we're looking at right now where they parked it. They get out of the truck. They're playing with the dogs, the chickens, all that happening. Alex walks over to that skinning shed, grabs the firearms, does the murders, leaves in the golf cart and then leaves the golf cart outside in the fucking rain for obvious reasons, right? I hope you guys can get it up. You can figure that out, right? Like clearly. Does this make sense? I wasn't reading the chat because I was talking and thinking. But okay, so okay, hold on. So if they rode together, he took the golf cart back. He took the golf cart back because we see the golf cart. Does that make sense? Yeah, Alex got back. Okay, I see your question. I'm sorry. Yes, the getaway golf cart, right? So again, here, well, wait, hold on. Let me go forward. The getaway golf cart and how do we know? Because the golf cart is here at the house, right? It's not because he says it. That doesn't fucking matter. Like the golf cart is at the house. There, that's evidence picture. That's taken the next day. So there's the golf cart parked in that funny position. And we know also Mark Ball says he sees that there. Mark Ball testifies and says he sees that golf cart parked in that funny position. And then Alex tries to explain it was some nonsensical thing. So he takes the golf cart back and he parks it there. And we also know the golf cart was not tested. And you know what? Like, honestly, I don't know what they would have gone from anyway. It was sitting out overnight in the fucking rain. So, right. Alex did that on purpose, obviously. Right. So if he'd driven back in a truck or something, then the interior would have been preserved and any evidence would have been transferred. So getaway golf cart. There it is. All right. You guys, are y'all okay? You guys get it? Are we good? I feel good about this. I feel like I have all the answers with the trucks. Like I think we've done it. I think we've done it, by George. I feel good. I don't have any more questions about this in my mind, I don't think. But what the truck is going on here?
It's a house.
Forgot about that question. There was one last question. What the truck is going on here? Hold on. I want to watch it again.
It's a house.
Gang's all here. They're ready for their road trip. My favorite thing. Thank you, Blackwater. I'm y'all. So, like, this is what happens. This picture is what happens after you short circuit your brain trying to figure it all out, and then you finally get it. And it's like, and then you're just left with laughing at everything, like to yourself, and like, you know, this. But this is amazing. Like, you guys, hopefully it makes sense. And also, these are actual South Carolina birds. Like, I wasn't going to just use any chicken or any guinea. I actually took some doing, like, y'all, to find like the actual South Carolina fowl, as it were, that would be the backyard fowl that you would be raising. And if you were a Murdaugh person, and you would have like the types that they have, right? The alarm birds and the chickens. And these are pictures. These are not their actual birds, but these are actually legit from other people in the Low Country, from their yards and shit. Like, these are actual South Carolina birds. These birds are South Carolina birds. And that is actually Bubba when he was young. And that's the actual shrimp weasel. And that's the actual tractor from the picture. As y'all know, I I removed it, and then I changed, and then I put it there. Yeah. So it is the actual tractor that we were joking about before, the getaway tractor. Yeah. I know, right? Exactly. It's like Scooby-Doo. Guys, one more time for fun, for old time's sake, because we've solved it. Like, dude, you guys, there in my mind, I'm almost like, I'm not sad, but I'm also sad because I'm like, but hold on, like, we solved it. But like, but there's always more, right? We haven't, like, I'm comforting myself of like, it's not fully done yet, which is like, I don't know. It's like, you want it to be done, but then you also like, then once it's solved, but it's never solved, right? So that's the thing. This element, I think, is solved, but there's like still so much fucking shit. Give the chicken some credit.
It's a house.
Yay team, yay squirrel crew. So oh, it's starting itself over. We already solved this. You guys, we did good. Thank you guys for helping me. So, we got through this together. So okay, y'all are awesome. And let's go ahead, let's jump right on in to the rebuttal.
I want to talk about Paul. How well did you know Paul?
I knew Paul very well. Excuse me, I'm going to have a hard time talking about Paul because we had a very special relationship. But I knew him very well. And I'll do my best to answer any questions about him.
Well, did he have a nickname?
He did. They called him Little Rooster.
Did you eventually go down to the kennels?
I did. You know, felt like I needed to go down. I needed to see for myself what had gone on and just kind of take it in. I mean, just maybe for some type of understanding.
I know, right? DSN? Yeah, I know.
And
Little
was
rooster.
it cleaned up?
No, Jim, it was not cleaned up.
Were there skull fragments?
Yeah, so, excuse me, this is going to be really difficult. So I could easily see where Maggie had been. I saw the night before where the sheets were, and somebody had told me that who was who, and so I could see where Maggie had been, and it was grass, and, they had covered it up with dirt, so there really was nothing to see where Maggie was. I walked over to the feed room, and y'all have heard the description. Y'all saw it. I've never seen pictures, and I've told them before coming to this court that I was not going to see pictures. But y'all can imagine what I experienced. It had not been cleaned up. I saw blood. I saw brains. I saw pieces of skull. And when I say brains, it could just be tissue. I don't know what I was seeing. It was terrible.
Ugh.
And for some reason, I thought it was something that I needed to do for Paul
Hard to watch
to clean it up. I felt like it was the right thing to do. I felt like I owed him, and I started cleaning. And I can promise you, no mother or father or aunt or uncle should ever have to see and do what I did that day. I don't know. I'm not blaming anybody, but it's just I was just overwhelmed. I did everything I could, and I would have moments where I would stop crying for a moment, and just in disbelief. At one point, I called my brother Randy, and told him what I was doing, trying to describe what I was doing, and he immediately told me to stop doing it. It was not good for me. It was not healthy for me to be there. And I couldn't stop. I had to do it for Paul. That's just what I had to do.
I'm just pausing real quick just to say that, it's just thinking about too, the people, there were two people that felt compelled to go to the kennels, right, the next day and try to clean up that crime scene or try to help, right? Two people. It was the people that loved Paul the most. It was John Marvin and Mark Ball. They were the ones. I think that just speaks a lot as to their relationship with him and his relationship with them, and the fact that those two. And I think it's also interesting, not Randy, right, and obviously not Alec, but not, you know what I mean. Super Planner Girl, I hope you have a wonderful night, and you're very welcome. We'll see you on the next one, and of course, I'm sure you'll be on Rewatch Crew. But I hope you have a wonderful night. But him and Mark Ball, right? So.
I don't know, it's probably 15, 20 minutes later. Mark Ball shows up. Y'all heard Mark Ball testify. And he came and hugged me and told me it was okay to leave. Okay to leave what was left of Paul. They would clean it up. It's the hardest thing I've ever been through in my life.
Yes, sir. Jim, all right?
When it shows Alex there, of all the time, there's just so many times that he what's even the words? He outdoes himself. He outdoes himself in terms of cringeworthy or how much you can hate him. But that moment for me, it might be the number one winner of when I hate him, is his reaction to that after what he fucking did to his brother and everybody. But I don't know. And then just seeing the comparison too in their faces. But yeah, and for anyone who watched the last one, and we had that discussion during this part when he testified about if you were there, that part where, what's left of Paul hits differently, I think.
I want to go back to that morning of
I know you
June
were there,
8th
Buckler,
when you
for
were
that.
down at the kennel cleaning up. Do you remember making a promise that morning?
Well, Jim, as I've told y'all, that y'all know what I saw, y'all know what I was doing. It was difficult. It was nearly impossible. In my mind and out loud, I told Paul I loved him. I told him, I don't know, I loved him, and I promised him that I'd find out who did this to him. You just don't know what to do. But
Correct. Yeah, exactly.
It was
Simply
tough.
me. Yeah. Yep.
And you promised him you would find out who did this to him.
Yes, sir, I did.
Have you found out?
I have not.
All right. And you testified that you learned of your brother's opioid addiction the weekend of Labor Day of 2021. Is that correct?
Well, that's when it started coming out, yes, sir.
Okay. So did you have any idea that he had a opioid or drug problem prior to that?
Prior to that, I did not.
Okay. So from your observations of him on a daily basis, he seemed to be sober at most times, or
I had no reason to think he was on pills.
okay.
Defense rests, Your Honor.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that is the defense's case. And we will excuse you for this day and have you come back at 9:30 tomorrow morning.
Yay. All right, guys.
Good morning. Anything before the jury comes?
Your Honor, we were informed this morning by the state that there are potentially 7 reply witnesses. And before we get into that, we've looked at the cases on reply.
I know, right?
Including State versus Prather, which is a 2020 case. And I want the court, and I want the...
So I think Candace might still be listening. If you guys had to guess, where do you think she's at in her sourdough process? If I had to guess, assuming she started right away when she mentioned it, she's probably, I would bet she's still like letting that yeast, getting the yeast, letting the yeast rise, I would imagine. But yeah, I'm just thinking about that. I'm just picturing, right, like just that whole process, right? And like, I'm like, like you could almost like measure time by like, where are you at in the bread process?
The state to understand, and we think many of these witnesses have already testified. These are very few new witnesses. They've already testified in this case, and they're being called to reply to, the way we read the cases, new matters, new evidence, something. But we have a right under the case law, State versus Watson, which is a 2003 case, 353 FT 620 579.
Don't worry,
on intermission. 148 to serve rebuttal. So
you guys,
it's just.
Do y'all understand what he's talking? Let me just translate from Poot. So here's what he's saying. The state is about to start their rebuttal case. They haven't started it yet officially. You can actually see Dr. Riemer there, though, if you look where the prosecution is. And then, like, in the first pew, I say pew because they're pews. I mean, really. But yeah, you can see Dr. Riemer there. But anyway, yeah. So they're about to. They're going to start their rebuttal, but Poot is already Putin and arguing that they have a right for sur rebuttal. What does that mean? It means they get to do a rebuttal. So it's like you have your prosecution has their case in chief, right? Defense has their case in chief. The prosecution here has a rebuttal. We don't always see that. In fact, we don't usually see that in criminal cases, but has a rebuttal. He wants to do a sur rebuttal, which means they get to do it too. Like Mom, if Sally got this thing, I want this thing too, right? It's like complaining to the dad, or dad, I guess, rather, because it's Judge Newman. But anyway, but as rare as it is to see rebuttals, it's not that they're not allowed, they're just kind of rare. But a sur rebuttal is like not a thing. So we're about to see what happens with this. See how well he does.
But I would submit to the court that under the criteria set out in this case, you would determine that if they raised new matters, that we have a right to respond to those. Now, we're told that Dr. Riemer, their pathologist, is going to testify. And if you remember correctly, Your Honor, and I've looked at the YouTube, that's all we can get at this point, which is a video of it. Dr. Riemer's previously testified that she did not believe this to be a contact wound to the head. I submit they're going to
Again, there's Dr. Riemer on the
try
right.
to repeat that testimony or elaborate on that testimony, and that was the only issue that our pathologist raised, but he believed it was a contact wound, and why. She's already testified why it wasn't a contact wound to the head, and why. So are we going to have to get our pathologist back here to counter hers if she raises some new issue? Or perhaps, Your Honor, I need 7 reply witnesses. It was 2, now it's 4, now it's 7. I mean, this is a process that's got to stop at some point. We're going to be here next week.
Who?
There are 2 expert witnesses that have already testified in this case. Now, one of them I would concede, Ken Kinsey, they're an appropriate reply witness based on Mr. Palmbeck's testimony yesterday. But the pathologist, again, to testify it wasn't a contact wound to the head, she's already testified to that. And some of these other witnesses, law partner members, to testify what they do or do not remember about.
You guys, let me just say, y'all get ready for the feistiest fucking thing. That they're the first rebuttal witness. I'm not going to spoil it, but Poot's not having any of this today. And what's funny is he's actually arguing, as they would say, the saying like out of the both sides of his mouth. Like he's arguing, he's like complaining because they have all these rebuttal witnesses. He's trying to say it's going on so long and the blah blah. They shouldn't have so many. But yet his first thing he started with was, well, we should be able to do a rebuttal too, which is the opposite, which is let's make it go longer, right? So he's saying, well, we want sir rebuttal, and then he's like, you know, why are they having so many witnesses and why is it taking so long? So
Question again, they've already asked them that on direct in their previous testimony. So this has got to end at some point. We spent 2 weeks on 2.5 weeks of the 6 weeks on financial matters. In my opinion, could have been done in a day. That's just my opinion. But I'd ask the court, as we make objections, to consider and maybe even proffer what they're going to put up before we get in front of the jury.
I should add,
Your Honor can make
2 things real quick. A, the jury's not here yet. B, I remember when I was doing my opening, like I was talking about like how there was something else I was going to say, and I remembered some of the things. I remember the thing about my brother's video with my nephew, and then but I just remembered the other thing, and I even said, "I'll think of it. I'm not worried." Like I was not worried. I know y'all weren't worried. I'm like, "I'll think of it." I remembered what it was. I wanted to say this. The thing I wanted to say was that during Kenny Kinsey's testimony, which we have later on in the day, there's a lot of that's what she said opportunities. I didn't want to forget to say that, so that y'all can be on the lookout for when that happens. Yeah.
an evaluation before we start down that road for a half-a-day witness that may not add anything to the case. Thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor, State's certainly aware of the scope of reply testimony as it relates to the pathologists. There are actually a number of issues on which their pathologists challenge the findings of Dr. Riemer, and she's here to explain why those conclusions are incorrect, including his reliance on particular factors, and why ultimately his conclusions are wrong. I think that's directly in the scope of reply testimony.
100%.
My focus here on reply is not to just repeat testimony, but to focus on specific issues raised during the defense case.
And this is part of why, this is part of why we don't always see rebuttal in criminal cases, because it is potentially allowed, like in any case, but like you have, it's not just a given. Like, okay, how to explain? Okay, let me give you an example. Hopefully you guys, I'm not going to make any assumptions that you guys are familiar. Let me just briefly explain. So like, let's look at, we all know what direct and cross means, right? So direct and cross, like examination. So on direct, right? Directly related. They have to be asking questions that are directly related to the case, to the facts of the case. And again, they've had a chance to, prep the witness or meet with the witness, etc. But on cross, they have wider range of what they can go into, right? Because cross-examination. And then on redirect, and this is when, if you guys have heard in any trial, when it's during redirect and then you hear an objection, and the objection is beyond the scope of cross, that's what I'm about to refer to, which is on redirect. The rules are that's why it's called redirect. They can only redirect on things that were brought up in cross. So see how that makes it fair is fair, right? So again, on cross, they can kind of they have a wider range, they have more leeway. But this is where the balance is, right? Because they wouldn't want to go too far, right? Because a great example is when we heard all those times when the defense opened the door, right? That's a great example. So in other words, it's like, yeah, you can go there, but do you want to go there, right? Because then problems. So they can go into different things, right? But then they run the risk of then the state can go into it. And if you're on cross and you don't bring something up, then you can't go into it on redirect. So when they're on redirect questions have to be directly rebutting, right? Or redirecting, like what was brought up on cross and what was asked on cross. And that's why another way to reiterate this is you'll even hear attorneys say when they're on redirect, they'll refer to the other attorney that did cross. Let's say that it was Poot on cross, right? They'll be like on redirect and they'll be like, so Mr. Harpootlian was asking you blah, blah. The reason they say that, just so you know, if you're ever like, why do they all say that? They're setting that up as if to say, this is why this question is proper redirect, if that makes sense. So that it's in other words, they would rather prevent an objection that would, even if the objection would get overruled, they would rather prevent the objection in the first place because it disrupts their flow. So they're trying to, it's like a preventative measure. It's like getting your oil changed. That's not a good example. It's like, it's a preventative measure, right? Instead of like not saying it and then risking an objection and then it disrupts the flow and maybe the jury tunes out during the, whatever. So, yeah. Oh, I know, DSN. And we do see that. It's infuriating. Don't get me started on Carrie. Yes, I've watched all of that. I saw that. It was infuriating. And it had to be let me just say, it had to be objected to. It's not the judge. Rarely is the judge going to jump in, only when something like horrifying. I mean, it's just so rare. Like we all know, it would have been up to Hannah Gutierrez Reed's, Mr. Bowles. It would have been up to him to stop it, and that's why good defense attorneys matter, right? Because literally, if you have someone who's just sitting there like a bump on a log, or maybe they're making objections, but they're making the wrong objection, the prosecutor can, this is the point, right? Because it's like, not all prosecutors would try to get away with stuff, but some would, maybe most would. I don't really know. I mean, again, there's different strategies, but it's a personality thing, right? Like Carrie, the prosecutor from that trial, she was going to push it. I mean, that is her style. Like she is gonna, yeah. So anyway, yeah, it would have been up to Mr. Bowles to stop that from happening. And if he doesn't try, then she's just going to plow right through. So, yeah, but it is improper, and that's not, that's why it's helpful. What I love with like LawTube, it's helpful because to learn when you see things in trial and to know that that's not how it should go, right? Because otherwise you see trials, and of course they're all different, but you wouldn't really know. It would be easy to just watch a trial and it would be easy to be like, oh, I saw it in trial, so therefore it seems like that should be normal. Like, yeah, like I can understand being like, oh, I saw this happen in this trial, and clearly if that wasn't proper, it wouldn't have been happening. That's a totally reasonable thing to be thinking. But the problem is this, is that that's not how it works, right? It's really, it's up to, it's all about the attorneys, right? And as Judge Newman so eloquently puts it oftentimes in this trial, he's only there to weigh in on things where they disagree. It's really, he really does a great job of saying, this is between you guys. You guys have to work it out. And when you guys can't work it out, that's when I step in. Again, the example of like the parents and the children that are fighting, right? So anyway, but yeah, that's again, they're supposed to, it's supposed to be directly related to the cross, and not just a brand new direct. That's not how it's supposed to go. So, when you have good attorneys on both sides, you're more likely to see a trial that is being done following the rules correctly. I'll put it that way. So, yeah. So anyway, so again, the thing with the rebuttal is like, it's always an option, but it's a similar vibe where on a rebuttal case, the judge has to allow it. Like they have to, and we saw this discussion already here, where they have to make their case in other words, their case for rebuttal. Like, here's what we are going to rebut. And they have to give specific examples and bring in witnesses for these specific items. They can't just be another case in chief. So, yeah, that's the whole thing.
Specific witnesses have something that contradicts,
and that's what
in the
Creighton is
appropriate
saying,
context, and that is our focus. We intend to move very expeditiously through that. But ultimately, as it relates to the pathologist, just like Kenny Kinsey, it relates specifically to the conclusions offered by the defense experts.
And another thing too, I have to say, is that maybe potentially the other reason we don't always see rebuttals too in criminal trials, besides what I've already mentioned, but there could be an additional reason, which is this: we don't always see defense teams put on a case. Like a good example, like Lori Vallow, right? Like they have that option. They can just rest. They can just say, we don't have to prove anything. We can just rest, and they can just, that's it. No case. Like they're allowed to do that. Or other times we have the defense teams that might put on some sort of case, but maybe it's just, not worth trying to rebut. Like, I don't know. It could just be that the state is like, yeah, there's nothing here. Like, it's not, worth rebutting. Like, it's not gonna do any, like, I don't know, how do I put this nicely? Like they don't feel, how do I put it? Like, I guess they don't feel like the defense made any good points that would sway the jury, maybe. I don't know, but again, if you have a defense, like in this case, where they actually put on a case, they did bring in expert witnesses. Again, you don't always have that. But that can also be a factor too, right? Because again, you have to have the things to rebut in the first place. So.
Repetition of testimony already received, but comment on factors identified by those defense experts and why those are incorrect.
Your Honor, briefly, let's take Mr. Kinsey, for instance. There was testimony yesterday that our expert believes there were two shooters. Obviously, something that he was not asked. Obviously, something that's a new matter. Obviously, proper for reply. But there are minute details, perhaps, that will be these witnesses will be questioned about, and simply because there might be a hook doesn't mean they get to go into everything. I mean, this is again, this was an estimate, 3-week trial. We're now in week 6.
Irrelevant.
This will go into week 7.
It's
it
irrelevant.
seems to me the state's
honestly.
position is let no dead horse go unbeaten. This has got to stop.
Sit down, Coop.
Thank you.
Just sit down.
The defense, of course, when we had the meeting with Judge Price, at the time, we all agreed with that estimate. It was not just the state. I realize this is going along. I intend to move expeditiously.
Candace, how's your bread
The state has the right and the opportunity to do appropriate rebuttal evidence to the defense case.
So
and that
funny.
will be the focus
Guys,
of the testimony here today.
He's like
the right
what is he like?
they have is the same right
Gremlin or a
I have.
leprechaun
It's
or
the right you
he sits
allow.
funny. Goblin?
I just want to make
maybe?
sure he hadn't got a right to do anything. Thank you.
Well, certainly the state cannot retry the entire case.
Right.
But the state has the right to reply to contradict certain issues presented by the defense.
Are the same thing.
or certain issues of credibility. It has to be finely tailored, such that we don't create a situation where a court will be compelled to allow rebuttal, which is almost unheard of. You mentioned State v. Prather. That was my trial. I was a trial judge in that case.
That's
in
right,
Lexington
Judge. Didn't even
County,
get it.
a murder case wherein I allowed reply testimony, actually by a SLED agent. The Court of Appeals, in a 2-1 decision, reversed the conviction.
That's the right word.
Then the Supreme Court reversed the Court of Appeals and reinstated the conviction that was obtained
This is so.
before me. So it
What's
can
the
be
right
a
word?
controversial and
Go-
contentious
he's
issue.
quoting his own
Almost,
case.
almost always is.
Citing his own
because
case law, rather.
there has to be a limit to the back and forth. I'm surprised to hear the number of reply witnesses that the state says that it intends to offer.
Candace, I am sorry. You're okay. You're not the one making, but I'm sorry. I think, okay, so Candace, let me just make sure. Candace is going to Korea, flying to Korea soon. And it was the random girl who was making the bread. I'm sorry. My brain is again, it just got y'all's names confused because I'm, Murdaugh, but, so yes. So if she's listening, she's probably like, didn't know what I was even talking about, but yeah, I was just curious. So for random girl, like if you're listening still, we're curious on how your bread's doing and if your yeast is rising okay and what not.
I do not know. The case is so complex. We've had so much testimony. I cannot sit here in advance and rule as to what would be appropriate and what not. I just have to deal with it on an issue by issue, objection by objection basis. And with that,
that's
bring
consistent.
the jury.
Well done, Judge. That's just consistent with him the whole trial. You guys, this is direct, but the cross on this, you guys, it is insanity. This is insane. This is unhinged. This is bright and early in the morning, right? In trial. Right.
Thank you.
Bright and early in the morning.
You'll have a seat on the stand.
Starting off the day. Ronnie Crosby. Oh my God.
If you would state your name for the record and spell your last name, please.
Ronnie Crosby, Crosby.
Good morning, Mr. Crosby.
Good morning.
Just want to go over a few things very quickly in reply to some of the defense case. And the first thing I want to ask you is, you had previously testified about your close relationship with Paul, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
All right. And over the years, did you ever have call to ride around the property with Paul, yours or his?
Yeah, riding the property.
More on my property, but some on one or more occasions at Moselle as well.
What, if anything, would y'all carry when y'all rode around the property? Like
Here we
that?
go. Remember
Why? This is about
Yes.
Paul?
Response.
Yes, sir. This will be in specific response to the defendant's testimony.
So with all the stuff we just learned, I want you guys to think about something. We've heard few objections in this trial in general, right? You guys, the number of Poot objects. Okay. Objections have there's a lot of things. So the fact that Poot objects constantly to like every one of these questions means a lot. Like it means these questions matter. Like they don't want this like, in other words, this is bad for them. And it's really interesting because it's stuff that you'd be like, what the fuck? They're going to be talking about riding the property, hogs, guns. And without the context of what we just looked at, you might just be like, at this point, right? Like, you're like, why the fuck does it matter? Like, it doesn't make a difference here or there. Hogs, guns, whatever the fuck, like he did it, blah, blah. But remember these little details, right? Because here they are they're rebutting what the defense, the rebuttal, what they're rebutting is Alex's testimony. That's what they're rebutting with the attorneys, right? The experts are going to rebut the other experts, but the lay witnesses, as in the attorneys, are rebutting Alex's testimony. That's the point. And Alex said that they rode the property without guns. And as I was saying before, that's actually a huge deal because it's nonsensical. And what's the point of that? Well, it's like I said, they had guns with them. And what guns would they have been? Well, then that's what leads you into the Hogs. So we're going to see. But just notice how much Pooh objects.
I can be specific.
It's unusual. It's highly unusual.
I can ask another question and maybe put it in focus, Your Honor.
Okay.
All right. You heard prior testimony that
lounge
you don't go
lizard
around
Creighton.
looking for hogs in the daytime because they're nocturnal from the defendant. Did you not?
Oh, we heard
Are you
that.
familiar that was what was said?
Objection, Your Honor, if it's based on what he's
Again,
heard
look
or
at that,
seen.
guys.
I mean, is this
It's a big deal. It's a big deal.
a comment made to him, or if we're going to delve into the appropriate
This is a big
way
deal.
to hunt
He
hogs
does not want
day or night? I mean, this is not proper reply. I object.
Wow.
All right.
I'm
Going
sorry.
back.
I was going to edit the ticker. I have to. I have for lounge lizard Creighton, but this is insane. Like the jury. Here's what I mean. Okay, the jury is going to notice this because there's been so few objections that even if he gave a legal objection, even if he gave a proper legal objection without getting all animated, but he was objecting a lot more, the jury would notice that because again, they're going to hear it and it's going to be like, they may not really understand what's going on. Like it might just register as a change of pace, but that's enough to be like, oh, something's different, right? Let alone for Poot to then be giving these speaking objections and getting all animated. He's drawing so much attention. What that says to me is that the risk versus reward balance is that he so much does not want this testimony coming in that he's not even concerned about the risk of the attention his behavior would be drawing to the jury here. He's giving these long speaking objections. It's really crazy. And he's like really like angry kind of. I mean, not angry, but like he really is fighting. Whereas before he'll do the speaking objections, but he's really more grandstanding or he's trying to like actually testify, or like this is just it's different. Hopefully you guys know what I mean. I'm trying to find my lounge lizard Creighton to update my ticker here. Where the heck? Oh, there it is. Okay, great. We're on 304 for that. Love it. Love it, Creighton. Love it. All right.
Yeah, if you don't mind asking a question again.
Sure. All right. The first question is,
I know, right?
have you gone
Yeah,
riding
Poot.
around the property with your property or the Moselle property with Paul before?
I have.
All right. And what, if anything, would y'all carry when you would go riding the property?
Okay, before you start, yeah, the ticker. So I only pull up the ticker once we start the new testimony. So that's part of it too. Like, because if we're talking about like what the truck or whatever, and then so I try to bring the ticker up as soon as we start the the next new batch of testimony. So you didn't forget anything. In other
I believe
words,
the only time I rode with Paul was would have been looking for hogs, and more so on my property.
All right. And what, if anything, would you carry when y'all were looking for hogs?
Your Honor, riding with Paul on his property, not
This is
Moselle.
insane.
Objection's overruled.
This is insane. You guys, every
People who
question.
have hogs on their
insane.
property, as a
never see
general
that.
rule,
Many objections
you
back
would
to back.
always take a rifle
Really?
with you, be it day or night, because you never know when you're going to see hogs, and because they are such a nuisance, as I spoke to earlier in my testimony, you always want to be prepared to shoot them. So you would generally have some type of rifle and we with you, a long gun.
Your Honor, he's giving an opinion. He's not been qualified as an expert.
Wow.
Objection's overruled.
Wow. Wow.
All right. You've had plenty of experience in killing hogs on your property?
Yes, I would disagree with Mr. Harpootley, and I am pretty much an expert about killing hogs.
All right. And you've had plenty of opportunity to go.
I know. So Candace is saying, I don't understand what Putin's trying to prevent. I know it's confusing because it seems like of all the things, right? Like when you've got all the experts and all this stuff, and here we are talking about hogs and riding the property. In order to answer the question of what he's trying to prevent, we have to first remember to recognize that this testimony is important. And if it's not clear or immediately obvious of why it's important, it means we're missing something. Like, you know what I mean? Because it's important. So, and again, I put this video together before I did the video of What the Truck, even though we started with What the Truck. Like I did that video this morning. So when I was putting this video together, I can speak to this because I myself was like, what? Why are we going over this again? Like literally, I was like, why are we going over this again? It's funny with the hog, like it's funny, but I'm like, why are we going over? And I literally was asking that question. Why is Poot, like, what is his deal? It didn't make sense until this morning, to me, at least, when I put together What the Truck and I heard what John Marvin said in his interview, because you're going to hear it again when Mark Ball takes the stand, and it'll register. The key thing, remember, I don't want to spoil it, but keep in your minds the word pistol, because we don't hear pistols talked about very often in the trial, right? Very rarely. I think maybe only in reference to potentially Alex keeping a pistol in his truck at some point in like the glove compartment. But that's pretty much it. And then maybe with the side of the road, but we don't really hear about pistols, right? They're not ever talking about firing pistols. No one talks about no one talks about going hunting with a pistol for hogs. No one talks about that. It's just not even, we've not heard that. So keep that in your minds because it's going to be relevant later. And remember what John Marvin said in his interview as to what Alex told him. That Alex said to John Marvin, right? And again, this isn't in the trial, but we know this. So Alex said to John Marvin, oh yeah, Paul and I were riding the property and we were shooting a pistol. And this will click because it's the point is that, remember when I said it's a half truth, half lie? Creighton is here. Creighton understands. Creighton knows. And Creighton's got it. Like, he's like, yeah, there's no fucking way they would have a pistol. And that's what he's trying to get at. Right? So I think this will, right. Finding out they ride with guns. Exactly. They ride with guns. And which guns? Remember, because they don't have the murder weapons. Remember, guys, it's easy to forget. They don't have the murder weapons. And they're still, the defense, when they put on their case, tried to, one of the many things they're trying to, the children and whatnot, but also they tried to make it seem like there was no way to tie these guns back to Alex, or that the guns would be awkward or unlikely or whatever, right? Distance the guns from him. So not only were they riding with guns, but which guns? Because remember, the state is going to be like, it's the family guns, because they have to be able to, they have to have some theory about it because we don't have the murder weapons, right? And that's where, again, having the earlier testimony from Paul's friends where they had used those weapons on the property before, and and all that earlier, way earlier in the trial. But basically, like, again, anything that's going to tie it back to Alex, they still have to tie the weapons back to Alex, and it's harder to do when you don't have the weapons. So yeah, hopefully that makes sense.
Objection, Your Honor. I apologize to the
This is
witness.
insane.
And you've had
Let me rewind.
to go hunt.
Hold on, let me rewind this
Have
real quick,
them
'cause this is
hunt on
insane.
your
Yeah.
This change
or the
is
Moselle property with.
so good.
Because you never know when you're going to see hogs, and because they are such a nuisance, as I spoke to earlier in my testimony, you always want to be prepared to shoot them. So you would generally have some type of rifle and we with you, a long gun.
Objection, Your
A
Honor. He's
long
giving an
gun.
opinion. He's not
A
been
long
qualified
gun.
as an expert.
Objection overruled.
All right. You've
Hold
had.
on, real quick. Also, the specific languaging used by the defense experts, Mr. Palmbach, the dude who was the expert that said the one who suggested or offered that potentially there were two shooters, and I was saying that according to him they were above, so like in the ceiling, and then they got injured because of the blood in the eyes. That dude, the dude who worked at the Henry C. Lee place. So that dude kept saying it didn't make any sense for someone to bring 2 long guns. Remember, he kept saying that. He kept saying it'd be awkward, and he kept saying long guns, like it wouldn't make any sense. And so it specifically matters that Ronnie Crosby said long guns there, I think, too.
Any of experience in killing
He
hogs
says you
on
would
your
use a long
property?
gun.
Yes, I would disagree with Mr. Harpootly, and I am pretty much an expert about killing hogs.
All right. And
Fuck
you've
yeah.
had plenty of opportunity to go hunting with Paul.
Objection, Your Honor. I apologize to the witness.
And you've had plenty of opportunity to go hunting with Paul, or have him
Creighton
hunt
does such
on
a
your
good
property.
job of not being
Yes, I've
rattled
been
by
with
him.
him, and he's been on my property many more times.
Creighton
I
doesn't
didn't
get
go with him
rattled
every
by
time
him.
he was on my property, but that's the general rule, that you would have a rifle of some sort. Paul,
there it is.
as this jury's been told over and over, was fond of that 300 blackout. I've been with him while he had it. I usually use some other type of.
I mean, literally every single person, countless people have got up on this stand and testified. Paul would riding the property, bring guns. You're going to always have a 300 blackout. You might have a shotgun, but like Paul loved that 300 blackout. They always had a gun riding the property. Every single person said that except for Alex. It's insane.
Our framed gun to shoot hogs.
A 223.
Well, 223 or a 6.5 Creedmoor, which is on a AR-10 frame.
Is it common though to carry your rifle and look for hogs in the daytime and to see hogs in the daytime?
This is rebutting Alex's
Yes,
testimony
you
again.
don't always see them. Sometimes night's better if you're using a night vision scope.
Alex said you wouldn't
I've
do
killed
that.
hundreds of hogs in the daytime riding. It's just something, because there's such a nuisance in the low country and really across the state right now and across the South, that we have a rule that you don't ride the property without a rifle, because you
There
want
you
to
go.
try to eliminate as
This
many
is
hogs as you
important,
can,
Tess.
and we
It
also
really
trap
is.
them.
It's
Your observation
proving
that
he
Alec
had
have a
fucking
good
gun.
relationship with the local law enforcement community.
My observation was Alex had a very good relationship with, probably better than the rest of us, saving his father.
Did you on multiple occasions go over in great detail Alex's original story as to what he did on the night of the murders?
On more than one occasion, we discussed his story, as I testified to, I don't know how many weeks ago that was, but it was a while.
And what, if anything, did the defendant tell you about whether or not he checked Paul and Maggie before calling 911?
My understanding of what he told me was that he checked them before he called 911.
And was he clear on that point to you?
That was clear to me.
When was the first time you've heard the defendant's latest story admitting that he was in fact at the kennels minutes before the victims were killed?
I haven't watched all of this trial like a lot of people have, but when I heard that Alex was taking the stand, I believe it was last Thursday, I did set up my workstation so that I could watch his testimony, and it would have been when he told you that he was at the kennels was the first time that I'd ever heard that.
Insane. He heard it.
Did Alec ever tell you that he thought the boat case had
You guys, that is actually really, so the other people, a lot of them heard it before the trial. Like, I think he's the first person and maybe only person who says he learns that. Dude, that's insane. He learned it at the trial when Alex was on the stand. Like, he didn't, because he hadn't been paying attention to the whole thing. Oh my God.
with the murders?
Like, from Alex's
Consistent
mouth.
with what Alex
That's
told
horrifying.
in his testimony, he specifically told me that, and told us that he did not believe that anyone on the boat had anything to do with it. I don't recall any other conversations with him related to the boat case, but he specifically did not believe, and I think that's what he said last week, that anybody on the boat. But as far as anybody outside, there was a lot of speculation going on, but I don't remember ever discussing that with him.
With him.
Right, because we wouldn't know. I mean, everything beyond was I don't know. It would have been speculation, but I didn't have a conversation with him about that.
Did you ever have a conversation with the defendant about Barrett Boulware needing money because of his illness?
And you're referring to, yes, I did, I believe it would have been June of 2018.
What was that discussion?
Barrett and Alec were what I consider to be very close.
Improper reply.
Hear him objecting again. Wow. It's not improper reply. Alex talked about
Yes, sir. The defendant during cross-examination was specifically asked about this particular transaction and that we're about to discuss. And Mr. Crosby's testimony would be in response to what the defendant said about the money, and in as much as he tried to imply that, well, Barrett kind of owed me money anyway.
That's literally, I remember that. You guys remember that?
Him stealing money from one of his best friends.
He did not ask him about a conversation he had with Mr. Crosby about that money. This isn't proper reply. This is going off on another tangent.
This is a speaking objection.
Rule the objection.
Dang, you guys.
Can you tell us about that conversation, please?
Yes,
not a good one.
and if my year's wrong, but I believe, because I didn't know exactly what you were going to ask me, and I can go back and look at documents, but I'm sure it's in one of these exhibits when that occurred, the materials that Ms. Seckinger put in. I believe in June of 2018, Barrett, who was a good friend of Alex, a lot closer to me. I think they were, in my perception, very close friends. But I had become friends with him and had done a couple of real estate transactions with him. That summer, I received a call from his son-in-law. Barrett was in the Mayo Clinic with stage 4 colon cancer.
Wow.
Objection's overruled.
I do know for a fact that he was in the Mayo Clinic being treated for stage 4 colon cancer, and I received a call as to whether I could help Barrett financially.
Your Honor, hearsay, a call.
Wow. Again.
Because his wife did not have enough money to stay. Barrett had some waterfront lots.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay. All this material came from somebody else.
The objection overruled.
I do know this from firsthand knowledge, Mr. Waters. I had already bought a lot from him, but anyway, he had a lot that he asked if I would buy so that they would have money to be able for his wife to stay down in Jacksonville while he was receiving cancer treatments. And I had a conversation with Alec about that.
Tell us about the conversation you had with Alec about that, please.
I just told him, man, it's bad. Barrett's looks like he's going to die, and he did die in September of that year. And he acknowledged it, and he said that it was good what I was doing for Barrett because he knew that he was in bad financial shape.
You guys,
and obviously bad health.
Dude, so not only is Alex stealing this money from his best friend when his best friend is dying of cancer and needs the money, not only that, but Ronnie has just testified and told us now that not only that, but Alex was aware that Barrett's financial position was so bad that he was essentially not borrowing money, but asking for help from Ronnie Crosby. And Ronnie Crosby was helping him by buying property from him that it sounds like Ronnie didn't really potentially need or want the property, but he was trying to help him out, right? Like, I'll buy this property from you because you're in a bad spot, right? So he's stealing from his best friend and knowing that one of his other best friends and law partner is also financially carrying a burden to try and help out the friend who's sick, who needs money because Alex is stealing it. Wow.
And You're
In fact,
obviously a
in
member
other
of this
words,
law firm, and your
in
review
fact,
of the
Ronnie
records
Crosby,
as all of this
he
came to light,
had barely
did that
learned
conversation
Jason
take place
thing.
around the time that the defendant was stealing some of Barrett's money?
Yes, through this investigation that y'all have heard about into the financial stuff starting in early September of 2021, we started going through a lot of files, and as part of that process, somewhere I determined that in June of 2018, I believe, and I can't tell you the exact figure, but I believe it was a $70-something thousand insurance check that came to the firm on behalf of Mr. Boulware that didn't go through the firm. It was just Alec took it that same month that we had that conversation. And then later there was some more money taken after he died.
States 575, see if you recognize that.
Oh, you guys. This is the fake David Owens.
Is that one of the sled agents?
This is so good. This is so good.
Is that David Williams?
Well, I'm asking you.
I believe that's David Williams.
Okay. Your Honor, this time I'd offer States 575 and up.
This is so
Section
good.
relevance.
Another
What is,
objection.
relevance?
Your Honor, the defendant specifically testified that when he had that initial interview with David Owen on June 8th, as he...
This is a perfect example of the Fifth Amendment. When they reiterate that in the court of law for the defendant and they're deciding to take the stand, right? Anything you say can be used against you. For example, this rebuttal test, for example, this, that's how this is rebuttal on the testimony.
manufactured his decision to lie about such a crucial fact, it was because he thought that David Williams was the guy interviewing him. This is simply a picture of David Williams.
Beautiful.
We can
Beautiful.
assess the legitimacy of that claim.
Yep.
Never ever said David Williams. He said,
No, he did say David Williams. But in other words, what Creighton is saying is the jury can decide if that looks like David Owen, because they've already met David Owen. The jury already met David Owen. He already was testified. Like, the jury gets to decide, does that look like you could possibly confuse the two? It's amazing.
that's the record. He
Objection,
never
vote.
said it was that guy.
He did.
It's admitted over objection.
Can I have the Elmo, please?
Yay, Elmo.
That's who you recognize as David
Y'all.
Williams?
Y'all.
Yes, I didn't know him. I got to know him through this investigation, and I do believe he was the agent that was involved in the case with Chief Greg Alexander that was referenced.
Clearly not David Owen, though, correct?
Well, that's not David Owen.
Yeah.
Have you ever tried cases with Alec?
I handled a lot of cases with Alec. I believe the only case I tried to jury with Alec was actually here in this courtroom.
Wow. That, you guys didn't hear
Being able to get him.
that. Can you imagine? That is so insane. The only case that he says that he actually tried that jury, right? Because they usually settle with Alex, was in this very courtroom. And here he is again with Alex in this courtroom. I just think
Emotional during that closing argument?
Yes, as a couple months ago when we talked and you asked me what kind of lawyer Alec was, and I told you he was a good lawyer, and one of the things that I think I explained to you was that he was a theatrical type presence in the courtroom, and he could get very emotional doing closing
we saw
arguments
that
in front of a jury.
when he did his.
Thank you. Please answer any questions of the defense.
I hate to go here, but let's talk about hog hunting, which I know nothing about, okay?
You might not want to go there then.
No kidding.
I've been here so long,
Y'all,
I think
get
I probably
ready.
do need to learn how to hog hunt.
This is insane.
But I guess my first question is this. Did you ever ride Moselle with Alec? Did you ride around Moselle with Alec?
Probably. I know I dove hunted there, so I believe I rode on a Ranger, but I don't ever remember doing
That's
much
the
riding
ATV.
with Alec at Moselle, but I know I dove hunted there, and sure, I rode in a Ranger or some type of ATV with Alec, but I don't have a specific.
Well, when you're riding around dove hunting, you got a gun with you, right?
You would?
Would you take a shotgun to hunt dove?
Yes.
Would you take an AR weapon too?
No.
Why? I mean, them hogs are out there, right?
Well, they don't usually come in a dove field when you're shooting dove, so
Well,
I don't know. You just wouldn't, Mr. Hartpootlian, typically. I mean,
but daytime, you're riding around the property, you got a shotgun. You got a slug in that shotgun, or are you using bird shot?
you would shoot bird shot.
Okay. So if a hog came up, nothing you could do.
If a hog came into a dove field with a bunch of dove hunters,
Well, maybe
they
you're
would
on your
shoot
way.
at him regardless.
Maybe you're on your way to the dove field.
Oh my
You
God.
know, the dove field's not right next to the house, is it?
Yes, it's right within a few hundred yards.
Bordered by the swamp?
The swamp's on one end of it, yeah.
Okay. And where do the hogs live during the day, primarily?
Well, they can live in a swamp, they can live in a bay, you know, it can be anywhere, but largely in the swamp.
The swamp.
I know, you guys,
So a
this
hog
is-
could have come out of that swamp.
We're gonna go to the
Yes.
swamp with the
You're
hogs
unarmed.
for a minute.
As I said, if a hog came in a dove field near somebody dove hunting, they would probably shot it with bird shot.
Would that kill a hog?
If it was close enough, but unlikely.
But unlikely. So you have, in fact, ridden around Moselle without a gun to kill a hog, appropriate gun to kill a hog.
Well, yes, if I was going over to the dove field, I wouldn't have one.
But you've never ridden as Paul and Alec did that afternoon, just looking at different, like where deer, what do they call them? Where they plant stuff for deer?
Food plots?
Yeah. Or looking around at how these fruit trees were doing. Remember the Snapchat video?
I've never done that with Alec, and that I recall, but I could have in the past, but I don't have a specific recollection.
Or where they planted some corn for, I guess, used corn for deer and ducks?
You do, but you don't plant them in the same spot.
No, I get that. One would be near a pond or in a
Incredible.
pond or around a pond.
Correct, they had a duck pond.
Right, and then others would just be out where the deer might come out and try to feed, right? Look, we don't need to go there.
Yeah, I don't think, yeah.
Okay, but you've never rode around like that with them, looking at different plantings and that you remember.
I don't have a specific recollection of doing that with Alex.
Okay,
there.
but would you're not telling this jury that they would do that without a blackout? They could. I mean, would it bother you or offend you or scare you that they're riding around the property during the daytime without the blackout?
No, I was answering questions about what's normal if you were looking for hogs or if we were just riding my property. I mean, most people carry a gun, but no, I have no idea what they had with them or what they were doing.
And I think Alec testified they were looking for signs of hogs because you could come back. It'd be a lot easier to find those hogs at night, right? They come out more likely at night than they do during the day.
They can become nocturnal when they have a lot of pressure, but as I said before, we've shot a lot of hogs in the daytime.
Sure.
You can ride up on them and yeah.
But has anybody testified they were out looking to shoot hogs that afternoon?
Oh, for fuck's sake.
I don't know what all the testimony's been in this
Okay.
trial.
Yeah, he's not even watching.
All
He
I'm
said
saying
that.
is there seems to be some implication they would
He said
not
he
ride
left
around the
Alex.
property without an AR or some sort of blackout. You can't testify to that, right?
I cannot.
Okay. So let's talk a little bit about what you heard from Alec the night of June 7th. You would agree with me that
Like, you guys see where Poot was trying to go there? That whole line of questioning was to get to that last question for him to be like, you know, yeah, it's possible they rode the property without bringing these guns. That's his whole thing. That's where he's like, you know, the whole thing with pigs too.
let's
I mean,
ask
it's
it this
just
way.
like,
What your practice is primarily personal injury, is that correct?
It is.
Catastrophic injuries.
Well, I handle a lot of catastrophic injury cases.
Cases, for instance, where a husband and wife are riding down the road and hit by a tractor trailer. And by way of example, maybe you could give me something more specific. Husband's killed, wife's severely injured. that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Now, is it your experience in people who undergo, maybe they're not hurt, but their loved one is hurt, maybe killed, in that situation, that's a traumatic experience for the surviving person, correct? To see their loved one killed?
Yes.
Okay. And so when you sit down with those folks and begin to recount with them what happened that night, oftentimes, I do a little work like you do, oftentimes...
Yeah, I agree that none of this seems effective. And I think that part of the reason is Poot is, he's, what's the right way to put it? He's like kind of, not rattle isn't the right word, but he's like his emotions are heightened, and it's, okay, let me put it this way. When we see Dr. Riemer, who I think is exactly next after Ronnie Crosby, and you can see her sitting there. If you look right behind on the left-hand side of the screen, you can see her sitting there. She's watching this, okay? When you see her, the way he questions her, well, actually, you know what? I wonder if that's part of it. What if this was a strategy? Now I'm wondering if this was a strategy because he knows she's watching. I wonder if part of his whole thing was, well, you guys will see a very different testimony from Dr. Riemer, and you guys will see also Poot questioning differently than he is now, and you guys will see what's effective and what does what. And here, remember, Poot's going up against an attorney, right, who can handle it and who knows, they've known each other and all that. It's interesting because I hadn't thought about it until now, but I wonder if part of this was to rattle Dr. Riemer, knowing that she's watching. It's entirely possible. But yes, I think additionally he was trying to stop, like in terms of on direct, he definitely was trying to keep that from coming in. Now he's definitely grasping at straws. He's definitely desperate. And I think that with all of that too, it could also be to serve this purpose of with knowing he knows she's watching, which is an interesting dynamic. Usually there's a witness exclusionary rule, right? But in this trial, as we know, the only person who didn't watch the whole thing is Ronnie Crosby. Literally everyone else is there all day, every day, or watching. Like that's just completely the opposite of usually, what happens. But because of that, this could be actually why that rule exists typically. And I guess it's not really a rule, it's just a common procedure, but this could maybe be an example of why that's good practice beyond the problem with like people changing testimony or whatever. But beyond that, the fact that he knows she's watching, I don't know. We'll see what you guys think.
Misremember or get times wrong, or because they went through this very traumatic experience, and the closer to that experience, the more likely they are to get some things wrong. Times, for instance. Is that your experience?
They can, but I also find that people who have been involved in traumatic experiences try to be
like he's not going to get any headway on this anymore, no matter what. Like it's just not.
Try to be very accurate with the details because they know it's important to me representing them.
And typically, you don't go out to the scene of the crime and interview, or the scene of the accident and interview them that night, do you? Typically?
Well, typically you don't because you don't know it's happened.
You guys see where he's going with this? Would I in my mind, I'm like, you know what? This is Poot. Like, dude, it's a dumb question because Alex was interviewed many times, not just on that night, and his times were always wrong. So they were consistent with each other, and they were always wrong until he was proved wrong with the data. So
sometimes
then he
they
changed
used to do that, but they don't do that anymore, right?
That would be very rare.
So you're seeing them in your office weeks later?
It can be. It can be days, can be weeks.
Okay. And in that atmosphere, it's a little more conducive to them being as accurate as possible, right?
It is, but oftentimes we also have the benefit of recorded interviews when there's a catastrophic injury. Typically, the highway patrol will try to interview people as quickly as they can, and they will. We oftentimes have it on video off a dash cam or sometimes body cam, but and a lot of times written statements.
And written statements from witnesses who saw it happen.
Correct.
And so when you interview those people, they have the benefit of reviewing whatever you have to help them get a better recollection of what happened, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So the instance you're talking about where Alec told you he turned him over before
Oh, for fuck's sake.
he made the 911 call, whatever it was, I'm not quite sure. Before, I think is what you said. If that would be inconsistent with something he says later on, after having reviewed other people's statements, looking at video, that would not be unusual in your business.
For anyone who's like, why does this matter? This is so pointless. Let me explain why this part matters. This is this specifically what they're talking about here is this whole thing with the 911 call where remember when Alex was on the stand, he made a big deal about the fact that he checked Maggie and Paul while he was on the 911 call. And the reason this matters is this, because the point that the prosecution was trying to bring up is that Alex only said that, again, just like what DSN was saying earlier, which echoes what Creighton says, which is he's changing his story to fit the new facts when he's presented with them. It's that, right? Because what happened was that OnStar GPS didn't come in, as you guys know, until last minute. And once that came in, he had to try to explain how the heck he parked his car, saw that they were dead, right? Checked them, came back to the car, and called 911 all in 17 seconds. And meanwhile, didn't get any blood on him. So he had to now try to fit within that time frame. That was the new information. It was that time frame. So because of the 17 seconds, he had to change his story and say, oh, well, I checked them while I was on the phone with 911 to make it seem plausible that, well, yeah, in 17 seconds, he could have pulled up, realized they were dead, and then called 911. So that's why this matters, because it's him changing facts. It's either him changing facts to fit the new information or changing his story to fit the facts that have just come in, or it's whatever Poot is trying to suggest. Alex was just confused, whatever.
You just said it would not be unusual, correct? Look, strike that.
You're trying to take me somewhere that you probably don't want to.
Oh, no, I think I want to.
Answer the question.
Withdraw the question. Let me ask you this question. Maybe this gets to the meat matter here.
Who is not?
If you had to come out of pocket to pay back the money he stole.
Who gets mad? You guys wait. Oh my God, this is insane.
Yes, and if you...
How much? And don't tell me you don't know.
Well, we're still counting, Mr. Hart-Bootley.
Well, how much have you paid so far?
We have had to borrow millions to pay back.
No, how much have you had to come out of pocket?
Well, when you borrow it, you got to pay it back, and I couldn't tell you how much has exactly been paid back as of we sit here today. But yes, and if you're implying that I would come in here and somehow shade truth in any way because of that, I would take high offense with that, Mr. Hart-Bootley.
I'm concerned about your high offense. Are you angry at him for stealing your money?
I have no feeling one way or the other.
I don't have any feeling about Alex Murdaugh betraying you and stealing your money. I admire you. I don't know that.
Objection. Counsel's testifying.
Sustained. There's not a question. The jury is the
Oh, I guess Creighton actually said that. That's funny.
You're not angry with Alex Murdaugh?
I have had anger with him, extreme anger, Mr. Hart-Bootley, because of what he did to my law firm, my partners, my client, his clients, our clients, what he did to his family, what he's did to so many people. Yes, I experienced a lot of anger. But you can't walk around with anger. You have to find a way to deal with it and move forward. And I have done that. And if you suggest you are dead wrong if you think I've come in here and told this jury something because of money.
Really,
when we're talking about two people who were brutally murdered, then you're headed in the wrong direction.
Do you think he did it?
I don't have an opinion. I don't have the benefit of the materials you have.
That was risky.
Well, let me ask you this.
You didn't know what I was
going
to say.
Stole millions of dollars from your firm. You admit your firm's not even called the Murdaugh firm anymore, right?
Well, it was never called the Murdaugh.
It is not. I don't admit that I'm angry
called
right now. I told you I've gotten away from that. I don't have any feelings because you can't walk around with anger. I have been very, very angry about it because of what he's done. And he did it in a very callous way, a very deceitful way.
And you carry no, I'm sorry, maybe I just saw some anger there. Were you angry just a moment ago?
No,
Fuck
you
you,
keep
Pooh.
trying to push a question.
Yeah, he's
and don't
angry
want to
at
accept
you,
my
Pooh.
answer, which is what it is.
But he's doing that on purpose. Let me just this is, let me just pause. Pooh is doing this on purpose. He wants, okay, he's trying to get Ronnie to be angry so he can try to make it be like, look, you're angry. And so your testimony is biased or whatever. When in fact, Ronnie is angry at Poot. Like, rightfully so. But again, that's Poot what Poot wants. Poot doesn't care who he's mad at as long as he acts angry. Let me just rewind this a second because I was talking.
And you carry no, I'm sorry, maybe I just saw some anger there. Were you angry just a moment ago?
No, you keep trying to push a question and don't want to accept my answer, which is what it is.
That you've just given your Zen, your Nirvana, your whatever the...
Your Honor, objection.
Yeah.
Mr.
forgiven
Harpootlian,
him?
I came to the scene of these murders to support my partner. I was there. I saw things that hadn't even been talked about in this courtroom. I was there. I love Paul very much. I thought I knew who Alec was. I did not. And it's hard to you might not understand, but it's hard to walk around with anger, and hard to even walk around with it when it's with somebody who you didn't know and didn't understand.
True.
So
Facts.
you might have be that way, but you know, I've got to function, I've got a family, I got to move on with life.
Yep.
Were you aware that he went to rehab in 2017?
I was not,
Really?
other than what was said by Alec in this courtroom.
You never were aware he had a drug problem?
I was unaware.
Okay.
Of course.
Sort of.
And if I would have been known, I would have tried to help him.
How you guys, y'all, again, I know we've talked about, but just from another thought of like, again, I've known people who've been alcoholics and drug addicts and stuff like that. And you guys likely have, or maybe you just know of somebody, but Alex has got to be the only drug addict, quote unquote, in the history of time, especially one who was really well connected with friends and family and working and around people, right? Like out and about, plenty of people around. He's got to be the only one who maintained an addiction for, according to him, decades, and literally no one knew. Like how that doesn't, I mean, I feel like if you were to ask most addicts, they would say it's really hard to maintain one of the things that they end up, one of the things that they end up, using, like the reason they go to rehab, the reason they seek help is because everyone around them tells them like, hey, you need help. Like in other words, everyone notices. It's just, he's got to be the only one ever in history where it's like nobody noticed. It's just so implausible. It is absolutely ridiculous. Yes. Yeah.
You indicated that he could be emotional in trying a case, correct?
He could be. He was theatric, much like his father and grandfather had a courtroom theatrics, and he could be emotional.
Any of your other partners that way? Johnny Parker?
No, Johnny's quite the opposite. Johnny's very
Laconic, I believe, is the best way to describe it.
he doesn't show emotion.
Nobody else in your firm was theatric or emotional?
Not to Alex level.
You don't know any other lawyers in the state that go to that level?
The fuck, Pooh? How is he supposed to say
You're
what?
asking me a question right now. I don't know. You might.
The entire
yourself.
state?
I don't know. I don't know
Like
what
he
other
knows every
lawyers do. I'm
attorney?
usually trying cases against defense attorneys, so I don't get to see plaintiffs' lawyers anymore.
Okay. Well, I want to thank you for. Well, let me ask you one last thing. This Bullware guy.
This
that he
Bullware
stole
guy,
all the money
you
from?
knew him. Oh my god.
Mr. Bullware, remember him?
Yes,
This
I remember.
Bullware
How much
guy.
money did you steal from him? Do you remember?
He stole 70-something thousand in June of 2018. Mr. Bulwer died in September, I believe, of 2018, and I believe another 270-something thousand after Mr. Bulwer's death, sometime in or around February of 2019.
Have you and your partners paid Mr. Boulware's estate or his folks back?
Yes, I met with them personally.
Okay. And even though it's cost you your firm and it's cost millions of dollars to you, you have forgiven him? You bear him no ill?
I didn't say I forgave him.
You're just not angry about it anymore?
I said I have no feelings. And I had to work on that, Mr. Harpootlian. You know, when you go through what we've gone through, not only the trauma of losing people we loved in a double homicide, seeing the aftermath, and then learning that someone you worked with for more than 20 years had been stealing throughout a period of time and deceiving us, there's a lot of emotion there. And yes, it was bad in the fall of 2021, and I have found a way to have no feelings. It's not forgiveness, it's just I don't have any feelings. You're not
angry here today? You're not angry at him at all?
I'm not angry. If I raise my voice, it's only because of the implication that you were trying to make out of it.
The implication that you might not want to help him in front of this jury here today because let me finish the question, because he destroyed your firm. He stole millions of dollars you had to pay back. He deceived you. All that's away and is not influencing your testimony here today at all. If you'd answer that yes or no, then you can explain.
All those things happened, and it does not influence my testimony. I take the oath that I just took very seriously. And if you've got any indication that anything I said was inaccurate, I'll be glad to address it with you.
Well, the jury can judge that. Thank you.
Wow. Wow.
How long did you know Alec?
Rude.
Since the late 90s.
And knowing what you know now, was he able to look you in your eye and lie convincing to you day in and day out?
He did.
And was he able to look juries in the eye and display emotion?
Objection, Your Honor. That is not appropriate redirect. And it's leading.
The objection is sustained.
For leading.
Mr. Harpootlian asked you about some of the things that you have gone through.
Lounge lizard.
And is your issue with Mr. Harpootlian's questioning the implication that you would come in and shade things in front of this jury?
Objection, leading.
What is your concern with Mr. Harpootlian's questioning of you? Can you express that to the jury, please?
I just have to say, how like, or ask rather, how amazing, like, it is really, how does Creighton do such a good job of just not getting bothered at all? Not even annoyed with Poop. Like, he's literally completely, it's not even like he's faking to not be annoyed or trying to act like literally, he's just completely not affected. And not in not in a rude way, not like he's just like ignoring him. It's just, he's like so chill. Like, I don't even know what's the right word. Like he's very centered, I guess. You know what I mean? It's like, it's not like he's not acknowledging him or not listening. It's just, and I agree. Creighton's suit does fit really well. He looks really nice today in this suit, actually. Like, yeah, it's a nice colored shirt on him too. But yeah, he's just not, Poop's annoying me, right? You know, he's frustrating me. Obviously, I just think it's really amazing that he's just not even affected. That's exactly right. And yeah. It's just really, I really admire that about him, for sure.
I just went through with you sitting up on the stand having to deal with this. What is your problem with what he was trying to say?
Well, I fortunately, to start with, I took an oath to tell the truth. But we as lawyers also have oaths and obligations to a court. And it goes a lot deeper than just that oath. We are bound by rules of professional conduct, ethical rules that I take very seriously as a lawyer. To my knowledge, I enjoy a very good reputation as far as being a person of integrity. And that's what I took issue with, is him attempting, because he cannot impugn my
There you go.
integrity.
There you go. Yeah.
That's fair.
Bravo.
Would you
Lounge lizard
take a 22
creation.
if you went out looking for hogs?
Possibly a 22 Magnum, which is a long rifle.
Long gun.
Rifle?
Yes.
Long
You take a long
gun.
rifle, not a pistol, is that correct?
Yet again.
Yeah, I would never, I'm not a good shot with a pistol, but I would never take a pistol.
Would never take a pistol.
And
Okay.
what was Paul's favorite gun?
Remember, that's the thing where it's like, again, I put this together before I watched the John Marvin interview. And I was like, again, like I said before, I'm like, what's the deal with this pistol? It didn't really connect until it was like, oh, wow. And again, it's interesting because again, it didn't come into the trial, like I said, but it is interesting. But again, Creighton knew. Creighton would have seen this interview with John Marvin. And it's just so interesting that Alex said to them at the time that he took a pistol with Paul. And I think that's where that's coming in. Not to mention the fact that, again, like the defense expert was like, oh yeah, the long guns were silly and you wouldn't take them or whatever. So there's that.
Shooting hogs with.
I knew he always had a 300 blackout, but I don't know if he shot him with anything else.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Anything further?
No,
I'm sorry, I just can't leave this alone.
we know.
Is the 300 blackout that's in evidence his favorite? The 300 blackout with a thermal scope on it?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Step down. We'll call you next week.
Okay, you're free to
State
go.
calls Dr. Riemer.
You're free, Ronnie. All right, so
It's Dr. Ellen Riemer, R.
So you guys, if you remember her testimony from before, I know it's been a while in terms of the trial and in terms of us. Even though I feel like we've really been keeping a good pace going, 2 to 3 of these probably a week. But anyway, it just feels like forever ago, doesn't it? But what do you guys remember? If you guys want to weigh in on, like, if you had to describe, like, how did she come across, if you remember from when we last saw her a million years ago, what, in terms of her testimony, like, how would you describe her? Because I'm curious what you guys remember before we see her this time around. But again, I think it is interesting because of the fact that that she was watching that poot, right? And when she testified before, that's the other thing. When she testified before, it might have been Jim Griffin who did cross on her. Trying to think. Actually, no, it was Poot. It was Poot. So she had him before. So her experience with Poot is she's had him before on cross. And so she had that experience. And then now some time has gone by. In the interim, she's done more autopsies, as you'll hear. And then she's here sitting in the courtroom and sees him with Ronnie, right? So I'm going to go ahead and play it. But if you guys do remember and you want to weigh in on how what you remember, what your impression was of her from last time, let me know.
Riemer.
And just to advise the gallery, if everybody could seal the monitors, please, and the media be advised of that. And Dr. Riemer, I don't know if I'm necessarily even going to put them up on the screen. I am going to show you some images. I know the jury have seen these, and I don't want to belabor the point, and I want to move quickly. But just very quickly, you've been previously qualified as an expert in this trial in forensic pathology. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you've done how many autopsies? Remind the jury, please.
Around 5,500. Since I was last here, I've done a few more.
You actually conducted the autopsies of Paul and Maggie in
That's
this case?
insane.
Yes, I did
5,500 autopsies.
both of the autopsies at the request of the Colleton County coroner, who called MUSC Forensic Pathology, requesting autopsies on 2 individuals that died under his jurisdiction. I was not asked by the prosecution to perform an autopsy. It was an independent autopsy.
Your autopsy is independent. You're not hired by the prosecution or law enforcement or anything like
No,
that?
it's just at the request of the coroner.
All right. You've had a chance to hear the testimony of the pathologist for the defense that testified yesterday?
Yes.
All right. I want to ask you a couple of general questions and then move specifically to some of the conclusions that individual reached. But just very quickly, with skin tags, can you tell me the reliability of that in determining directionality just as a general matter?
Yeah, well, we look at these things, but just like every other thing at, finding at the autopsy, we take it in the context. So sometimes skin tags support your findings, and sometimes they're not really so reliable. So, skin tags don't tell you necessarily the direction of a wound, especially going through very soft tissue.
You've heard the testimony of the defense pathologist who testified yesterday that the directionality of the injury to the side of Maggie's head with the associated injury to the breast and the abrasion actually was coming from the top down as opposed, and I say top down as if somebody's standing upright, as opposed from going towards the bottom of the body up, correct?
Yes, that's what I said.
And can you please look at the images that you have and explain to the jury your conclusions and why that defense pathologist is incorrect, and who didn't conduct the autopsy to begin with, why he's incorrect?
Okay. Do you want me to show the photos?
You can, and let's just go ahead and put them up on the screen. So I'll take them. And if you could step down, please, if that's okay with your honor.
We have the abrasion on the left shoulder, clavicle area, and then we have an entrance defect in this left side of the face. We can see a hole there. It's a hole. And there was a defect in the left temporal lobe of the brain, which was included in my autopsy report. That could only have happened from that being an entrance wound.
Okay. And you mentioned during your testimony the concept of a diastatic fracture. Does that in any way relate to your conclusion in this regard?
Yeah, well, a diastatic fracture is when there's a separation of skull bones along suture lines which solidify during childhood. And usually it takes a lot of intracranial pressure to fracture a skull along the suture line.
All right. And does that relate to the conclusion that this had to be an entry wound?
Yeah, well, that's a finding. That doesn't prove that this is an entrance wound, but what I do, I have a path through the left temporal lobe, and there's, that it was associated with the diastatic fracture because of the increased pressure in the brain.
All right. And one of the things you're telling this jury is you who actually...
Objection leading.
Were you actually able to observe a hole associated with an entry wound when you physically performed this autopsy?
Yes, I physically performed the autopsy, and the way I determine direction is I have a hole below the left ear, which went into the brain, and so that's not going to happen in the opposite direction. And I understand that people can look at pictures. That's like a two-dimensional view, but doing the autopsy makes certain information available to the pathologist that is not available to an individual not performing the autopsy. And I had that information in my report, which was not, which was, I guess, overlooked.
Overlooked by the defense pathologist.
Yes, I'm sure.
All right. I'm going to show you now Defense Exhibit 161. And there was some testimony from the defense pathologist about trying to determine directionality from this particular image. And can you please tell the jury why that pathologist is wrong?
All right. Well, when we have tears of the skin, and this is a lot of tears of the subcutaneous tissue, especially in a very soft area of the body where there's a lot of fat. There's a lot of stretching, and it doesn't necessarily, we can move the tissue of the breast, and sort of, you can even get the the points to going to a different direction. This is not very impressive. It's not even really worth observing any of the skin tags. It's really very non-specific, and I think he has a very good imagination for for seeing that in this photo. Skin tags can be there. Sometimes they support your findings, sometimes they don't support, but they don't take the place of determining the path of the wound by actually following it through the body.
All right, let's talk a little bit about Paul. And you heard the defense pathologist and their subsequent expert talk about there being a contact wound to the top of Paul's head. Is that correct?
That's what he said.
All right. And you, of course, have already testified during your direct testimony that there's no way for this to be a contact wound, but now you have specific observations about the defense conclusions.
Well, you know, I didn't think it was necessary for me to point out every physical feature of the wound that demonstrates that the entrance was to the top of the left shoulder and then went into the left side of the head before exiting the top of the head. Now, before I go on, I do want to say that I agree with the book that keeps being brought up, that when there is a contact shotgun wound to the head, there's massive gas expansion within the cranial cavity, within the skull. And what that does, it doesn't just create a hole with some, bones. I understand this was like the most severe thing you have ever seen. And you probably can't imagine that the damage to the head could be any worse. But a contact shotgun wound to the head with the associated gas expansion to the skull would not have, his face was basically intact. We would have had tears of the skin, and his eyes would have been either displaced from the orbital bones. The orbital bones were intact. Anytime there's massive gas buildup within the cranial cavity from a contact shotgun wound to the head, which the book does say is when we have the worst gas expansion, the entire face, he would have not even had a face left. I mean, I know what you saw was awful, and it was absolutely awful, but the damage would have been a lot worse. He would have had, the sides of his head would have down, and he would have had, his entire face would have been split open, because there's no way all of that gas expansion could occur and not cause fractures of these delicate bones in the face. His forehead was even still there. So,
Yeah, apparently his face was quite
I agree with the book that a contact shotgun wound would cause severe gas expansion and damage to the head. What we have here is not consistent with a contact shotgun wound to the head. The damage to the head would have been much worse, even though this was already horrible. So it's hard to imagine that, anything could be worse than a hole at the top right side of the back of the head. But in my 20 plus years of experience doing autopsies and seeing contact shotgun wounds to the head, which are associated with massive gas expansion in the skull, this entire face, he would have had tears, the eyes would have been either hanging down or lost, blown out. There's no way that these features are consistent with a contact shotgun wound to the head.
All right. Now, there was some discussion by the defense pathologist about shaving the top of the head for stippling or checking for stippling. And can you comment on the necessity of that in your actual autopsy that you conducted?
Okay. So, he also said that sometimes we actually don't see the soot. Like he said, if Dr. Riemer shaved there, she would have had the opportunity to see the soot. So suppose I didn't see soot, or I did see soot. First of all, I'm confident there would not have been soot, because the features of this wound are not consistent with a shotgun wound to that location. First of all, the damage to the head and face would have been far more severe than it was. And then also, the wounds to the shoulder and left side of the cheek have all the features of entrance wounds.
All right. And one of the things discussed by the defense experts was sort of the the large sort of oblong shape of the shoulder. Can you explain how that does not contradict your findings of that shot coming this way, that we see this injury here? And I'm going to actually put up Defense Exhibit 162 to illustrate what you're talking about.
All right. Well, so we've got basically an oblong wound here, and that's because the wound is entering at an angle along the top of the shoulder. It's not hitting the shoulder at a perpendicular angle. So it kind of grazing along the top of the shoulder. Okay, now is this, okay. So, and actually, he said that the pellets are going down. Okay, well, if you look at it as an entrance wound, they're actually going up. So it depends where you're looking at it from. If he's thinking that this is an exit wound, that this is, that the end of the wound path, then it would look to him as if the pellets are going down. But we can see this is actually an entrance wound for a few reasons. First of all, if it were an exit wound, do you remember all those pellet exit wounds on Paul's left arm that came from the chest? The pellets are not just going to stop in the shoulder. There's like no resistance there. The pellets are going to continue going until they exit the left side of the arm. Okay, so they don't just stop there. The reason they're there is that's because they started there. Okay. In addition, you see all of this white material here on the edge of the entrance wound. That's styrofoam packing material that's between the pellets. So the pellets are contained within wadding, and there's styrofoam packing material between. And that would never have been deposited there. So I did not think it was when I was telling you the direction, my determination of the direction of this wound. I did not have to necessarily, it was my expert, I'm an expert at determining, forensic pathology includes establishing the direction of wounds. And because of all of these things, this was my determination. Okay, now there's another feature of this photograph. Do you see that this is coming into the left side of the, this is what I determined, left side of the cheek, and we've got all sorts of abrasions around here. Now it doesn't have the classic, what we saw on Paul's chest had those little petals, so we knew that the wadding was starting to open up. But in this case, there was wadding that was probably open as well, so we have some pellets already starting to come out. It's not entering within the wadding, but the wadding is going along and entering there. And we have all this abrasion around the left side of the cheek, the chin neck area. And that's consistent with, we're not going to have that abrasion if it's coming out. If it's going to push the skin out, we're not going to have an abrasion. So, all that but even just common sense, we have that styrofoam packing material on the outside of the arm. My determination, this went up through the left cheek, out the right side of the top of the head. If it were a shotgun entrance wound, contact to the head, I don't care whether, there's no way his entire facial bones and skin, his ears would have been flopped down. There's so much gas expansion that the damage to his head would have been much worse. So that's based on my experience for doing this. And, I just don't know how, I didn't mention that styrofoam packing, but that's from when the pellets are coming in. And he said, oh, you can see they're going down. That's because he's looking from above. So but if you look at where I believe and I determined by doing this autopsy that the entrance wound is, it's actually going upward. So it depends which side of the pellets you're looking at. And if just logically, if this was an exit, the pellets wouldn't have just stopped there. They've got a huge amount of energy. They're going to continue through the arm and have individual pellets. They wouldn't have all just been concentrated right there. So, we can use our powers of logic, which I think, we all have, to
I like what she said there,
understand
empowering the jury.
how this is an entrance wound that exited the right side of the top of the head.
Dr. Riemer, having specifically, and you can take a seat now, thank you very much. Having specifically addressed the specific criticisms of the defense pathologist, in your expert opinion, having actually done the autopsies in this case, is there any way that could have been a contact wound to the top of the head?
No.
All right. And having addressed the specific concerns of the and testimony of the defense pathologist as it relates to Maggie, is your conclusion still that the shot went in the direction as you described before this
Yes,
jury?
I disagree with his conclusions.
All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Riemer.
All right,
Answer any
here we
questions the
go.
defense counsel
Ready,
may
you
have.
guys?
Dr. Riemer, good to see you again.
Hello.
So, you took pictures, correct?
I took pictures. I wish I took more pictures now, but I took pictures.
I'm sorry.
Yes, I would have. I wish I took even more pictures.
So do we.
Literally, this is the very beginning of Cross. And I remember thinking this at the time, and I also thought this when I was putting the video together. I'm like, oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Like, this was the first question. And what, hold on. What was even the question? Let me just see. Because let's just see. This first question.
See you again.
Hello.
So, you took pictures.
So he says, you took pictures, correct? And then, her answer could just be yes, right? To that? Like, we don't need anything else but a yes.
Right.
I took pictures. I wish I took more pictures.
But
I took pictures.
I'm sorry.
Yes, I would have. I wish I took even more pictures.
I'm like, oh God, oh fuck.
So do we.
This is not going to go well.
So let me ask you some basic questions here. You've previously testified that the muzzle of the shotgun for this wound here that goes through his neck and out the top of his head was about 3 feet away.
That would be about right.
Okay. Now, you're familiar with this page from we described.
Oh yes, I've seen it.
The stupid book. But this is what I was referring to earlier, where I was saying, I wonder if this was part of his whole strategy with Ronnie because he knew she was watching. Because what we see, oftentimes what we will see with experts when they're on cross or when they're being crossed, we will see them push back when their opinions are being, questioned, and that will happen. I mean, it's not really a great look, but it does happen with a lot of these experts. But that's not what the case is here. This isn't her getting defense. Like she's rattled, it seems like, right? If you guys know what I mean, like from the get-go. And even on direct with Creighton just now, I felt like her testimony and her demeanor was different than it was when she initially testified. So, but it's clear that right out the gate from cross, this is not going to be good. And, it doesn't mean, it doesn't, obviously she's like the most qualified forensic pathologist like on the planet with, over 5,500 autopsies. I mean, so it's like one of those things where it just sucks because it's not like, I don't think there was anything, I think that she's the most credible in terms of all that. But like, again, it's the problem is like sometimes, right? This is the whole thing. The jury's going to assess by how you do on the stand. And so that's where it's one of those things where it's like, you'll see a contrast, right? Whenever we see Dr. Kinsey, a good contrast with the experts in terms of him, right? Like, it's tough because if you're trying to find the right expert, right, especially when it comes in these like in a scientific field, right? So like a forensic pathologist, they're a doctor, but in terms of they're a medical doctor, but they work with dead people, right? So you have to think about that. So, everyone has their strengths and weaknesses and their different personalities, and there's probably some people who really like working with alive people because they love talking to people, for example, right? I'm just thinking about this logically, right? And I can't, obviously everyone has their own reasons, but my point is this, is that you can't, you can't expect every expert witness who's an expert in their field to also happen to be comfortable, maybe with public speaking or whatever, right? Things, or able to make jokes. Like Kenny Kinsey's a great example of someone who's an expert, a complete expert, but just really genuine and likable and, you know, calm and, you know, just his personality, right? But he also seems like somebody who would walk in, you know, he'd make friends with the person in line at the grocery store, right? It's just, that's like his personality. He's just that. Anyway, I don't know. Hopefully you guys know what I mean, but I guess what I'm saying is, like, you can't hold it against her. It doesn't mean that there was anything wrong with her autopsy or her findings, but unfortunately, we all know that the jury has completely way to decide how they want to, you know, what weight they want to give to each witness, and that's how what they're instructed by the judge. And that's why this matters, because if they get flustered or if they just happen to be maybe a little bit more socially awkward, you know, regardless of how accurate and scientific and whatever their findings are, the jury gets to decide if they, you know, if they want to find them credible or not. So it is what it is.
Many times.
Okay. And as you see, the gas comes out, right? In the first shot, the top
Yes.
shot. And then actually there's
But I will say
a
real quick,
blowback of gas.
just to tie that up there, like, because she is so credible, and who would know that would be why he would want to get her rattled, right? For that reason. It's the only way he can try to discredit her findings. I mean, that just to tie that, like, to circle, like, that's the whole point. If you know, it's like a strategy. If you can't discredit her testimony, if, you know, all that, the best you can do is try to get her rattled and then have her hope that she can, you know, do herself in, as it were, you know, or whatever, make herself look less credible. And then again, that could point to why he was so aggressive with Ronnie Crosby, knowing she's watching. So,
As the, as we can see right here, the
there's
projectile,
Kenny Kinsey, you can see him right there.
pellets are extruded from the barrel, right? I mean, the gas pushes the pellets out.
Well, there's gas expansion, and that helps propel the pellets, yes. I agree with the book. This was not a contact shotgun wound to the top of the head.
Okay, well, the book doesn't say that, but what the book does say is that as the pellets come out, at some point they begin to, the container opens and the pellets expand or move out in a pattern, a circular pattern. It becomes bigger as the further away you get, correct?
Yes, and that's what we have here.
Okay,
But this is actually demonstrating specifically a contact shotgun wound to head. But we do have splaying outward of the pellets. We can see on the left shoulder, they're fairly clustered together because they're first starting to be released from the wadding. And they did spread out. We have some of them down in the neck, some of them in the brain, and so they are spreading out. I don't see how, you know, yes, it's a respected treatise, but this is specific to a contact shotgun wound to head. This is what this is describing.
Really?
Well, it's fine. You know, it doesn't matter. I can look at my photos. I can look. If you're going to talk about theory, the photos.
Doctor, Your Honor, I would ask you to tell the witness to be responsive.
It just goes downhill from here, unfortunately.
Excuse me. I'm asking the court to instruct her to answer the question as specifically as she can. She goes off on tangents, and I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Appellate, you may continue answering the question.
You remember what the question was?
No, that's your question.
Did you guys hear that? That was some snark from Judge Newman. Judge Newman just said, "Mr. Harpootli, and you may continue answering the question." As in, that was snark to Poot, because Poot is that's like he's answering his own question. Like that's some real shade right there. I don't think he caught it though, but that was interesting.
Shots from the book depicting a contact wound. I think that's what I understood.
Yes.
You said. Yes. Okay. So where, if you step down here, show me, please, where the contact is with the body or the head. Here, let me give you this pointer.
Oh, expert.
Well, the contact would be at the first area.
Right here?
Yes.
Well, what's it contacting?
It's not, it's just a theoretical depiction. It's a theoretical
Is that what the book
depiction.
says?
Yeah. Well, go ahead. I don't recall the exact. Why don't you read it to me?
Well, why don't you tell me, is that a contact wound?
I don't know what this is. This is.
That's a shotgun.
That's a shotgun.
That's a
coming
shotgun
out.
being fired. Those are the pellets coming out.
Object
Those are the
counsel
pellets.
testifying.
Yeah, I think this is a book,
Bad. Bad.
showing.
I mean, dude, this is great for Poot. I mean, it's problematic because she's just talking over the objections, and then that's just allowing Poot to get away with the stuff when these objections are incredibly valid. Like Poot is pushing the limits and just doing whatever. Like Creighton is objecting. It's not like, but the problem is she's just talking over it. So there's just nothing, and there's nothing that can be done, right? I mean, and at that point, she's already answering the question. That's the other thing. So needs to, like, the point, dude, this is how rattled she is, because the point, she's testified in court a bazillion times. She's like the most expert. The point of the objection from the others, from like the prosecution, if you're testifying for the prosecution, they're objecting, that's to help you in a way, right? I mean, it's to help their case, but it's to help you, like, so you don't have to answer the question. She would know that. So for them to object and then she answers it anyway, it takes a specific mindset, right? Where you're not even really listening, right? And you're just whatever. I don't even know what the word is. Rattled.
The series of steps after a shotgun is fired. But it has nothing to do with what I found in the body and does not help me determine the direction of the wound.
All right. So,
and I'm not going to describe to you. You can read it in the book. I don't remember how he says all of this.
The book isn't testifying. You are. You've testified that depicts a contact wound. Yes?
Well, I don't know what this is depicting. It could be that this is a contact wound. I don't know where you're going with this.
Well, here's where I'm going. Is that barrel in contact with anything?
It's not in contact with anything. It looks like it's just blowing into the air.
Okay, and you've been... That's fine. And your testimony is that barrel is at least 3 feet away from Paul's shoulder. Is that correct?
It could be, depending on the weapon, it could be, it's not closer than 2 feet because we don't have the slip ring. But we do have packing material.
Okay. So as we see here, these pellets are beginning to separate. Is it your testimony that those pellets had separated when they hit Paul's shoulder at all?
They are starting to separate.
If you guys notice, she's been inching away, like towards the stand. Like, in a couple times she actually was talking, she actually turned, like, and kind of tried, as if she like wanted to run out of the courtroom or run back to the stand. I don't know if you guys noticed where she was talking, and she would turn around and face that way, and then she would turn back. But like, look at you, she's like inching away. She wants to get back on that stand or out the door, I think. I don't blame her.
The complete, widening of it.
I mean, she has to do that. Like, when I say I don't blame her, what I mean is because who, is being a dickhead. That's what I mean, I guess.
Still relatively clustered together, but they're not as close as they would be if they were still contained within the wadding.
Okay, now, at 2 feet, is there any gas left, or is it all dissipated like this picture shows?
Well, what we have here, if there was more gas, if there was a contact wound to here,
it's not a contact.
I understand. The gas, you're
Creighton's
wanting
trying,
to say yes or no, and
yes
I can't because I have the knowledge to explain how this relates to examining the body.
Okay,
I don't give theoretical talks or I don't start looking up in this book while I'm doing an autopsy. I use my practical reasoning and my experience and knowledge of that.
If there'd been gas in the wound or when it hit his
I feel
shoulder
really
or
bad
his
for
neck,
her.
would you expect to find some physical manifestation of that?
Well, there would have been, a lot more expansion, shoulder expansion. This was fairly contained on the
So
left shoulder.
your testimony is there would have been little or no gas going to his shoulder to his neck.
Well, there is always some gas, but it's not the kind of gas that we get in a contact shotgun.
Exactly. So, and you can go ahead and take the stand again, please. And is this a picture of the packing material?
There is some of the white material, yes, on the
Yeah, I'm just
stone.
thinking about this, and I'm thinking in my mind like how, and to me, I'm like, I see her, and I'm like, I still know that she's super credible. This isn't. I feel bad for her, but like, it wouldn't. This scenario, this testimony, this cross, like, I wouldn't be like, oh, I don't know about her information anymore. Like, but that's the point. That's what the defense is trying to get to happen, right? But to me, it's like it wouldn't work for me because I wouldn't doubt her credibility nonetheless. And that's when I was just thinking about this, and I was like, you know what? That's where, and I'm thinking like for an average juror, how would they feel? And then I was like, well, that's where the experience comes in, because you know what? Like that's what it comes down to. Like, so that if they're nervous or frustrated or whatever, during cross-examination, or they're not coming across a certain way, what they're going to rely on is looking at, in this case for her, the over 5,500 autopsies and like the 50 trillion books and all the others. Like her numbers are like unheard of in terms of the expert and experience. Like, I remember when she first testified, her number of publications was insane. I don't even remember what it was. I remember it was like just more than you could ever even imagine. And she didn't even know how many she like estimated, and it was still like something silly. And so anyway, my point is like, that's what it is. Like, that's what and that's why that matters, right? Because in the occasion where you don't come across maybe in the potential the jurors and me here as I'm assessing it is like, what would an average person rely on? They're going to rely on, well, look at all, they're going to remember that number of autopsies and the years of experience. So yeah.
Correct.
Did you note that in your autopsy report?
No, it was just a general observation.
Okay. Is it important it was there?
It didn't matter to me whether it's there or not, but it does reinforce that it is an entrance wound.
But you concede it was not in your autopsy report.
Well, all the totality of my findings, I don't always write every little thing in my autopsy report. I could go on, that it could be 50 pages, an autopsy report. I include the findings, my determinations, and I could have mentioned it, but I did not.
And why not?
Because it's not always necessary to mention that kind of thing.
Is it evidence of anything?
Well, I do believe that supports an entrance wound, although I don't require myself to see it in order to make that determination.
But you agree with me, it supports your conclusion, correct?
Yes,
And you didn't put in your autopsy report.
that's correct.
How many pellets were captured in his shoulder?
I captured, I don't know how many I captured. I collected a sampling of the pellets that were along the wound path.
But you took x-rays.
Yeah, but, that's not necessarily the total amount, because some of them, exited and some were in the brain. So the x-rays were taken without the brain in the head because the brain came separately.
Okay, but they did send you the brain.
Yes.
Did you take x-rays of the brain?
No, I did not.
Why not?
I didn't take x-rays of the brain
And the
because
reason-
I
go ahead.
determined that wasn't necessary for me at the time.
To support your conclusion.
I didn't take x-rays of the brain. I guess hindsight is always 20/20. I could have taken
Good.
x-rays
And this
of the
is where
brain.
it's like, she should have but she realized she's saying she should have x-rayed it. And I agree. It's like some of these things, like I understand it's like, well, you don't need to do it. Like, for example, the shaving of the head, the x-raying of the brain. But you know, and me just saying, well, it seems like maybe you should have done it anyway, just in case, doesn't mean anything. But the fact that she says it is different. When she's like, yeah, I could have taken more photos. I wish I'd shaved the head. I wish I'd x-rayed the brain. Hindsight's 2020. That could come across like she made mistakes or whatever. Again, it looks like, you know, obviously we know the jury still agreed with what she said, and I don't blame them. But it's just, yeah, it's unfortunate because that's actually like a legitimate thing where he can try to create doubt, you know.
I could have taken more photos.
But having said that, if you don't agree with what she's saying, essentially you're having to concede the fact that the defense's theory of two shooters who live in the ceilings and trained to be ninjas their whole lives, like that, you know, I guess maybe it's like, well, by comparison, we're going to go with Dr. Riemer, even if you're like, who knows, right? It's like, well, okay, you know, what's more likely? Anything else or that?
The brain at the autopsy, I did not. And I would have liked to, but, you know, I can tell from the examination of the body that I had an entrance wound on my left shoulder and it's exiting at the top of the head. It's not a contact wound to the top of the head.
Okay.
That's my determination.
Okay, but the reason you didn't take x-rays of the brain was you'd already reached your conclusion, correct? That you didn't need it because this was an entrance wound.
Well, I did not, because I felt comfortable with my determination.
And decided, therefore, not to take x-rays of the brain.
Well, I don't always take x-rays of every organ. I was comfortable I would be able to recover some pellets on the brain, and it wasn't necessary to show the spread.
How many cases have you been involved in where the brain literally exploded out of the head? I mean, that weren't suicides.
Where the brain exploded out of the head?
Well, as the book describes it.
Well, I think that the determination that an entrance wound to the top of the head, contact range, all of that gas expansion would not have, the brain would not have escaped that. There would have been a defect, a cavity or fragmentation of the brain, which was not there. You can see the brain actually.
Do you remember what my original question was?
What was your question?
Oh,
okay.
Dear.
My question was, how many cases have you done an autopsy of a contact wound to the top of the head, which wasn't a suicide?
Very, very few.
Less than one?
I don't remember exactly, but it's not a tip. Usually contact shotgun wounds. Usually contact shotgun wounds are suicide.
Well, how many pellets are there in a 12-gauge shotgun shell, and these are used primarily for duck hunting?
I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. I'm an expert at examining human bodies and determining
the injuries. Because she doesn't need to know that. She could have just said, I don't know. That's not her job. The jury at this point has been educated enough during this trial to know that one expert doesn't do all the things, right? The jury does not expect her to know the number of pellets in a shotgun shell. They just don't. So for her to then say, I don't know, and then go on and on like she's about to try to defend that is just so unfortunate. Ugh.
That occurred, and you know, I don't know how many pellets would be. When I took my boards, I may have had to actually know that, but I don't. This is not. I don't use this information in order. You can ask your ballistics expert.
Well, we did, and I think they said something like.
Objection, Your Honor.
I don't really know the answer to that. I'm not going to disagree with the ballistics expert. I do have a trajectory that an exit wound on the right side of the back of the head.
How many pellets were in the body?
I did not count them. I just collect a representative sample of it. I don't collect all of them, and I don't count all of them.
And we know you don't know how many were in the brain because you didn't x-ray the brain, correct?
That's correct.
But if there were 70 pellets or 75 pellets in his shoulder, his chest.
Albie, that's awesome that you were on a date with your lovely wife. I hope you guys had a great time.
Hypothetically, there are anywhere between 135 and 160 pellets in the normal duck shot. I mean, that's 40 pellets that travel on for the sake of argument, correct?
Well,
My math, just
I don't
use
really,
my math.
I don't feel comfortable answering these questions because it's not, the specific ballistics are not my area of expertise.
I'm not going to ask you about
I really don't
ballistics.
feel comfortable answering them. I examined human bodies and come to my determinations based on the wounds, and I can see I was correct that this is a shotgun wound to the left shoulder that's going up to the right side of the head. And questions about numbers of, I really don't want to just, I can't answer that because, you know, I don't know everything. I'm an expert, I'm a physician, I'm an expert at examining human deceased individuals, determining cause and manner.
They know. I hate this.
Let's go back to the original question, and I assume
I don't know the answer to the shotgun, how many pellets there would be.
we're not asking you how many pellets, but
Who is
if
actually
there are
getting
75
frustrated?
pellets, let's do some math here. This is simple math.
Okay, I can do math.
Okay,
Oh,
75
no.
pellets we can count in the body, the chest, the neck. And there's anywhere from 135 to 165 pellets in the normal duck shot, 12 gauge shot.
Right, so 75 plus 60, that would be 135. And then what did you say, 70 or 80?
75.
Okay, 75. So we started with 75 plus 75 is 150. So that's your answer. If your question is, you're asking me to do the math.
Was the brain macerated?
No, it was largely intact. There was some maceration at the base of the brain where it was torn from the brainstem. Okay, the brain went up and torn from the brainstem.
Gesture
but
there.
it was pretty much surprisingly intact, you know, from a shotgun wound.
Okay, so, but you are aware that the brain was catapulted out of his head, probably hit the ceiling, and then landed outside.
Well, I could tell from examining the body that the brain catapulted out of the head because I
Okay.
received the brain and a hole that was consistent with the brain leaving it.
The book seems to indicate that the primary cause for an explosion such as this, the brain exploding out, is the gas. You would agree?
Well, you know, I think each case is a little bit different. And the kind of gas that would cause the head to explode would also, I mean, I think the book is talking about gas, gas in a contact shotgun wound. So what is your question about the book? I would actually have to refresh my recollection.
dear.
Well,
Because I don't really I haven't read the book in a long time, but I know what I've seen on the body.
If I quote this to you, you would, and I can show it to you. The gas entering the closed chamber of the head expands rapidly, adding to the pressure waves acting on the bony framework of the skull. The only way for the skull to relieve the pressure produced is to shatter. Do
Yes.
you agree with that?
That actually must be describing a contact shotgun
It is.
wound. Okay, because that really makes sense. For
And that's what
a
she's been saying the whole
contact shotgun.
time.
And your
But yet he kept
reasoning for
saying,
this, the same phenomenon that happened without the gas is?
Well, we've got injury coming from beneath. The skull is, like I told the jury, that is not shattered. We do have some horrible injury, but the shattering of the skull, much of it is still up intact. We don't have shattering of every bone. We don't have shattering of the face.
Are any of the pellets that you see in the shoulder, the left shoulder, heading down instead of up?
Well, you know, there's probably kind of a billiard ball effect when these things are going through, and there could be some, you know, directionality but I didn't make that determination because it wasn't important to me to
see
make
which
that
way the pellets were
determination.
going?
What?
To determine which way some of the pellets were heading?
I can tell from the entirety of my findings at the autopsy. The thing is, if you look at something like, you know, a postcard photograph, that doesn't necessarily tell you the whole story. I did my autopsy. I viewed all of the wounds. I was confident in the direction of this wound path. And I'm not trying to say, oh, well, which direction are the pellets going? I can see that there's the entrance wound was to the top of the left shoulder, went through the left side of the neck, and out the top of the head.
And how many pellets made it through the brain to the skull? to fracture the skull? How many pellets?
Oh, well, there were some pellets in the brain. I don't know how many.
Because you didn't x-ray it.
Correct.
So, since you don't count the number of pellets, tell the jury, please, how you know how many pellets hit the skull and fractured it and allowed this eruption to occur.
I don't know how many pellets. I never said that I did.
No, I didn't say you said it. I just want to know if you know it.
I don't know the answer to that.
And it's not important to you.
It doesn't really matter. It's really very theoretical. I examined the bodies, and I made my determination based on examination of the body.
Is it true that an autopsy report should be able to be read by an independent pathologist to come to a conclusion?
Yes.
Okay. So you indicated there were, I asked you if you shaved the head. You said no. You said there wasn't, I think your words were there was enough of the skull there to determine what happened. Is there?
Well, I know this is an exit wound from examining the entirety of the findings, and I did not need to shave the hair. That was my opinion and determination at the time of the autopsy.
Yes, ma'am, we understand that, but what, did you look at this to confirm or question your opinion, or had you already come to your opinion?
Well, I always am questioning it myself during the autopsy. It's not just, I look at take a long time to look at everything before I reach a conclusion. Okay, so the totality of findings here told me this was an exit wound. The brain came pretty much intact. It was propelled out of the top of the head. I believe and I'm confident that this is an exit wound, and I did not do further investigation to rule out an entrance wound because I was confident it was not.
And again, you've never seen a contact wound to the head that wasn't in a suicide case.
You know, I don't honestly remember that.
So you don't remember, let me just repeat, you don't remember having a case involving a contact wound to the head.
But it's because she's done so many. Like, dude.
I may have, it's possible I did not survey. I may have seen one where somebody was shot at point blank range with a shotgun, and then the entire head is gone. So when I get that kind of, if there was a contact shotgun, whether it's suicide or homicide, the entire head would have been basically blown off.
And so in every case, well, there's no reason for us to go there because you don't remember ever seeing a case where there was a contact wound and to the back of the head.
Objection asked.
I think it's honestly whether it's self-inflicted or inflicted by somebody else.
Well,
the features of the body are going to be the same. So that's my answer, and okay. I can't, whether I remember it or not, I've done a lot of autopsies. I don't necessarily remember how many or if I've done one, but I imagine people are shot at close or contact range with a shotgun. And in a contact shotgun, whether it's by suicide or homicide, the entire head would have been basically blown apart. This is terrible, and I know it's terrible. It's probably the worst thing you ever saw, but there would be a lot more damage with a contact shotgun. And that's my professional opinion based on my experience. If other people disagree with me, that's fine. I don't have to convince them. This is my determination based on my education and multiple years of experience doing autopsies and being a forensic pathologist.
Let me just sort of summarize this and see if we can get this over with. There are certain things like you did not do in this autopsy because you concluded it wouldn't be helpful in reaching your conclusion, correct?
I agree with that.
And you would concede you're not a ballistics expert?
I know the kind of ballistics. Some forensic pathologists know a lot about ballistics. I know probably an average amount.
Okay, and so when you say it started out wider and then came down to this hole, have you discussed that with any ballistics experts?
It doesn't require, that's forensic pathology. That's damage to the body. I don't need to be a ballistics expert, and I've done enough autopsies on shotgun wounds to make that determination without requiring additional ballistics knowledge.
But we can see that a shotgun starts out, the shot starts small and then the pellets expand.
Objection asked and answered, Your Honor.
Objection is sustained.
And then, I mean, if they stop expanding here, so the cheek isn't, I mean, one of those pellets is,
Objection asked and answered to the former question.
Your Honor?
It's been asked and answered. I sustain the objection.
Dude, his reaction, you guys.
And you say
No.
these x-rays are consistent with your opinion?
Yes.
Beg the court's indulgence. Thank you, that's all I have. Thank you, Doctor.
Just two questions. 5,500 autopsies, you said, correct?
Yes, and since I was here last Navy, I've done another dozen, so over 5,500.
And you rely on practical observations of actually observing the body, is that correct?
That's correct. I do my autopsies, and based on my experience and knowledge as a forensic pathologist, I know about the bodies, examining the bodies. That's what I rely on.
And your
Those are two questions. You have more?
I have just a couple more, Your Honor. In your opinion, is there any way Paul's face would have remained intact if he had suffered a contact wound from the top of the head?
No.
And in your opinion, is this obviously a wound in this direction as you've described?
Objection, Your Honor. Repetitive. She's testified 5 times. That's her opinion.
The objection is sustained.
Further on.
Thank you.
Nothing further. Thank you. You may step down.
Thank you.
Your next witness.
Your Honor, state calls T.C. Smalls.
My name is Thomas C. Smalls. Folks call me T.C. Smalls.
So do you guys remember him from the trial? So, or from Alex's testimony? You might be like, who the heck is this? So, if you guys remember when Alex was talking about the blue lights and he's like, oh yeah, he actually names this specific sheriff and says, you know, this sheriff allowed me to do it. And I asked him and he said it was fine and blah, blah. They brought him in. And you know what's so funny is I think Alex never in a million years thought that they would actually bring this sheriff in to prove that he was lying. But here they are. It's amazing.
SMALLS.
Sheriff Smalls, how you doing today?
I'm doing good.
All right. Tell the jury just a little bit about yourself. And I called you sheriff, so if you could just kind of explain that to them a little bit.
Okay, in law enforcement for 39 years, 8 months. I retired in December. 16 years of those 39 years was, I served as sheriff of Hampton County. Been in Hampton County all my life. I'm a pastor. Pretty much married, 4 kids, 7 grandkids, and just trying to enjoy some retirement. I retired December 31.
All right. Do you know the defendant, Alex Murdaugh?
Yes, I do.
Have you known him for years?
Oh, yeah.
All right. Did you ever have a conversation with Alex Murdaugh about him asking you permission or even telling you about installing blue lights in his private vehicle?
No, sir. I never had a conversation with Alex Murdaugh. Matter of fact, I never had a conversation with anyone in my 39 years about installing blue lights.
Amazing. Because he's like, that is insane that anyone would even do that. Like that's, yeah.
Vehicle.
That's not something that's done, is it, sir?
Oh, no, no.
Did you know anything about the defendant claiming that you permitted him to do so until he testified to that last week?
Correct. Mm-hmm.
Didn't know anything about it?
Didn't know anything about it.
And he never approached you at any point about that?
No, sir.
Did he ever approach you about any threats or anything as a result of the boat case, the boat rack case?
No, he never have.
Thank you.
Paul McManigal, McManigal.
So that part right there, when he was asking about the threats, that's because when, again, this is rebutting the testimony from when Alex was on the stand. When Alex was on the stand, he actually, when, Creighton was asking him, like, did you report the threats for the boat case? Again, he named that same detective again. Oh, McSpanky Pants is here. Hi. Shout out to McSpanky Pants. Let me see if I can remember his nickname correctly in the thing. See if I get it right on the first try. But yeah, so he also had named that sheriff was the sheriff who he reported. Oh, I did. I got it right. Cool. Reported these threats to. So that sheriff got the blame for 2 of Alex's lies, and then there he was rebutting them. So yes. Now this, do you guys remember this? I'm really curious if y'all watched this when it happened at the time. This I'm not going to say yet who it is because I don't want to spoil it, or say what is about to happen. But just let me know if you guys saw this when it initially happened.
All right. Good afternoon, Sergeant McManigal, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And you're employed with the Charleston County Sheriff's Office?
I am.
And you testified previously in this trial, correct?
Yes, I have.
Just briefly remind the jury exactly what topic you testified on earlier. Briefly, please.
I was tasked with redacting Alex Murdaugh's cell phone records to remove any possible client-attorney privileged information.
All right. And during that testimony, you were not qualified as an expert, correct?
That is correct.
All right. But you have been qualified in previous trials?
Yes, I have.
And approximately how many times have you been qualified as an expert previously in other trials?
About 10.
10 times. Okay. And is that in cell phone forensics?
Part of it was about, refer to my notes, 6 times of that was in cell phones forensics. The other was crime scene investigation.
Okay. At this time.
So let me ask you this, guys. If y'all were the defense, right, he's about to say, well, hold on. Well, let me just play it.
State would seek to admit Sergeant McManigal as an expert in cell phone forensics.
So,
would you object there? The defense just said no objection. So you've got this fellow who works for like law enforcement and already had testified for something really not important earlier in the trial, which was just, I'm not trying to diminish the importance of attorney-client privilege, but literally what he did was he was the one to just make sure that the phone was redacted with attorney-client privilege shit like that. So that was his test. That was what he did. So in a way, it's kind of akin to just like a chain of custody, like blah, blah. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I feel like in some trials that wouldn't have even been required to come in. But anyway, so, but beyond that, like here he is, he's back and he's done 6, he's testified as an expert, like 6 times in something that was actually related to the cell phone front. I mean, you guys all have seen trials, like that's not anything you ever hear, right? When people are bringing in an expert. So I don't know, if just based on what he just said, if you were the defense, would you have objected to qualifying him as an expert? Because once you do that, remember, once you say, yep, no objection, it's too late. You've already agreed. And keep that in mind as we go along here.
qualified.
All right. Sergeant McManigal, last week you were present when a gentleman named Micah Sturgis testified for the defense, correct?
That is correct.
And specifically, he testified about this feature in iPhone known as Wake.
Raise to wake.
Raise to wake, correct?
Yes, sir.
And briefly explain to the jury what that function is and what it serves as in the cell phone, for the iPhone, excuse me.
Raise to wake is when the cell phone is laying down and you pick it up. It realizes that somebody's picking up the device and tries to assist by turning on the display so that you could possibly unlock it with your face unlock.
All right. Or read a notification, possibly, if there's a notification on the screen.
That's correct.
And so it's designed to turn on that screen when it thinks someone's picking up the phone to look at the screen, correct?
That is correct.
All right. There's been previous testimony, I think, by Mr. Sturgis. And
so again, right, like this is the whole thing of rebuttal. So that's why, again, he keeps referring to what he's specifically rebutting. So this is supposed to be, okay, like, remember we talked about the defense's experts, and Micah Sturgis was one that I was really impressed with. He was the iPhone expert. He did a fucking great job. He was professional. He was the one that was so respectful. And actually, Mr. Conrad, who we see here, is the attorney who did cross on him initially. And at the end of the cross, Mr. Sturgis said, "Thank you, Mr. Conrad." I mean, it was like, he was great, and he was very credible, and he was very fair, and it was just, it was exactly what you want from an expert. Like, he was phenomenal. And so they're rebutting. So he talked about like the raised wake, right, and the motion it would take for that, among other things. But again, with rebuttal, you're having to tailor your everything to being specific. So that's what he's referring to. He's talking about that defense expert, if you guys remember him, and specifically what he intends to rebut using this guy, who is now apparently an expert at this.
Other experts in this case that
he is the tossing the phone
if
guy.
the screen is off, it
Bing,
will
bing,
not
bing.
record an orientation
Yep.
change, correct?
Yes, indeed.
If the screen is off, it will
Guys,
not
this is
record.
wild.
You agree with that opinion?
I agree, yes.
And you were asked after Mr. Sturgis' testimony to investigate a little bit more about this raise to wake feature, correct?
I was.
And specifically, as demonstrated with the jurors, the screen's going to turn on when the phone is picked up gently, correct?
That is correct.
Because the phone thinks it's being picked up to be looked at, correct?
That is correct.
You're asked to investigate with a test device whether that screen lights up every time a phone is picked up in a more violent fashion or quicker fashion, correct?
Correct. When the phone is picked up more aggressively or moved more aggressively, the device will not turn on the screen.
All right. And that's because the way raise to wake feature is based off of what in the cell phone? What's telling it to wake up?
The accelerometer primarily.
Okay. And so the accelerometer is sensing motion, correct?
Correct.
And so if it senses a slight amount of motion, it's going to turn the screen on because it thinks someone's picking up to look at it, correct?
Can't lead the witness.
And so if the cell phone only detects a slight amount of motion, what does it do? What does the iPhone do?
So if the iPhone registers a slight amount of motion, it thinks it's being picked up, so it will turn on the screen. But if it's being picked up more aggressively, it won't. And that's a battery protection feature. If you had the iPhone in your pocket and you were jogging, you don't want the screen to stay on the whole time. So when the phone is moving more aggressively, the screen does not turn on.
Okay. And so you're asked to do some tests in your lab with a test device, correct?
That is correct. I obtained an iPhone 11 Pro Max, which is the same make and model as the phone that Maggie.
He uses lab and test, and like those are loose terms here. He said you were asked to perform some tests in your lab. You guys, just wait.
All right. And what software version was on your test device?
The software that was on my device is iOS 14.8. The one that was on Maggie's was iOS 14.6. So the iOS that was on my device that I tested was slightly newer.
Okay. And did you perform a series of tests with various motions and various throws with this phone to determine, and were you able to develop an opinion of when the screen might come on and when it might not?
Objection, Your Honor. Basis for the objection.
Rule 5, this is an experiment performed on evidence, actually something seized, and we have not been provided this.
The objection is overruled. Rule 5 does not apply.
Thank you. So you did perform a number of tests, correct?
Yes, sir. Performed many tests over the weekend. I put pick it up and shake it, pick it up and throw it.
I remember, dude, as soon as I heard him say over the weekend, I was like, huh. And then it just gets worse from like initially it's like you don't really know, like this, you don't know what's coming, right? Like when this happened. And then he's like, but when I for me, the first red flag was the over the weekend. And then of course it just goes downhill from there.
Threw it off to my desk. I knocked it off of my desk. I tried to flip it end over end. I tried to throw it like a Frisbee. I did each one at least 10 to 20 times.
Okay. And were the results 100% conclusively? I mean, did the phone do the same thing every time?
No, not at all. Sometimes the screen would turn on. When I threw it, land face up, and then the screen would turn on. But
I just remember being like, this can't be real life. This can't be real life. What is happening?
By the times I would throw it, and the screen would not turn on. It depends on how the accelerometer registered that movement.
So based off of your test, is it your opinion that an iPhone of the same make and model as Maggie's could be thrown and the screen not turned on?
Can't leave the witness.
All right. Did you develop an opinion about whether the screen would turn on every time a phone was thrown?
If the phone is thrown, the screen does not always turn on. In my experimentation, I determined that when the phone is thrown more like a frisbee, 9 out of 10 times, the screen does not turn on. The times that it did turn on most often was when I pick it up and tried to shake it, then the screen would come on briefly.
Okay. But 9 out of 10 times, when you toss a phone like a frisbee, the screen would not turn on, correct?
That is correct.
Not further from the state.
Yes, it is. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
When you performed these experiments, did you record them in any way?
I did not.
Right there already with that one question, it's worse. You're being way too generous there, Catherine. I'm not like I believe like in middle school science fair projects, you at least have to record it. Like it's gonna get worse with just that one question. Did you record your results? No. Like you would like if that was a middle school science fair project, you would fail. F for you. You fail.
Didn't
nuts.
video record doing any of this?
I did not.
Did you consider video recording any of these experiments?
Actually, it never crossed my mind.
You just did the experiments and then just sort of orally relay when you could have had a video to show us?
That is correct.
If you were going to throw a phone out from a moving vehicle, wouldn't you need to pick it up, to toss it?
Certainly.
And if I understand the previous testimony, when you pick it up, the screen comes on.
When you pick it up gently.
So if you pick it up to toss it out the window while you're driving, you got to pick it up. Is that correct?
Correct. And if you pick it up aggressively, it will not.
But not always.
Not always.
Sometimes will, sometimes won't.
Correct.
According to the experiments that you conducted since, when did you do these experiments?
I started it Friday afternoon and into Saturday.
So you did these experiments this last weekend?
Correct.
You did not record any data?
I did not.
You just played with the phone and are coming here to express your observations?
That's correct.
Do you have the phone that you used to do these experiments with you?
Not with me.
Are you aware of how the phone in this, Maggie's phone in this case, how it, when it was located, what its position was? Have you seen the photos?
I have.
And was it screen up?
It was screen up.
Okay. Would you agree then that it had to be thrown from a screen up position, because if it was screened down and you turned it over to throw it out, the screen would come on?
Of course not. It can tumble through the air.
So if the phone was screened down in the car and it ends up screen up over here, it has to turn over, right?
At least one time, yes, sir.
And do you, I guess, disagree with the previous testimony and demonstration that when you take the phone and turn it over, the screen comes on?
No, when you pick it up gently, the screen does come on.
We say pick it up. If you rotate it on that axis so that it's screen down to screen up, does the screen come on?
If I pick it up gently and rotate it, the screen comes on. If I pick it up aggressively, it does not.
And if it's facing you and rotates 90 degrees, does the screen come on?
Only if you do it gently. Again, if you do it aggressively,
How
it will
gently?
not.
Did you measure any of these forces?
I did not.
You just threw the phone around in your office?
Absolutely.
So you didn't record what you were doing, and you did not measure any data.
You guys.
Was this because you were afraid that you would have to disclose?
This is why it's so funny, because the initial questioning for Mr. Conrad was like, you know, did you perform a series of tests in your lab? And it's like, he was just in his office.
Disclose that data if you recorded it?
Of course not, no.
Do you normally do experiments and don't record any data or video, record anything?
It never crossed my mind to record video.
Do you believe that you would have to have disclosed that data if you had recorded it?
Objection, Your Honor.
Overruled.
I believe so, yes.
So the reason you didn't record data was that it would have to be produced, and then we could examine it and discover whether or not it was accurate.
No,
You
sir.
avoided that by not recording anything, correct?
No, sir.
No, I think literally it's the opposite. I think you're giving him too much credit. I think he didn't even think about it because he's not an expert. Like literally, it's worse. It's even worse. It's not like he was trying to. There was no strategy. Literally, I mean,
Not correct.
Why didn't you record any data?
It did not cross my mind to video record my
Exactly.
experiments. I just did the experiments, determine whether or not.
And you didn't.
like any other person would be like, it's like, how could it? How did it not cross your mind, right? Like that just shows you, just again, that this is just not like he's like, no offense, it's just this is not his area of expertise, right? Or he would have thought of it.
You didn't occur to you to measure how fast you were moving the phone, maybe to even find out what is that threshold you claim where the phone goes from turning on to not turning on. Exactly when does that happen? You have no idea, do you?
No, sir. It would take me much longer to do these experiments to determine the exact speed and force required to turn the display on versus not.
Did you discover any, or did you attempt to locate any documentation regarding the raise to wake feature on the iPhone?
I did. I tried extensively. I reached out to several different forensic focus groups that I'm a part of, and we were not able to find any white papers on the subject.
So you were unable to find any actual data on it, so you resorted to throwing your phone around alone? Was anyone with you when you did this?
No, sir. I was alone in my office.
Oh God!
So you're alone in
So
your
bad.
office, throwing the phone around, taking no measurements, recording nothing over the weekend, and then you come in here and testify as an expert as to what the phone will do.
You did not
That's
object,
correct.
And
Barbara.
testify that
That's
it's
the
different than
problem.
what we've seen it do right here in this courtroom.
That's correct.
That's the thing. As insane as this is, Barbara didn't object. They didn't object. It's too late.
Have you ever done this, anything like this before? You'd mentioned testifying 6 times before. Did you ever, was this your expert testimony in any other case?
My expert testimony in other cases was always about cell phone reports and the
Right.
data contained
Of course,
therein.
'cause
I've
that
never
makes
actually
more
done
sense.
physical experimentation to come up with a realistic result.
So your previous experience was extracting data from cell phones, is that accurate?
Correct.
Is that what you're trained to do?
Yes, sir.
The training that was listed, it was to extract data from a cell phone?
Yes, sir.
Are you an engineer?
I mean, it makes sense because I don't think anyone would need training, and I don't even think you could get training in how to be an expert to just throw a cell phone in your office without recording any data. I don't think that's a thing. So it makes sense that his expertise is in anything but that.
Sir. Do you have any certification in engineering?
No, sir.
Do you have any degree, academic qualifications in engineering?
No, sir.
Have you ever worked as an engineer?
No, sir.
You're trained in extracting data from the cell phone.
That's correct.
And when it comes to tossing it around and seeing how it moves, you don't know anything more than anyone else, do you?
No, sir.
So you had this.
He's at a loss for words. I don't blame him.
Your Honor, based on the previous answer, I would move to strike the expert opinion.
On what basis?
The witness just testified he has no expertise in this. That he just said he has no more knowledge about this than anyone else in the courtroom. That his expertise is in extracting data from the cell phone. And that this opinion is therefore outside of his expertise, and this is an inadmissible opinion.
Previously stipulated that he's an expert.
Yep.
Yes, Your Honor, in extracting data from the cell phone.
No.
Which was before we got to this testimony.
No.
Your Honor, this witness performed a series of tests. He's
Yes.
reported on, I'm sorry, Your Honor?
We know that. He's testified to that.
And he's expressed his opinion of what the phone will do in those series of tests. It's not
We
an
know.
absolute opinion, but I think he can, his opinion of when the screen would light up is something he tested and something he can testify about.
Anything further?
Your Honor, simply that when he was proffered as an expert before this testimony, it was in extracting data from the cell phone, not in engineering, electrical engineering, which is where he's gone now.
Objections overruled.
I don't know if it's electrical engineering.
So you just testified you have no more knowledge about engineering the iPhone
It's cell phone
than
tossing.
anyone here, correct?
I know more about how the iPhone works, but no, sir, I'm not an engineer.
You're not an engineer. When you said that the accelerometers are what trigger this feature, How do you know that?
That's from data that's on Apple's website.
So you found something on Raise the Wake that says that the accelerometers are what trigger this feature?
No, sir. That's the only thing that is capable of detecting motion on the phone, besides GPS.
And you have no idea how much motion is required because you didn't measure, correct?
No, sir. I don't know the threshold.
Okay. You, this weekend, sat around your office by yourself,
Guys,
reporting nothing, tossing the phone around here, and are now reporting those results as an expert in what?
In cell phone forensics. I understand how cell phones operate more than most people.
This entire thing is so silly.
Do you understand the electrical engineering? Do you have any background in that?
I am not an engineer, no, sir.
Do you know how the accelerometers in the iPhone work? Can you tell us?
Not exactly, no, sir. But I know that they exist, and I know that's how the iPhone determines.
I think this is so insane. It's like, and it's funny, is the jury at this point has heard enough experts. They know what cell phone forensics is by this point, and they know that tossing the phone is not cell phone forensics. But I think what happened is this. I think that the prosecution was trying to find somebody to rebut Micah Sturgis, and for some reason, I don't know if it just wasn't arranged ahead of time or what, but my guess is he was just the only one available. Because they could have, I mean, honestly, this would have been just as relevant if they'd gotten Dr. Riemer, right? The forensic pathologist, to have her toss her cell phone. Like, there's literally no relation in terms of his expertise and what he did with tossing the phone. And like he even said so much that anyone else in the courtroom could have done it and could have had the same amount of knowledge. So my guess is he was just like available or something. Or maybe he volunteered. I don't know. It's very bizarre. Maybe everyone else had weekend plans and he didn't. I mean, it's the only really explanation for this that I can think of.
So there's an unknown device within the phone that detects motion in a way that you don't understand, and some amount of motion that you don't know how much because you didn't measure it does something that only you saw in your office this weekend. Is that correct?
No, I know what that is. It's the accelerometer. The accelerometer is what detects the motion, and that's what causes the iPhone to race to wake.
How does an accelerometer detect motion?
I'm not an engineer. I do not know how it detects motion. I just know that it does.
But, sir, you really haven't said anything you couldn't quickly find out on Google. Isn't that correct?
Probably, yes, sir.
Yeah, I mean, didn't he? It's worse. He already admitted that he just like looked it up on the Apple website. I can't. I mean, at least he's honest, but it's just.
So you have no expertise in this.
I have expertise in how cell phones work.
What do you mean by that? How cell phones work?
So I can tell you all about the knowledge C databases. I can tell you about the way iPhones or not iPhones. I can tell you the way some software is written, what kind of code it's written in. I can tell you how data is stored on the cell phone, the programming that's involved with the iOS feature,
it's
and
great. Like that's all very
databases that are involved.
Like that's all very complex and just experty, and has literally nothing to do with tossing a phone around. So.
Can you tell us that if somebody was driving down the road, picked up a phone that was either on the seat or pulled it out of a pocket or something like that, and while continuing to drive, threw it out the window, that the screen would not come on if it landed face up?
I cannot tell you that it will not come on. I can tell you that it might not come on.
Because when you were alone throwing your phone around, you think it didn't come on sometimes.
Objection is sustained. Anything further?
Oh, God.
When Mr. Barber was asking about picking up a phone and then tossing it, about the raise awake, what Mr. Sturgis demonstrated jury was a gentle pickup, correct?
That is correct.
You test a more violent pickup or a more aggressive pickup and then moving to a throwing motion, correct?
Yes, sir. I just picked it up and threw it.
All right. And based off of what you tested and you observed, the screen does not come on most of the time?
Even the way he says it, God, even the way he says it was like, yeah, I just picked up and threw it. It doesn't help. It doesn't help the situation any. It just makes it seem so nonchalant. You know what I mean? Like he could even just, I don't know, even the word, like everything about it. Like, even if you just throw in a fancy word here and there, maybe, and make it sound like it's something besides just, I just picked it up and threw it.
When you throw it like a frisbee, it's most of the time. When you throw it end over end, it's more than half the time it will not come on.
All right. And Mr. Barber asked you several times whether you knew more than anybody else about these cell phones, correct?
Correct.
And in particular, in this instance, you do know more than most people because you performed a series of tests, correct?
Objection sustained.
You performed multiple tests over the weekend, correct?
That's correct.
Objection sustained.
What did you do this weekend?
This weekend, I performed multiple tests on a device matching the same make and model as Maggie Murdaugh's to determine whether or not the raise to wake feature would always enable the screen to come on whenever the phone is thrown.
All right. And Mr. Barber asked you several times about being an engineer, correct?
Correct.
And did you hear anything out of Mr. Sturgis last week that indicated he was an engineer?
No, sir.
All right. And do you testified you don't know exactly how the accelerometer works, correct?
That is correct.
Is that knowledge necessary to observe when a screen turns on and when it does not turn on?
No, sir.
Not further, sir.
Any further?
One question. How many times do you have to run this experiment for your results to be statistically reliable?
I'm sorry, say it again?
How many times do you need to run this experiment for your results to be statistically reliable?
More than 10?
What your basis for that is?
Does it take that long to figure out that sometimes it turns on and sometimes it doesn't?
Do you know how to measure reliability using statistics?
I took statistics in college, yes, sir.
Do you know how to measure reliability using statistics?
Yes, sir.
How do you do it?
Well, you have to have to perform a sample. You have to have a default group that is.
He actually does pretty well.
Has
with
no
this.
change to
like
it.
Literally, I mean, I took statistics in college, and I'm not, from him, college would have been longer ago. Just looking at like his age, anyway. Basically, my point is I took statistics in college, and I would not have been able to answer. He actually does a pretty good job of answering this, considering considering this is not part of his job, and college would have been a long time ago. He actually does pretty well. This might be his best answer for any of the cross.
And then you have to have your sample group where you actually
sample
perform
group.
a change.
I mean, yeah.
You take the data, you put
Take
it into
data.
a formula. It gives you a degree of reliability.
Did you do that here?
Yeah,
No, sir.
I mean,
No further questions.
Step down. Call your next witness.
Your Honor, state calls Mark Ball.
All righty, guys. Mark Ball. Here we
It's
go.
Mark Ball. Last name B-A-L-L.
How you doing today?
Be doing better if I wasn't here.
I hear you.
Again, he's here to rebut Alex.
Well, we'll get you out of here pretty quickly. Wanted just to ask you a few very quick questions in response to the defense case. And first question I'd ask you is, prior to the murders of Maggie and Paul, did you ever hear Alec express any distrust of SLED?
No, sir.
Can you tell the jury what your observations were of his relationship with the law enforcement community?
I thought it was very good. I mean, he interacted with them regularly, as most civil lawyers do, and then with his side gig as, solicitor, he obviously had interaction with them as well.
Do you remember coming to find out that Alec had installed blue lights in the private vehicle?
Yes.
And can you tell the jury roughly how long ago that was?
I can't tell you precisely. I can tell you it wasn't the vehicle that's been seized. He got that vehicle in the end of December before the murders occurred in June, so he'd had that vehicle about 6 months roughly. And it was on the vehicle that was prior to that, and it was a Suburban as well. I don't remember when in that chain that they were actually installed, but it was some time.
Do you have some property around in this area?
I do.
And are you a hunter and an outdoorsman and shooter?
I am.
All right. Do you ever shoot hogs and other nuisance creatures?
A bunch of them.
And when you're riding around looking for hogs, what can you do that in the daytime?
Yes.
And is it not uncommon to see hogs during the daytime?
I shot 2 weeks ago. I shot 5
During the daytime?
during the day, 4:30. They come out, you know, all different times, but I mean, the more pressure you put on them, the more nocturnal they'll become. But they eat all the time, and they root, and the rooting's what the real problem is. They root up your roads and fields and everything else.
Have you ever known the defendant? You've known the defendant for how long?
34 years.
You aware the defendant and his family had a number of long guns, rifles, and shotguns?
Yes.
Have you ever known him to talk much about target shooting a pistol?
No, sir.
You know what Paul's weapon of choice was when shooting hogs?
Shooting
hogs.
The 300 blackouts were bought for hog hunting. I assume Paul would have shot them with anything he had, but that's what the 300 blackouts were bought for.
Did you have any conversations with the defendant when he was purchasing the original 2 blackouts as it relates to hog hunting?
I did. I'm not a big 300 blackout fan, and I told him that, and he bought them anyway, and I think his cousin actually put them together, who was a game warden.
In the time after the murders, did you have a number of conversations with the defendant about his activities that night?
I did. I had that night and in subsequent days.
And did you go over those in fairly some sort of detail?
Yes, sir. You know, at times, sometimes it wasn't detailed. You know, it would just be checking on him to see how he was doing and to see, you know, if they'd come up with any leads or where things stood. I mean, everybody was trying to figure this out. I mean, this is one of those lightning strikes in life that just jolts you, and there's no rhyme or reason.
What, if anything, did he say about whether or not he checked Maggie and Paul before he called 911?
As I testified before, my recollection of it was that he testified, or he told me, not testified, but he told me that he went to Maggie and then he went to Paul, rolled Paul over. His phone, I didn't hear the phone the first time he said that. I think that was about the second or third time. But I also wasn't really listening. I was listening to what occurred. You know, who did this? Why would they have done this? But the second time he went, it was reversed, where he went to Paul and then to Maggie. And like I told you before, I don't know whether that's just a slip, you know, from one to the other or vice versa. But he definitely went, checked on him, then called 911.
When was the first time you heard his admission and claim now that he did go to the kennels around 8:44 p.m.?
Thursday. Last
This
Thursday.
past Thursday?
Yeah.
And was he clear prior to that that he did not go down there in his conversation?
Incredible. So same as Ronnie Crosby. They learned when he took the stand. That is insane. I can't even, for some reason, my memory that they had heard, I guess maybe it was the family, maybe like John Marvin and Buster learned before. Actually, now I don't even recall if Jim asks Buster that same question. Actually, now I'm thinking, no, I don't think he did. I think they just avoided that altogether somehow. But yeah, it must have been John Marvin. I just remember I remember thinking there were people that knew before, but it just blows my mind, regardless, that like both Mark Ball and Ronnie Crosby learned when he took the stand. Like, that's insane to me.
Never said anything about that or any reason for it. It just, he'd never been there.
You said you've known the defendant for how long?
34 years.
Knowing what you know now, was he able to look you in the eye and lie convincingly and effortlessly to you?
Judge,
Objections overruled.
I mean, it's pretty obvious. I didn't know the stealing. I didn't know any of that. And, you know, it's not the way a plaintiff's practice works. You work on your own cases unless you're working with somebody else. And so you wouldn't necessarily be talking about his particular cases. So it's sort of yes and no. I mean, obviously, a lot of things that I was told and a lot of things just weren't there. I mean, the blue lights, the reasoning for the blue lights, the money missing from our account when he cashed the 2 checks, all of those types of things. You know, obviously they weren't truthful.
And did you feel like you knew the defendant well prior to June?
Sure thought I did.
By the defense.
Good afternoon, Mr. Ball.
Good afternoon.
Just be clear, after the Labor Day weekend when Alex was confronted by the law firm.
Well, it was before Labor Day.
Yeah,
it was
Friday or Thursday
right.
before.
It was the Friday before we confronted him.
You ever talked to him since the day he was confronted?
I talked to him on that Monday when I believe that he and Randy and John were going to, I believe, Atlanta, to the facility down there. And I got a phone call, I don't know, 1 or 2 o'clock, whatever it was. I was coming from the office. I'd been digging through his files and stuff, and I got a call. It registered as John Marvin, and I picked it up and said, "What you need, John?" And it was Alec.
And that would have been Labor Day 2021?
That would have been Labor Day 2021.
And since Labor Day 2021, you've not spoken with Alec?
I have not.
And since Labor Day 2021, Alec has either been in rehab or jail, is that correct?
He has been, to my knowledge. I mean,
so you've not had any opportunity. I mean, he's been represented by counsel as well, right?
Sure. I mean, I wouldn't expect to. If, you know, he's being charged with crimes.
Right. So you wouldn't have any expectation that since September of 2021 that he would come to you, talk to you about whether he was on a video, whether he was at the kennels, or where he was, correct?
No, not since September.
Okay. You were asked questions about Alex distrust of SLED, and you testified that he had a good relationship with law enforcement.
He did. I never heard any mistrust of SLED or anybody else.
Well, let's talk about that.
From him, I mean.
Well.
Good night, Abby. Have a good one. We'll see you on the
Alec
next
take the position that his son Paul was wrongfully charged for felony boating under the influence, causing a death and serious bodily injury as a result of the boating accident?
Yes, he I mean, I think he disputed that and was planning a vigorous defense of that.
And that happened, those charges have been pending since 2019, is that correct?
4 years ago, a couple days ago.
Right. And so he did express some dissatisfaction over that case, correct?
Well, over that case, but I don't know that it was directed at law enforcement or who it was directed at. It was just, it wasn't, he didn't specifically say or didn't say, I distrust SLED or I distrust Beaufort County Sheriff's Department or DNR or whoever. It was just, he thought that there was defensible, it was a defensible case, the criminal charges against Paul, and you know, there was this back and forth as to whether it could have been one of two people driving.
And you were informed, I believe, sometime in the spring of 2021 that SLED was actually investigating Alec for obstructing the boating accident investigation, right?
No, sir.
You were not aware of that?
I was not aware of that.
Okay. Do you know whether Alec was aware of that?
I have no idea what he was. He never said that to me. I didn't know about anything to do with the investigation until the grand jury, when I went to the grand jury.
Were you aware that he and his father sat in on the criminal prosecution of his good friend Greg Alexander?
I became aware of that. Well, back up. Yeah, I knew they went over there. I didn't know much about the detail until after the sled came in after the 3rd of September 2021.
And Chief Alexander was prosecuted after SLED investigated him, correct?
I think that's the case, yes.
And that Alec and his father thought that Chief Alexander was wrongfully accused. Are you aware of that?
I don't know what they thought about it. I know that they were close to Greg Alexander, and Greg Alexander ultimately got off on a jury trial.
Now we do know that the Colleton County Sheriff's Department, in this case, recused themselves because Alec was...
Let me correct something. I said that he got off. He was found not guilty.
Right.
I mean, I don't want there to be a negative implication. I know Greg as well.
Sure.
So,
well, thank you for clarifying that. And we do know that Sheriff Buddy Hill and the entire Colleton County Sheriff's Department recused themselves in this case because of Alec's close relationship with the Colleton County Sheriff's Department and law enforcement. Is that right?
I know they recused themselves, and I know they called in SLED that night. I wasn't privy to the reasoning,
right,
but I would make that assumption.
And there are different levels of law enforcement agencies, right? There's the,
sure,
say, the Town of Hampton Police Department, Hampton County Sheriff's Department, and Alec had a really good relationship at that level with those folks, correct?
He did.
And he had a really good relationship with the Colleton County Sheriff's Department, to your knowledge?
He did as far as I know, yes.
Right. So you mentioned that hogs become nocturnal when there's a lot of pressure on them?
They can.
They can?
It depends on a lot of things. Like right now, the swamp's up. They're much more on the hill.
Right.
Then when times are dry, they go out into the flat swamp and root up everything out there.
And the pressure that you're referring to is hunting pressure?
Yeah.
And are you aware that Paul put a lot of pressure on the hogs at Moselle?
I knew Paul hunted hogs a lot of places. At one point, Paul had hog dogs and would hunt on people's property. He came to my property. He went to Ronnie's. But how much pressure they were putting on them, I don't know because I wasn't over there. I mean, I'd ridden around their property several times, but it wasn't about hog hunting.
Sure. And I want to ask you about the Moselle property tract. So, we've all seen drone photos of the house and the kennels and Moselle Road. That's sort of right in front of the residence.
Yes.
Right. And then if you're sort of looking from a drone, and we've seen some aerial photos, I guess if you're headed south, there's the Dove Field right adjacent. Is that south, I would think?
Yeah, at least east.
Okay. And then back behind the Moselle residence, I think there's a river.
Well, there's a swamp.
The swamp
and
begins.
Then the big Salkehatchie is back in there.
So the swamp begins behind the house and goes, I don't know, is that west?
Sort of south.
Right.
If the runway's running east and west,
okay,
then it would be south.
But the swamp is behind the house.
It's behind the house.
Okay. And across the street from the house is duck pond and shooting range and no swamp.
Correct. And timberland.
And all the hogs are going to be behind the house.
Mm-hmm. They're all over. They follow. There's a watershed ditch in there. They follow wherever, but predominantly they seek refuge or whatnot in the swamp. but they can be anywhere. I have them, there's gum ponds and every place else, and they just trample wherever they want to go. But you're right, by and large, they're in the swamp because it's wooded,
right,
and thick.
And in the month of June, pretty warm, is it not?
It usually is here in South Carolina.
Yes, it is. And do hogs stay in the swamp more in the heat of the summer?
I haven't noticed that, and I've killed
Insane.
probably well over 1,000 hogs.
All right.
This is like you never thought you'd be learning about like the preferred temperature and humidity level for hogs. Down to the down to the detail. It's just
And
great.
so we trap them all the way through. I've got 2 traps, and well, actually, I got 6 traps. But I trap them, I shoot them.
What about
they're just-
we need to know the temperature of the swamp water, and what if there's a cool breeze? Does that change things? Are they more or less likely to sleep if they're feeling a little bit overheated, or what if it gets a little bit too chilly? What if it's not warm enough? These are the things that that matter, right? So Mixed Bunky is just, I was asking him how it's hanging.
Scourge. They eat everything. They root up your roads. They get in your pine trees when they're little. They'll root them up. They're a teetotal nuisance. I carry a gun with me most of the time.
Do you have a gun with a thermal scope so you hunt them at night?
I do have a thermal, and then I have others.
Yeah, Mr. Murdaugh, is there ever a time when you don't have a gun with you when you're traveling around?
This is
Only if I forget it.
Right.
But
wow. That was the exact same question that Poot asked Ronnie Crosby, but that's a great answer for the prosecution. Only if I forget it. That's like what we were saying when we were breaking down with the trucks, because, just that the difference, like we were saying at the very beginning of the stream, we were talking about the difference, the riding the property versus riding to the kennels. And so what they're referring to is, again, it's just, that was a great answer for the state. Yeah, only if I forget it. That's just, we heard the same thing from Ronnie Crosby. So they're rebutting Shrimp Boy Alex's testimony on that.
usually I have one.
Yep. We'll pay a lot of money.
And you
for
understood that Maggie and Alec got
a degree from Swamp University, a degree in hogs from Swamp University. It's worth a lot of money, but we're getting it free here from Jen.
300 blackouts from Paul and Buster for Christmas one year, and they came with thermal scopes.
I do.
And are you aware that Paul had his lost or stolen?
I was.
And then he received a replacement without a thermal scope.
Right. My understanding was it had a red dot.
And that he didn't use that one very often. He used Buster's that did have the thermal scope. You've learned that?
I've heard bits and pieces. I haven't been watching everything, but I did.
Right.
Somebody told me that, or I heard it.
Like Ronnie Crosby's like, I've been watching the whole
And
trial,
Buster
but I've
was
been
sitting
here
in the
twice.
courtroom. Were you aware of that?
I didn't. I assumed y'all had.
Okay.
I know that the black one was taken from the house because I was standing there.
Right. That's fair.
But you wouldn't use a thermal
In the daytime.
in the daytime for the most part. I mean, you could, I suppose, but it wouldn't serve much purpose.
There's been some discussion about Alex emoting and being emotional during trials. He's an emotional person altogether, isn't he?
I think he probably is.
I mean, you remember him speaking at when his dad got the order of the Palmetto, for example.
I do.
And he'd get emotional then.
Yeah.
And you remember him speaking at the trial lawyers after he had finished up his term, and he got emotional then.
Well, I wasn't there for that. So.
Oh, you missed that? Okay. But you've seen him get emotional frequently.
Sure, everybody gets emotional.
Right. And he was extremely emotional.
It's so crazy that Alex was the president of the Trial Lawyers Association at all, ever.
after losing Maggie and Paul.
There's no question about that.
One last point. Do you recall reading or learning on the morning of June the 8th that statement was released through the Colleton County Sheriff's Office that says, at this time, there's no danger to the public. If information is received that dictates otherwise, we will immediately notify the public?
Yes.
Did that concern you?
Very much.
And why did it concern you?
Well, I had been over there that night. I left 3, 4 o'clock in the morning, came home, laid down for a little while, took a shower, and then I heard that. And I got on the phone with Sheriff Smalls on my way into work about 7:30 or so.
That's the sheriff we just heard from, T.C. Smalls.
I asked him if he knew anything about what that was about. And I went, he said, I don't know, I'll check. And then later that evening, the lieutenant from over here called me and he explained that they didn't have any credible threats against anybody other than, they didn't have any threats, period, but they didn't have any, there was no knowledge, no information about anybody else being in harm's way. And we had probably a 30 or 45-minute conversation, and it didn't leave me any more I guess I still had questions because we have 60 or 70 people that work for us. Sure. And the last thing I wanted was somebody coming in and you know, blasting up the place. And so we made the decision to lock the doors. And we did that for probably a couple months.
Right.
And just like we're doing now.
Thank you. Indulgence. That's all.
Further. You were asked a little bit about Colleton Sheriff's Department recusing themselves. Are you aware that they continue to assist on the case?
I know they were out there, and I wouldn't. The internal politics of who's lead and who's not lead. I mean, I know that they were there because one of the deputies called me the next morning and asked me where Paul's truck was, and I called Alec and verified where it was and told, I had several interactions with them. So yeah, they were still involved. They weren't.
And for the first few months of the investigation, the local solicitor's office was still running the investigation, to your knowledge?
As far as I know, they were out there. Mr. Stone, his chief assistant were out there, and an investigator were out there the next day. And I want to say they were out there maybe 2 days, but to lend whatever assistance they could lend, I guess.
And the same
and then I think it was August. I saw it like everybody else in the paper that Mr. Stone had recused himself.
All right. Thank you. Nothing further.
Just briefly, Mr. Ball, isn't it correct that law enforcement does the investigation, solicitor's office does the prosecution?
That's the way it normally works.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, so hold on. Let me get my ticker. Okay, so Catherine's dude, you're killing me, Sheriff Smalls. So Catherine's asking, yeah, I guess, well, we don't really have, like, where I live, I don't think there are wild pigs. I guess I would call them a pig. So I don't know if that makes a difference if it's like, a pig, like the type that they make for eating, or like if it's wild. I guess if I think of wild, I think of a wild boar, but I don't think that's a North Carolina thing. If it is, I've never heard of it or seen it. I also think of Pumbaa from Lion King, but that's a warthog. But I guess that's different. I can't even picture like when they're talking about these hogs and all the destruction. I don't even know, like, do these look like regular pigs? I can't picture it, you know? It sounds like they are conniving and, you know, I don't know, just the way they describe them, it's really funny. It's like they're out to get everybody, you know, and they're like rooting up the roads and they're like, yeah, like causing chaos and shit. Like, I don't know. It's just funny. I really have no idea what that even looks like. Does it look like a regular pig? I have no idea. But okay, as promised, let's take a look. All right, so this is the latest on the Miss Becky stuff. Well, I mean, kind of, you know, it's because of her in a way. But so all right, let's take a look. So I'm going to break this down for y'all. So the case, so how do these work? When you see this is, you know, your court document. So this is a notice of appeal. So it's not the appeal, it's a notice of appeal. And you might recall, like at the hearing with Justice Toll, I don't remember the exact time frame. I believe it was 90 days, perhaps, but she gave them the timeline. I feel like it's usually 90 days. But at the very end of the hearing, she says, you know, she's making for the record and saying that this is standard procedure, right? Like you have 90 days, for example, like to file your notice of appeal. Notice of appeal is just, it's what it sounds like. It's to let them know you're going to appeal. Why? Well, because to write the actual appeal, to make an actual appeal for any case, it's going to take quite a long time, right? As we know, the appellate process. So, but there's a statute, you know, there's like statute of limitations on things. I guess maybe that's not the right timeline on this, but there are time limits to things. So the notice of appeal, it buys you that time, right? Because then it's like, okay, you could expect an appeal and then you have a different, it restarts the clock on that or whatever. So, and I'm actually not sure like how long you have to file the actual appeal. Like, I guess I know that the notice of appeal is the thing where sometimes that's like, you know, they feel the crunch a little bit more. I'll make a note to look that up, but it is a matter of, in terms of the clock, right, as it were. So, and of course it probably depends on jurisdiction and maybe even the type of appeal, because this is kind of a specific situation. And if you remember, this isn't a standard appeal anyway, because he had the initial appeal, right, that they had already filed. And that was just for the murder conviction. And then in order to deal with the Miss Becky stuff, they had to first get like a stay on that. Like they stopped that process, which again, I think is referring to stopping the clock. It stops that whole thing. And that was a whole, you know, deal. They had to get that ruled on. And then they could start this process. And so this appeal is still to appeal the Justice Toll decision. So his initial appeal is still paused, as far as I'm sure it is. So the whole thing is really a unique situation, and it's crazy. So okay, so anyway, but here's what we're going to say. So the state is the respondent. So whoever is appealing, right? Okay, if you're in a civil case, either side would be like the appellant, like so because either side can appeal, because you have a plaintiff and a defendant. However, in a criminal trial, right, once there's been a conviction, the state can't appeal, right? That's double jeopardy. Now they can appeal a certain decision from a judge, like if a judge says this thing, you know, can't come in, like if there's a motion in limine or, you know, certain pieces of evidence, whatever the case may be, you know, they can appeal, but they cannot appeal a conviction, right? So, so typically what you're going to see when it comes to criminal, if you see an appellant, it's typically going to be the defendant. It's whoever is making the appeal. Again, just because of the fact that there's double jeopardy, if the state tries to appeal a conviction for a crime, they are not allowed to do that. So that's why typically you're going to see appeals, if it's criminal, going to be from the defendant. So respondent is whoever who's responding, right? What it sounds like. So in this case, it's the state. So you have the state, and then to the right says respondent. So that's, and then your V is in the middle. So that's how you can read it. So the state is the respondent versus Alex Murdaugh, who is the appellant. So this is the notice of appeal. So of course, as you can see, it's denying or appeals the order filed April 4th. So that is interesting. So that was the order was filed April 4th. And that makes sense because at the end of the hearing, we know Justice Toll said, she's going to take time to make her official ruling and do all the fancy shit, right? And so she filed it just April 4th. So that was just 10 days ago. So so actually that was quite quick then, this notice of appeal on that. Denying Murdaugh's motion for a new trial. Murdaugh received written notice of the order denying his motion. Yeah, that was, so they probably had this ready to go, but they had to wait for that written order in order to then file this notice of appeal. So, okay, so let's see. And there, again, this is just the respondent, like I was saying, again, here is the state, and then the appellant is the person who's appealing. So that would be, of course, Alex, as we know. There's Poot. Okay, so here we see the state of South Carolina Court of Appeals, appeal from Colleton County, and Justice Toll. We know she was the presiding judge because Judge Newman recused himself. Again, it says it's the same thing here, right? So this is the state, and we call this the caption. This is what this is called. So each, court filing is going to have the caption, and the caption is going to have, the jurisdiction. It's going to have the case numbers, and it's going to have, whoever is doing what to who, right? Like, so I mean, because in every court filing, somebody is versus somebody else, right? So it's going to have the parties. That's the word I was looking for. It's going to have the parties there. So this is the certificate of service. So service, right? So you might be familiar with the idea of like, oh, you've been served, right? So service. So it's official, right? Like they have to have it official, like that this notice was given, that it was accepted, that it was received, and somebody has to sign for it. So this is all how every type of court filing goes. So this is the legal assistant for Poot, and or I guess rather Jim Griffin. So this is one of their legal assistants. So she's served Creighton and Donald Zelenka, who I don't think we've seen yet, but the state, right? So officially. So that means that they know they received it because you have to have that in law. And then here we go. So via OneDrive filing. So a lot of times with, these court documents, they can do them electronically with like an e-filing, which is great because it saves on paper. And we know they use so much paper in these court filings, but this is, so it says, Dear Ms. Kitchings, enclosed. So this is like, it looks like an email type of correspondence. So enclosed, please find, Alex Murdaugh's notice of appeal for filing by copy of this letter. I am serving all parties with a copy of the same. So all parties are being served at the same time. So, yep, this is just a good example of what a notice of appeal looks like, right? I mean, it's no big deal, but there is one thing that is a big deal, and that's why I wanted to make sure I included this for the intermission, because look who it is. Because we know Miss Becky just stepped down. Looky there. Patricia C. Grant, clerk of court for Colleton County. So I was like, oh, that's interesting. So here she is. Meet our new clerk of court for Colleton County. Here we go. And this literally just happened like 2 days ago. Posted Thursday, April 11th, as you can see there. There we go. Isn't that funny? All right, so here we go. Governor Henry Masters' executive order appointed Patricia Grant, former clerk of court, so she used to be there, of course, to serve in that capacity once more. And as we know, this is an elected position, but in this situation where Miss Becky, stepped down, we knew this because we heard this from her press conference thing, but that they would appoint someone temporarily until the next election term. So she's been appointed to serve once more. The appointment came after the resignation of Becky Hill. Grant served as the clerk of court for 20 years. Wow, that's crazy. Retired in 2020. Effective immediately, Grant will serve as clerk until the election, right? Like I said, or until a successor otherwise qualifies as provided by law. I don't know what that means. Interesting. I wonder if that's like Okay, that's why, I guess, because it's okay. So South Carolina state law, allows the governor to appoint a suitable person to serve as clerk of court. Okay, so in other words, that makes sense. So until the election or until someone else qualifies as provided by law. So then in other words, this is explaining how she's serving in this position again when it's in between elections. That's what it is. Because South Carolina law allows the governor, see, they should have reversed the order. South Carolina state law allows the governor to appoint a suitable person. And following that, I should say, Grant will serve until the election or until a successor otherwise qualifies as provided by law and the law we had just read. So anyway, but there she is, the new clerk of court. So they pulled her out of retirement, and that's that as of Thursday, April 11th. So now we know. Okay, so now we are going to get into the last part of this episode. So it's going to be Dr. Kinsey. I believe there was some housekeeping maybe before. I can't recall. But what we're going to have is we're going to have Dr. Kinsey. There's like lots of that's what she says. And like we're going to hear some funny stuff as well from the AG who does the questioning. I was calling him the DA on accident because I get the letters mixed up. It's actually the Attorney General for the entire state. And as I pointed out, he has been in court every day at the prosecution table. And we will also have, after Dr. Kinsey, we do have discussion about the jury view and plans going forward and all of that. And it's interesting because where it's going to be at in the trial is, you know, we're kind of getting close to wrapping things up. So, but let's go ahead and hear from Dr. Kinsey again, everyone's fave.
How many more witnesses do you have, Mr. Waters?
I believe just one, Your Honor. At lunchtime, there's one more that I might talk about, but I believe just one, Your Honor. And that would be Dr. Kinsey. Your Honor, very briefly, I know that there had been a request by the defense for a jury view, and for planning purposes, I didn't know if Your Honor had if we had a plan for that, to do that, I guess, after this last witness, or at what point?
Yes, after the state rests.
All right.
And depending on what time you rest today, it might be this afternoon. Yes, sir.
And it could be now or after lunch, whatever the court prefers, but I would like to make a counsel motion for the record regarding the cell phone testimony we just heard.
Okay.
Your Honor, and the previous objection was that it was, which you overruled, which I was objecting to it being beyond the scope of the expertise with which it was offered, but the Supreme Court and counsel...
That wasn't your objection.
That was the objection. I'm now making a motion under counsel, Your Honor, for the record. In counsel, the Supreme Court said that when admitting scientific evidence, the trial judge must find the evidence will assist the trial fact, the expert witness is qualified, and the underlying science is reliable. The trial judge should apply the Jones factors to determine reliability, and then the case gives the Jones factors as considering the admissibility of scientific evidence under the Jones standard. The court looks at several factors, including one, publications and peer review of the technique.
You know what the rule says beyond that?
Your Honor, the testimony we heard, which we had no notice of to make an earlier motion, there's no publications or peer review of the technique he described. There's no prior application of that method. He testified he's never done this before. Number 3, the quality control procedures used to ensure reliability. No data was recorded at all, so there's none of that.
Your motion is late. You stipulated, you agreed that he was an expert. I gave you an opportunity to voir dire him, question him in any way.
Your Honor, we had no notice that he was going to offer this experiment. He was offered as a cell phone forensics expert, which he is. And there was no notice that he had done this engineering analysis throwing his phone around.
He did not do an engineering analysis. He said he didn't do an engineering analysis. And what was scientific about his testimony?
Well, yes, Your Honor, his testimony was not scientific. That's why moving under counsel that it is not reliable scientific testimony and it should be struck.
All right. What says the state?
Your Honor, I think, again, as Your Honor's pointed out, there was no objection. This was in the nature of reply testimony, and I think that, again, there's a practical experience that is acceptable for opinions to be offered, and that's kind of what we're talking about. He understands the raise-to-wake feature and the manner in which it works and in which it doesn't work, and he offered his testimony based on his experiments in that regard. Counsel was allowed to fully cross-examine the witness, and it will ultimately, go to weight and not-admissibility, Your Honor.
All right. The objections are noted for the record. He did not provide scientific testimony. He conducted an experiment and told the jury about it. The fact that the defense had any questions concerning his qualification to testify as an expert witness, the defense had an opportunity to do that through voir dire or otherwise. Rule 5 does not apply to reply testimony in the sense that the state is not required to provide any advance report or anything. Your objection is noted for the record. The testimony speaks for itself.
Yeah.
And
like I said, they didn't object. That was.
Yes, sir.
That was
Your Honor, one other matter. The forensic pathologist said this morning concerning some of her testimony about the white material that was noted. She indicated that she had never put that in her autopsy report. She'd never given this opinion before. We propose in rebuttal to bring our pathologist back to testify when they finish their case.
I'm not inclined to allow any rebuttal based on what I've heard at this point.
Even though she said wasn't in a report.
Yes, sir.
Revealed it today for the first time.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. So you're denying that request?
Yes, I'm not inclined to at this time.
Well, when would be the appropriate time?
Well, when it's time for you to offer it, then I'll hear it fully. But I'm telling you now, I do not anticipate allowing any rebuttal based on what I've heard at this point.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes, sir. All right, thank you. Your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Dr. Kenny Kinsey.
Do you swear the testimony that you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? So help you God. Thank you.
Kenneth Lee Kinsey, Kinsey.
Welcome back, Dr. Kinsey.
Welcome.
It feels like a year since you were here. You were qualified last week as an expert, correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
What I would like for you to do right now is just to remind the jury, give them a little bit of background on your education, your work history, your credentials that made you qualified to be an expert witness.
Yes, sir. I've got a degree from Clemson University, a master's degree, that's undergraduate, a master's degree from Troy University, a PhD from Walden University. I've worked approximately 800 death scenes in my career, and I've handled and processed countless evidence in crime scene and the crime scene related disciplines. And I've been a police officer for approximately 30 years in various capacities.
And just to remind the jury, you were qualified as a forensic or crime scene forensics expert in this particular case.
Yes, sir, I was.
And real quick, what other types of qualifications as an expert do you possess?
I'm also a firearms instructor for handguns, shotguns. They call them patrol rifles, but that includes subguns, fully automatic and semi-automatic platforms. I have endorsements through the South Carolina Criminal Justice Academy I'm also a SLED concealed weapons permit instructor, and I'm formerly a law enforcement firearms instructor through the NRA.
He's just the best. But I was going to say also, again, I know I keep pointing this out, but with Alan Wilson, the AG, so, you know, I will say, like, had he not been there every day and just shown up and done this, which is what I guess what people thought was happening, I can understand that is a bad look. But I have to say that, like, in my opinion, with the fact that he was there every day at the prosecution table and then takes this witness, you know, take the state's last witness, I think it actually, to me, is a good thing. Like, I think it just shows, like, oh, hi, Blackwood. I'm glad you're still here. I think it just shows the commitment, right? Like, that's a huge deal for the AGs are never in trial. So, like, for him to be there for the entire trial and then take a witness, I think it was sending a message, right? Because this really deeply affected the state, and especially when you deal with, like, thinking about the level of influence that his family had and, like, the, you know, privilege, it really mattered on a big level beyond even just, you know, the murders, I think, because it was really, like, you know, facing, or at least trying to start facing a lot of these issues, the systemic issues and the corruption and stuff like that, right? And I think that it was not just sending a message, but putting your, you know, walking the talk or whatever, you know, with him being there. And that's, like, a huge deal. Again, that's a lot of time and a lot of energy and just a lot of attention to it, when it shows the priority. It shows the state's priority is, like, trying to make this right as best they can, and to get justice. And so I don't know. I think it's great. And I think he does a great job. And also, you guys will notice, hopefully, like, he really enunciates and he projects really well. And his questioning is really easy to follow as well, too.
Now, you've had an opportunity to review the case file for this particular case, correct?
Yes, I have.
And you have actually been out to the crime scene, correct?
I have.
Beg the court's indulgence. Dr. Kinsey,
court's
we're going to
indulgence.
keep our testimony today narrowly focused and tailored to a few witnesses that the defense put up this past week. Did you have the opportunity to observe one witness named Michael Sutton, who was a forensic mechanical engineer for the defense?
I did.
Oh, boy.
Now, do you recall any of his conclusions or what
Look at
his
him.
main
He's
conclusion
trying not to
was
laugh. Oh, my
regarding
God.
the size
Yeah.
of the shooter?
I do.
What was that conclusion?
5'2" to 5'4".
I would like now, Doug, if you would, I would like for you to publish or cut on Defense Exhibit 140. Go to page 49. Okay, now what I want to do is we're going to get into this in just a moment, but they published this into evidence last week. And do you recognize these green lines coming out?
Guys, get ready.
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay.
Get ready.
And what do those green lines represent?
Those green lines represent
Dude, it's the return of the child ninja assassins. They're back.
a predicted static angle or I don't know what you would call it, trajectory for possible shooters.
Okay, and did Mr. Sutton develop his conclusions as to the height of the shooter based on math that he did in this particular case?
He said it was trigonometry, but yes, sir, he did.
Based on your many years of law enforcement experience, education, and training, what is your overall opinion on his conclusions?
I think his intentions are well, but I think his methods were flawed.
That's very
So what I want to do is I want to go back.
Put that really
and
nicely.
There were 3 previous angles that we just looked at in the previous slide, correct?
That is correct.
And then he also determined an angle here in this photo, correct?
That is correct.
And those are the angles that he used to determine the height of the shooter, correct?
That is correct.
And what is that a picture of?
That is a close-up of what appears to be a bullet defect or bullet damage in that cardboard.
They based their angles, of at least 2 angles. Well, let's back up. There were 2 angles taken from this particular one bullet hole. Why is that?
There were, I believe the original crime scene agent gave a possibility of 2 angles of the angle of impact in the cardboard.
Okay, and what are some things that someone can determine from examining a bullet hole in this cardboard?
Well, the first thing is direction. It lets you know that you had one or at least one projectile fired from that direction. It's a pretty good indicator for direction.
Okay, what's another thing that you can determine?
Sometimes you can determine the angle of impact and whether that bullet was affected before it struck that object. And what I mean is, was it deflected by flesh, or did it hit its target, or is there an internal problem with the weapon that would cause that bullet to be off-center?
Are you comfortable with the direction that was determined by Special Agent Worley in this particular photo?
I'm very confident of that direction.
Okay. The defense determined that there were two potential angles. How confident are you that the methodology used to determine those angles are accurate?
I have zero confidence from this piece of evidence as far as establishing angles.
So that's interesting. You
It
feel
is
good
interesting.
about the direction of the bullet going into the quail cage, but you have a concern about the angle, correct?
That is correct.
Do you have a concern?
You guys remember? Do you guys remember on direct examination? Poot was questioning this Michael Sutton guy, and he's talking about the quail pen, and he's like holding up a big poster of the two little children shooters, and he's holding it up, and he's like in the middle of a question, and he like all of a sudden forgets the word for quail pen, and he's like trying to remember it. Oh my god, it's so fucking funny. And he's like the bird cage, and then he's like, no, that's not right. And then he's like, bird cage. I don't know. It's just, I don't know if you guys remember that. But every time I hear quail pen, I can just picture Poot, because that was so funny. I watched it a bunch of times, and it's just really fucking funny.
About the angle.
The angle of impact, yes, sir, that is correct.
What are two things that could affect the angle of impact on a surface like this cardboard?
As I mentioned before, you could have, that bullet could have hit an object, which we don't know, or it could be an internal problem with the firearm that causes it. When you think about, if I could explain,
yes.
When you think about a quarterback throwing a football, they spin
sports
that
ball.
football,
I don't
and
understand.
it makes it stable in flight. Well, a projectile coming out of the muzzle of a firearm, a single projectile firearm, works the same way. You've got little lands and grooves in that barrel. And as that propellant pushes that projectile down the barrel, it twists. Now, there's different twists depending on the firearm, but that twist, called rifling, most commonly, that's what my grandfather called it.
Classical music
But
reference.
it makes that bullet stable in flight. Anything that can throw that projectile off of battery, whether it be striking something or a firearm problem, maybe fouling too much lead in the barrel, those kind of things will make that bullet off center. Now, it still may go the general direction, but the rotation of that projectile could be off just a little bit when it strikes the target.
So a good analogy would be a lineman getting his hand on a football and making it go wobbly, but it keeps going, correct?
That would work, yes, sir.
I'll leave the witness.
Doug, could you zoom in on this hole real quick?
You don't. That's what she said. Guys, get ready. There's going to be a lot of them.
Dr.
Get
Kinsey,
ready.
I'd like to ask you to step down here, and for demonstrative purposes, I'd like you to demonstrate how an angle of impact can be affected in cardboard with a dowel.
Yes. Here we go.
Describe to the jury what you've done with this box.
I placed 4 strategic holes in this box representing a bullet defect in cardboard. As you probably saw in the photographs, as a crime scene investigator, we use dowel rods to help determine direction and angle of impact. Now, they can be as simple as a wooden dowel rod like you get at your hardware store, or they make some real complicated ones made out of fiberglass if you can afford it. You know, most agencies and most crime scene teams will use a fiberglass rod, but the wooden rods, as long as they're pretty straight and true, they work just the same. So if this represents a projectile defect in cardboard, and may I say weathered cardboard, because this has been out there at least a year and a half since this incident took place, you place that dowel rod in that defect, and then you can get an approximate angle or angle of impact on it, but you can definitely get a more confident direction. If your shooter's over here and he's shooting this direction, or over here, or up or down. But it's not the end-all, be-all, and I can explain that to you also.
Okay. So how could you demonstrate how, well, back up a second, and step away so the jurors can see this photo, if you would. You saw the, I might need you up here.
Call and I will come.
You saw the defense expert's testimony, Mr. Sutton, I believe, last week, describing this hole. Can you explain to them how he determined the angle of impact based on what he was observing in this bullet entry?
I can, Mr. Wilson.
Please do so for the jury.
What Mr. Sutton did with geometry and trigonometry and a whole lot of tools, but basically a protractor, as we use when I testified previously.
Look at him with that
if
box.
you had a confident bullet defect, you can run a string and then put a level or it's a type of protractor, it's a bullet angle finder on top of that rod, and you can get a general angle of impact in a fixed object. However, this isn't a fixed object.
He referred to that little
Always mixed
mark
funny.
around 3 o'clock. What did he call that?
Just make sure
called it a bullet watch.
100%.
Could it be a bullet wipe?
Bullet wipe, yeah, something like. It's not a term I use. But,
Okay.
I'm familiar with it.
And what was he assuming that bullet wipe was caused by, based on the testimony you heard?
From the angle. He's assuming
The angle of what?
The angle of impact.
Okay. What else could cause that?
As we mentioned, striking the surface beforehand, fouling in the barrel, something internal. It just throws the bullet off course a little bit. It's not spinning the way it normally spins. So when it strikes, it doesn't strike. It doesn't enter the way it normally would. It wallers a little bit, like that football we talked about.
Did you say wallers?
What about the dowel
I don't know
rod?
what that is.
Well, the purpose of inserting the dowel rod is to try to get the best angle or the best direction you can. And in a perfect world, the angle would be fairly confident, like another bullet defect we're going to talk about. Remember, this is weathered cardboard. So once that examiner, and these rods are not caliber specific either, because a constant investigator or an examiner can't look at a bullet hole and guess what caliber it is.
They don't know how big the rod needs to be.
So you try to pick the one that fits the hole the best. And with some of the fancy kits, you get a little shim kit with some little rubber grommets that you can place in there, make it fit a little bit better.
Oh my God.
But more typically, you just pick the dowel rod that's closest to the hole.
Could a dowel rod affect the angle of impact?
Upon me inserting this dowel rod, I can do damage to that bullet defect. But more importantly, when I remove it, I could do damage. And it's very deceptive damage. It's not intentional, but it can damage the angle of impact, especially in a soft, unreliable object like cardboard.
You can return to the stand. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Oh,
I can illustrate that, Mr. Wilson.
oh my God.
Please, go ahead.
What I'm saying, once a crime scene investigator gets what they need, they get their photographs, their measurements, their direction.
I think
so now
he's
this
saying
dowel
it's
rod's
not.
here. And none of us know this unless you've got a video.
Gonna do more demonstrations. Oh God. I think what he's saying is it's not about the size of the hole, it's about the size of the rod. Right? Is that part of it? I think that's part of it. It's
The
hard to
examiner
tell
taking that dowel rod out. So we don't know what direction he or she might have pulled that dowel rod out because she's got her measurement. She or he is not considering someone coming behind them and measuring.
Oh my God, I can't.
In a piece of cardboard.
They're not expecting someone to come behind and stick their rod in afterwards.
And we're not talking about in wood or sheetrock, we're talking about cardboard. If you pull it to the right, you cause that same bullet wipe that we got in the photograph. Likewise,
My favorite thing about this is, well, not my favorite. I love all of it, but there's still a shipping label on this box. Look, it's just, I love that. Like it's just so, it's like just somebody ordered something from like Amazon or whatever, right? And it's just like, here's a box and there's the shipping label. I love it.
if I pull it to the left, now it looks like that projectile has entered from a left to right direction. And you can go on and
Just poke some more holes.
Up or down.
Just shove it on in there any old way.
The appearance of that bullet defect because you've
Just
got
shoving it. He's just like
an object like
jamming
cardboard,
it.
something that there's no
And-
confidence in.
Thank you. You can set that down.
He's like, here, do you want the box?
So do you recall what the defense expert testified to the direction and angle?
He's like, do you want the box back in case you need to do an Amazon return? And he's like, no, you can just set that down because like this box has all these holes in it now. Like I can't use it for a return anymore.
Of that particular angle of impact?
I do.
And what was it?
I think 1 and 3 degrees.
But do you remember, like, was it left
Going
to right,
up.
right to left?
Going up.
And from what way to what way? What direction to what direction?
Left to right, or right to left.
Right.
Yes, sir, right to left. I have to think about the quail pen in my head.
Are you confident that the direction was correct on this?
Yes, sir, I have no reason not to believe the direction. I mean, that would have to be a huge defect hole for it to throw the direction off.
How confident are you in the angle of this?
I have zero confidence in that angle of the bullet entry.
Doug, if you could go to page 21, which I believe
Yeah.
is State's Exhibit, a picture of State's Exhibit 38. Can you describe for the jury what that is right there?
Like the first defect, this is also a defect in a wooden, it's been described as a doghouse.
Now, you can also determine the angle of impact and the direction here, correct?
I can.
What degree of certainty do you have that they were?
Now, I just want to say real quick, because remember, we've had the two children's, the ninja assassins, you know, they were called the 11-year-old, you know, boys and whatever, children, all kinds of things. Creighton, we have our own nicknames we've given them, you know, they've trained all their lives for this. And then, you know, we had Creighton called them the 12-year-old marauders. We're about to hear another name where they're about to be called something else. And it totally comes out of left field, unexpected, because this is the AG. Dude, it's y'all. When I was making this video, I was editing it, and I was actually outside with my dog. I had his leash in one hand, and I had my laptop literally in my other hand, walking around with it because just again, it's like trying to be efficient with my time, basically. So so that I can listen to where I need to like make an edit or whatever. But like literally I was outside and it was a nice day, and so like the neighbors were around stuff, and like when it got to that part that we're about to get to here soon, I literally laughed out loud so loud. Over because I was like, I completely was not even expecting it, and he says it like so matter-of-factly, but like you can tell he's like trying not to laugh, and like so is Dr. Kinsey, and it's just great.
Right in the angle of impact and the direction in the doghouse.
I place a lot more confidence in this angle because that wood is fixed. It'll show a much truer projection of the angle of impact.
How is this particular, I think you just described it, but real quick, how is the doghouse different from the quail cage in determining the angle of impact?
Well, the doghouse, if you look at it, is at least
He likes to call
a
it
half inch to 3/4 thick. So, like I said, you've got a stable, dependable bullet defect.
Oh,
The
my God.
cardboard is 2 pieces of brown paper with corrugated paper in between to cause, for strength purposes. But as I mentioned, not only is the cardboard, in my opinion, not a good substance to shoot into, it's also weathered, so that makes it even weaker.
Doug, can you go to page 42 on this exhibit? All right, can you, it doesn't have an exhibit number at the top, but this is page 42 on Defense Exhibit 40. Can you describe what this photo is?
Yes, sir. That is a computer animated drawing
Here we go, guys.
of some potential
Here we go.
trajectories into that quail pen.
And the two gray boys here, what are they?
They are they're
Hold on,
two figures
again.
that were placed
Again.
in that CAD
Again.
presentation.
All right, can you, it doesn't have an exhibit number at the
To 3/4 thick. So, like I said, you've got a stable
Oh, back a little bit too far.
of the
Hold on.
of the to 3/4 thick. So, like I said, you've got.
There we go.
All right, can you, it doesn't have an exhibit number at the
He's
top.
already
This
laughing,
is,
dude,
page
I can't.
42 on Defense
Oh my
Exhibit
God.
40. Can you
Oh my
describe
God.
what this photo is?
Yes, sir. That is a computer animated drawing of some potential trajectories into that quail pen.
And the two gray boys here, what are they?
They are,
Oh my God, I can't.
they're two figures that were placed in that CAD presentation to represent shooters.
And describe what this is?
Oh my
This is
God.
one.
Oh my God. That's where I got the two gray boys in the title for this episode. Just one more time. Just one more time. I just love it so much. I love it so much. I love it so much. Hold on.
To 3/4 thick. So like I said, you've got a stable, dependable bullet defect. The cardboard is 2 pieces of brown paper with corrugated paper in between to cause, for strength purposes. But as I mentioned, not only is the cardboard, in my opinion, not a good substance to shoot into, it's also weathered, so that makes it even weaker.
Doug, can you go to page 42 on this exhibit?
Watch.
Can you, it doesn't have an exhibit number at the top, but this is page 42 on Defense Exhibit 40. Can you describe what this photo is?
Yes, sir. That is
Dude,
computer.
I mean, it's like when he's laughing, you know what I mean? It's like we can all feel like, and not that we felt bad about laughing, but it just, that's how you know, right? Like, and he's an expert, and it's like he can't keep a straight face because it's so silly.
Animated drawing of some potential trajectories into that quail pen.
And the two gray boys here, what are they?
They are, they're 2 figures that were placed in that CAD presentation to represent shooters.
And describe what this is?
This is one animated suspect, I guess, or shooter placed in a similar CAD drawing, photograph, animation.
So there's 3 angles represented in this picture, correct?
There are 3 angles.
2 of them are from the same hole, correct?
Yes, sir.
One of them is from the doghouse, correct?
That is correct.
You believe that the doghouse angle is fairly reliable.
I do.
You question the quail house angle, correct?
I place no confidence in that angle from the quail pen.
Explain for the jury, and you observed the defense expert last week talking about this, how did they come to determine, based on these lines and where these gray figures are placed, how did they come to determine their heights were between 5'2" and 5'4"? We'll get to your opinions about that in a moment, but just explain for them how the defense expert got to that decision.
The defense expert said he tried plugging in different heights, and he had to place those animated figures on a plane, that line, that laser line, and he determined that they go back and forth on that plane to achieve the defects that are documented by the original crime scene examiner.
There's some yellow placards here on the ground. You see them?
I do.
And what do those yellow placards represent?
Cartridge cases that were found on the ground. They're markers, so once you find the cartridge cases, you put them there for
green lines, correct?
That is correct. Back and forth on that one static line for one.
Sorry, guys. I don't know. It just looked like it was thinking for a second. Let me rewind just a smidge.
What do those yellow placards represent?
Cartridge cases that were found on the ground. They're markers, so once you find the cartridge cases, you put them there for documentation purposes, photography, and sketching purposes.
And why? Explain to the jury what the defense has determined that their angle is based on those static lines, those green lines, correct?
That is correct. Back and forth on that one static line for one angle and one static line for the other angle.
And they placed them right there at that particular location. Why?
I think the defense expert was taking into consideration the location of the cartridge cases, and he was showing how it would fit those 5'2" animated figures that he placed in that presentation.
Is it your understanding, and I'll demonstrate, the gray figures are holding the firearm, and those gray lines represent like a stream. They would run up and down, correct?
Yes, sir, that was the testimony. You go back and forth on this green line.
Okay. And that they would be right here because this is where the shell casings are. The shell casings are ejecting, correct?
That is how I understood his.
What?
Restate the question.
I'll restate the question. Why would they be placed right there in that particular location along that static green line?
Because they were in proximity to some of the shell casings.
Okay. Can you explain for this jury why their assumptions on the math they did are incorrect in determining that the shooter had to be between 5'2" and 5'4"?
Well, there's a bunch of variables. Variables do matter. There are a bunch that you would have to consider. First, you'd have to consider this to be a static crime scene. Very little movement, and when it is movement, it's controlled movement. Second, you would have to place some confidence in that angle of impact on that cardboard. Third, as I testified in my previous testimony, we're not able to test fire or with confidence what we know to be the weapon used in this situation with the same ammo. And they don't throw the ammo the same place every time. It may be in the general vicinity, but as I said, I believe in my previous testimony, if you knew exactly where it was going to throw that cartridge case, you could carry a bucket with you and sit that bucket and all your cartridge cases would go in the bucket. But like we see in the sketch and in the animated drawing, those cartridge cases are throughout. They're in a pretty large little area. And what I also saw that I noticed from this CAD drawing is there's cartridge cases to the left of these animated shooters, which means that sometime at least two of these shots were fired with the shooter far to the left and not on this static green line.
Let's assume for a minute that the angles are correct. And they very well could be, correct?
They could be.
Why is the defense's theory as to the height of the shooter represented in this
ridiculous
picture still wrong? What else could affect it?
Distance and height.
Would you like to take a moment to demonstrate for the jury what you're talking about?
Weapon position. Yes, sir. Will you tell me which angle you'd like me to demonstrate first?
Let me ask you this question before you step down. Can a person be on their knee and get the same angle and be standing and get the same angle?
Yes, sir.
Can a 6'4" person and a 5'4" person still shoot the same angle, just at different distances?
Absolutely.
Can you demonstrate for the jury why that is one way that this could have changed their math?
I can.
Please.
I measured this depth on the witness box during a break. It's 8 inches. I used to be 5'11", but as I get older, I'm about 5'10". But if I'm here, or I could be 5'8", or 5'2", or 5'4", here I'm 5'10", here I'm 6'6", and here I'm even over 7 foot, and I've still got the same angle. I have just added a little bit of distance to it. And as far as the quail pin angle, I'm 21 inches from the floor to my knee. I measured it. I believe it was testified that the defendant is 25 inches between the floor and his knee. So there's 4.5 to 5 inches difference in our heights. Here, I'm probably at 4'10" if I'm shouldering this weapon. And I don't know the mechanics or how it got this way. I'm just saying it's possible. Here, I'm at 39, 38 and some change. Or I can even take it lower or higher. And please don't ask me to demonstrate that twice, because I don't think my knees can do it again.
I think I heard him crack.
Yeah. But that takes me to 36 inches, 37 inches. With the defendant, it would be about 39. So it's definitely possible. Even from a shouldered weapon, it's possible. And we do not know how the weapon was being held.
From what you've observed in this crime scene, was Maggie moving at the time she was shot?
This was a very dynamic crime scene. I believe everything was moving. The victims and the suspect were moving.
And how do you know that?
Well, suspect would be the different firearms evidence, the cartridge cases. Like I said, there's no absolute. They're not going to throw them the exact same spot, but they will throw them in a similar direction. We've got cartridge cases in a pretty nice sized perimeter. We've got them at different locations from where Miss Maggie Murdaugh's body, the final resting place, and different angles and different positions in different directions. So that tells you it's very fluid and it's very dynamic.
So if I'm holding a gun and I'm moving and shooting, what is happening with those shell cases as I move?
They are moving as they're ejected.
Where was Maggie's head pointing when she hit the ground?
Miss Maggie Murdaugh's head was pointed in the direction of Paul Murdaugh, where his body rested, back toward the feed room.
What is your opinion of the defense's expert that says the shooter could not have been 6 feet 4 inches tall like the defendant, Alex Murdaugh?
I think that's a flawed opinion.
You say it, Dr. King.
Could it have been a 6'4" person?
It could have been a 5'4", 6'4",
Could it have
or
been
in my
a
opinion, a
child?
7'4", as I just demonstrated.
What is the defense's theory right here, represented in this picture?
I've heard so many theories, but I really believe Mr. Sutton was trying to show that the angle wouldn't match if it was a taller shooter shooting into the feed room.
Okay.
Mr. Sutton testified that he got to where he believes Paul was standing, and he got down and he peeped through the hole in the window, the one that he thought would match that corresponding defect in that pine tree, and he ran a string to that defect in that pine tree.
Are they trying to determine the angle of the shot is exactly the way the shotgun's being pointed?
Well, I believe they were trying to determine trajectory path of that projectile.
What is flawed about this?
It's like everything.
Guys, with a rifle, you're talking about a single projectile, and most people understand the distinction. If you can find where it was fired and you can get a perfect impact, sometimes that'll give you an idea of the path of that projectile. With a shot shell, you're talking about 9, 12, or 16, in this case 9 buckshot pellets. They're packed in a shot shell with filler, it's like a styrofoam material. They're packed in a shot shell. When that cartridge, the primer of that cartridge is ignited and those pellets exit the muzzle of that firearm, they start to spread. We've heard a lot of testimony about that. They start to spread, and they spread in a cone. Okay, you got some at the top, some bottom, some left, and some right. And the more the distance becomes, the greater they spread. They're not like a mother duck with the ducklings right behind it and all the buckshot are in line. So
Amazing.
You can't get a true trajectory on this shotgun. You can't even measure a true pattern, not even close to a pattern with one pellet. So it's my opinion that that pellet that definitely impacted that pine tree, that's the top of the cone. So you've still got a bottom and you've got two sides of that cone, and unfortunately none of those pellets were located.
So, in your professional opinion, can you exclude a 6'4" defendant like Alex Murdaugh, or anyone for that matter at that height, from shooting that shotgun at that angle?
Absolutely not.
When the defense expert says that the shooter has to be between 5'2" and 5'4", do you disagree with that?
I do disagree with that wholeheartedly.
With what degree of certainty do you think they're wrong in their conclusions?
I just think it's an unknown. I mean, there's many more variables you have to know. How the shooter was holding the gun. You know, how his proportion to legs matches up with body. I mean, that's something that we're all a little bit different. And unless you've got a video of that or someone tells you how they held a weapon, I think the notion that being able to look at this evidence and determine that is unscientific.
You said something a minute ago.
Very kind way to say it.
You said there's so much we can't know. Could the shooter have been running laterally?
Certainly he could have.
Could the shooter have been running toward Maggie?
Certainly.
Maggie was certainly moving. correct?
In my opinion, she was.
Could the shooter have been on their knees?
Could have been.
But there's no way to know for sure, correct?
That's an unknown. Yes, sir.
And because there's so many unknowns, there is no way the defense expert can definitively exclude a 6'4" person from shooting the rifle and the shotgun, correct?
The defense.
Don't lead the witness.
Can't lead the witness.
In your opinion, can the defense, based on what you just testified to, exclude a 6'4" person from being the shooter, and with either weapon?
In my opinion, no. The defense witness is relying on math and absolute, and in crime scene investigation, sometimes there are no absolutes.
That makes perfect sense to me.
Dr. Kinsey, have you ever
Crime scenes.
observed a contact wound to the head by a shotgun?
Yes, sir, I have.
How many times have you observed a contact wound to the head by a shotgun?
After the fact, I've seen several dozen, maybe 3 dozen. But I also had a gentleman that committed suicide in front of me, probably from me to you.
How many times have you actually seen either photos of a contact wound to the back of the head with a shotgun in your professional career?
Probably a dozen. Out of that 3 dozen, probably 24 of them were suicides or someone taking their own life, probably a dozen execution killings.
Can you describe for the jury what kind of trauma a face, and I know they've heard from a pathologist, but in your experience as an expert in crime scene forensics, can you describe the kind of trauma you have observed in your career with contact wounds to the back of the head or any part of the head?
Yes, sir, I have.
And specifically to the face?
Generally speaking, whether it be a shotgun or a large caliber handgun, the result is similar. You feel as though the forehead and the facial features have went away, and that's a kind way to put it. They're actually there, but they've been shredded, and the pathologist can actually put those features back in place, or the majority of it. But looking at it, it looks like from the teeth up, the person went away. It's just a mess.
Dr. Kinsey, I would like to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 486. Can you look at that and say if you've seen that picture before?
Yes, sir, I have.
And what is the picture of?
It's a picture of Paul Murdaugh at autopsy.
And what part of Paul Murdaugh is it a picture of?
His face and his forehead.
Does his face look like it suffered the kind of trauma you have observed in the past from a contact gunshot wound to the back of the head or any part of the head?
No, sir, other than some red features from, falling on the cement after the fatal shot and some blotching to his skin, his face looks fairly normal to have gone through what he suffered.
And I'm not going to publish the photo again because I think people are tired of seeing it, but I do need for you to describe what kind of things you've observed with the eyes and the bones with people that you've seen that have been struck or shot in the back of the head at point blank range.
Yes, sir. Well, it's not always the back. Now, I've seen some from the side also.
From any
but
angle.
yes, sir. Generally, like I said, it looks like the facial features have gone away, or they've at least changed drastically. A lot of times you will get large blood pockets or contusions.
I almost think about
It's
so interesting to think about, when you're thinking about the juries, right, and voir dire, and imagine for this trial or other trials when they're asking, okay, so there's gonna be graphic pictures, are you gonna be okay? Are you gonna be able to handle it? I don't understand how anyone could answer that question confidently in their answer if they're saying yes, unless they have experience with it. Because literally, I'm thinking to myself, I'm so glad I was thinking to myself, I don't know, I couldn't look at, I wouldn't be able to look at these pictures, right? I'm just thinking I can't even, part of it, I can't even imagine what it is that he's describing. I don't want to imagine it and I can't imagine it. But because of that, it's it would actually be hard to definitively say, yes, I can handle it, or no, I can't handle it. But like the assumption would be like, I guess it's one of those things where it's like some things, are like worse in your imagination and others aren't as bad. And I feel like this is probably just worse than the imagination. But like, but and I guess what I'm thinking is like, how could anyone say for sure, oh yeah, I can definitely handle it? Like, unless they're either, unless they're desensitized to it in some way, or they've seen that type of thing before, it's just interesting. But like, I would imagine that most people haven't had that experience and haven't seen gruesome, horrible, for any type of trial where there's, deceased people, but especially when there's, things that are especially difficult, like children or dismember, all the stuff, right? Paul's head would be an example. I just don't know how, I mean, I would imagine very few people would be prepared, like, unless they're in this line of work, like forensic pathology or something, right? I mean, I don't know. It just seems so crazy that I'm so curious. Like, how do people say, oh yeah, like I'll be fine, I can handle it? Like, how do they, with what experience are they basing that answer on? Hopefully, I'm just curious. Like, I really don't know. I don't know how they, how mentally they're able to even do that and get through it.
Eyes don't pop out. A lot of times the eyes will pop out and they'll be on what's left of the cheeks. The facial bones, you can grab them with a gloved hand and you can move them around. And you will actually have pellet exits in the skin flap. If you pull the skin up, you can see where the pellets, whether they be buckshot or close distance birdshot, you can see the actual defects from those pellets.
Based on your training and your many years of law enforcement experience, are the wounds suffered to Paul at the back of the head consistent with a contact shot to the back?
Absolutely not, in my opinion.
Okay, Dr. Kinsey, we'll move on from that for just a second. You were here yesterday, correct?
I was.
Did you have the opportunity to observe, I want to say his name correctly, I believe it was Tim Pombach?
I did.
He was a crime scene investigator who was qualified as an expert for the defense. Isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I would, he came up with two significant conclusions, you could say three, about how Paul was shot at the feed room. Do you remember what those were for this jury?
The big one that I recall is that Paul was shot in the back of the head with a contact wound. And the other one, that strikes in my mind, I don't know, the shooter passed him and shot him from inside the feed room. Those are the two big ones that I recall.
There was another one regarding the number of people there. Was there?
The thing about two shooters, yes, sir.
Okay. We'll get to that in a minute. I would like to, Doug, can you get the Elmo up?
Hey, Elmo.
What's that a picture of?
That's a picture of that expert with his hands cupped opposite the hinges on the door frame.
Okay. I want to leave this picture up for a moment because what is the direction that the picture was taken from?
From inside the feed room.
Facing what direction?
Outside the feed room.
Okay. Now, you had an opportunity to hear the defense's theory on how Paul was shot, correct?
Yes, sir, I did.
I would like to demonstrate that with you right now.
Yes, sir.
Can you walk us through the defense's theory as you understood it to be?
Yes, sir, I can.
Your Honor, for purposes of this demonstration, I don't know if the court would allow it, but it'd be nice if we could open this door. I want to make sure that there's security here, but if we could have that door open just for a minute or two.
Theatrics time.
Smart Estates Exhibit 4, which is a camo Benelli Super Black Eagle 3 shotgun 12 gauge.
They love getting out these guns. It's so funny.
We use this for the demonstration, so step down. Now, is this door the same width as the feed room door?
It's a couple inches wider than the feed room door.
And of course, the feed room door doesn't have this, it's inset, correct?
That is correct.
So this is not exactly a replication of what happened at the feed room door, correct?
No, sir, it's not. The door swings the same direction, though.
Now, you have given me permission, I'm very careful about muzzle velocity, muzzle awareness, but you have given me permission to point this at you, correct?
I have.
Okay. You actually asked me to, correct?
Kinsey
Yes, sir,
just
I did.
checked it. We saw
So
that.
go in there and stand a couple of feet back. It doesn't have to be 5 feet, but you have since testified that Paul was 5 feet inside the feed room, correct?
Can we demonstrate the first shot out here?
I am.
I believe they.
All right, stand back a little bit because you got to stumble toward me.
Yes, sir.
So I'm going to point like I'm pointing at you.
Yes, sir.
Paul is shot. Where's the shooter approximately outside the door?
The breech face or the ejection port of the shotgun is just past the door frame.
Okay, Paul has just been shot.
Yes, sir.
And then in the defense's theory, you tell me what to do, and you act this out, and I'm gonna do what you tell me to do based on the defense's theory of the case.
The defense agreed with the assessment that Paul stood there for a moment, bleeding down his injured left arm, and he slowly walked toward the door.
Okay, and what does the shooter do?
The shooter's coming in the door.
And then what does the shooter do?
He shoots Paul in the back of the head after he passes him.
Okay, and then shoots Paul in the back of the head
I
like
love it.
this, and where does the blood spatter go?
The blood spatter, the pellet defects, and one that I didn't know about that the expert collected was in the door frame at the top of the door.
Now I understand this is a little different than the feed room door. That's the best we can do. So what did you find odd about the theory, first of all?
I think the theory is preposterous.
Yeah, it
in
is.
my opinion.
It's on par with the two children.
Can you walk me through why you think it's preposterous?
Absolutely. Number one, that dry lock number 2 shot shell
He's like,
fires a
allow me to
projectile at
tell you why this-
1,450 feet per second once it leaves the muzzle of that weapon. As was mentioned, that's a millisecond. That's fast. To think that the pressure from flesh and bone will cause that pellet, those steel pellets now, we're not talking about lead. Lead is a little bit more forgiving. Lead is malleable. It will crush or flatten. We're talking about steel, BB pellets. They will turn around because of the pressure, go back the opposite direction, 180-degree direction at enough velocity to dent a steel exterior door and embed in the door frame. That doesn't happen. That doesn't happen.
I don't know if you mentioned this earlier, but can you talk about, make sure I get it right.
And can I add?
Please do.
Also, there's no defects to the OSB or the T111 siding in the bottom of the room.
All right, wait a second. You said a lot right there.
Yes, sir.
TS what?
TS111. It's like a exterior paneling that people put on their buildings. That's what's on the building.
For all us city boys, we appreciate you describing that. Thank you.
Yes, sir. It's a whole weather paneling. There's no defects at the bottom, and if that theory is correct, if this is an entrance and this is an exit, the shot still had to go somewhere.
Yeah.
There's no defects down there on anything. The door frame, as I mentioned in my previous testimony, the door frame has a clean void. That would be perfectly in line with those shot from that shot shell. There's no cracks, chips, pellet holes in the cement. There's nothing in the OSB, that's cheap plywood, that's man-made plywood. There's no defects in the plywood. There's no high-velocity blood spatter on the floor. What was pointed out to you is medium velocity, and that's from coming out of the wound and gravity bringing it down to the floor. You would see a pattern on the floor just like what you can see in the photographs at the top of that door. None of that's there. So I have to look at the science, and I have to look at inertia, and I have to look at that shot shell and how fast that shell is propelled out of that barrel, and I know that it can't turn around 180 degrees and go back the other direction.
Well, it
It's
doesn't
not
make
like
any
blood
sense.
and tissue. We're talking
It doesn't
about
make any
steel.
sense.
Steel pellets.
Dr. Kinsey, are there studies on percentages of blowback when you're shooting into someone?
There are.
And based on your expert opinion, what percentage of blowback would come back at a shooter if they were able to shoot at that angle?
Well, I don't think there's any definite, But what I read is 8 to 10%, except in, like I said, it's not an absolute every time, but 8 to 10%. Remember, the most of your force is going out the front of the barrel.
And a moment ago, you were just talking about the defects and all of the trauma that would have happened to the paneling and the floor. Can you point on this photo with the dowel stick behind you for the jury? I just want them to see in this photo.
Right here. The void, as I documented in my original testimony, the void was from here down, other than one stray satellite drop of blood. That was fairly clean. From here to at least right here. But there's no defects here. There's no defects in that cement outside. There's no defects in the inside cement and none in this OSB right here. And that was still there when I did the tour. They ripped out all the shelving and some of the insulation, but this was still there.
Dr. Kinsey, you may have covered this a little bit, but explain for the jury, if someone is shooting down, as we just demonstrated a moment ago here in the doorway, you're leaning out, the shooter is shooting down, how do pellets get embedded into the door frame up here? How is that possible?
They usually say
I
they
think
can't.
it's impossible.
Yeah,
Myself,
yeah. Yep.
Physics don't work that way unless
Yeah.
you're shooting into a trampoline or a huge piece of steel,
You know what,
and
though?
then you may have a pellet deflected.
That's the missing part. That could also explain how the ninjas got into the ceiling, was they used a trampoline, and then that would, so maybe he's saying that as a joke, but like maybe that's the missing piece of the puzzle so that the defense's theory can have any type of credibility.
Back on you. It happens many times, especially when we're shooting steel targets, but not at that velocity. It will not sink into the door frame, and it definitely will not dent that door with what I documented, in my opinion.
What is restate for this jury what the defense's theory based on that blowback that would have exploded into the shooter's face here behind Paul? Explain for this jury what the defense's theory is about how that shooter would have been injured.
The defense expert testified that that shooter would be most probably incapacitated from blood, bone, and body fluid, and there was a high likelihood that he was injured by those pellets.
Dr. Kinsey, in your expert opinion, is there anything awkward about a shooter standing outside going into an enclosed area to turn around to shoot someone from enclosed? Is there something weird about that to you?
I can't figure out the methodology of a shooter. I've never done any crime like that, Mr. Wilson, but I don't see, if we talk about common sense and everybody's mentioned the totality when they don't have an answer for something, it's always, I looked at the totality, but I don't see any reason for someone to squeeze up past one victim in this doorway to go inside to shoot him back out. And if he did, if that scenario did happen, that doesn't explain all the pellets that are in the floor of the feed room that we've heard testimony to as to why law enforcement didn't clean those pellets up. If it happened the way the defense expert says those pellets would be out here in the yard, they would not be inside that feed room.
Are you familiar with what the investigation has determined about the tool marks found on the 300 blackout shells found around Maggie's body and the tool marks found on the weathered 300 blackout shells found way up by the house in the flower bed? Are you familiar with that?
I am familiar.
And what do you know about that?
The examination.
Scope of our case, it's going into completely new information. Their ballistic experts already testified. We didn't present a ballistics expert, and now they're parading him as a ballistics expert.
Response.
Your Honor, their expert said yesterday, about an hour and 9 minutes into their testimony, that
Wow.
it would be impractical for one shooter to bring in two long guns. It has always been the state's theory that the shooter owned both guns and had them on him. So we're rebutting what the defense expert said.
The objection overruled.
Please answer the question,
Can you ask
Dr.
me
Kinsey.
again, Mr. Wilson, please?
Are you familiar with what the investigation has determined about the 300 blackout shells found around Maggie's body and the 300 blackout shells found up by the flower bed that were appeared to be several months old and weathered. What relationship do the shells have to each other?
According to the firearms examination, those cartridge casings were loaded and ejected from the same weapon.
So a family-owned weapon is what was used to kill Maggie.
Leading.
What do you infer from that information?
I would infer that this is a family-owned firearm.
There was some testimony yesterday, Dr. Kinsey, about, well, it was from the defendant's brother, Mr. John Marvin Murdaugh. And it related to the following day, he came upon the crime scene. It had been cleared, and he saw how the crime scene was left. Can you explain, you've been in law enforcement for how many years?
30 years. Well, over 30, but 30 years getting paid.
And you're the chief deputy at a sheriff's department?
Yes, sir, Orangeburg County Sheriff's Office.
Just to clarify some things, can you explain normally or traditionally how crime scenes are cleaned up for this jury? Is it the responsibility of law enforcement, in other words?
No, sir. They are private companies that are contracted through SOVA. Well, it used to be SOVA. The name's changed now, and I'm sorry.
What does SOVA stand for?
It's Victims...
State?
It's a State Office of Victims Assistance, but it's now changed. I can't tell you what the new acronym is, but it works through our victims advocates, law enforcement victims advocates. Almost every department has them, and there's funding provided from taxpayer funds to work through your victims advocates, and you go out and you clean these crime scenes for the families so they don't bear the burden of cleaning those crime scenes. Law enforcement in particular cannot collect and dispose of and transport body parts or body fluids. That's something the coroner has to do because it's actually by permit through DHEC.
Yeah.
But to make it easy on the family, they will properly dispose of those items.
Dr. Kinsey, is it your expert opinion that a 6'4" shooter cannot be excluded from the murder of Maggie and Paul?
I see nothing that could exclude a 6'4" shooter.
In your expert opinion, can you tell this jury, is it right for the defense to say that there had to be two shooters based on the testimony you heard yesterday? In your expert opinion, can you exclude two shooters?
I cannot include or exclude two shooters.
Can the defense include, to the exclusion of all other possibilities, two shooters?
Absolutely not.
Beg your court's indulgence. Please answer any questions the defense has for you.
Mr. Griffin.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, Dr. Kinsey.
Hey, Mr. Griffin.
And anyone who has a doctorate degree, I want to call doctor. It's all right if I call you doctor?
I'll answer anything you call me, Mr. Griffin.
I understand.
I appreciate that.
But now, your degree, though, is in criminal justice. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes, sir.
You're not a doctor of pathology?
Absolutely not.
And you have no medical training?
I have training in pathology of gunshot wounds, yes, sir. I've attended several courses, classes, and seminars. It was also included in the criteria for the certifications I mentioned for the International Association for Identification. I've also conducted extensive research on police officer use of force cases and the injuries that result from therein.
Your doctorate is in criminal justice, and I believe your dissertation research is in use of force and perceptions of public attitude held by police trainers?
That is correct.
What was that?
Well, with the current atmosphere or what's been going on the last 5 or 6 years in our country, I was just trying to help. I wanted to figure out something that would assist with, because we've seen some law enforcement officers do some terrible things on video. We've also, we've got a segment of our society, the minority segment of our population. A lot of those citizens are in fear of law enforcement, and I wanted to study if the media perception as held by the three types of law enforcement trainers, if the media perception and the way they portray law enforcement, if that affected the way we train our officers, if we're too hypervigilant, or if we tell.
I don't know why it seems to be glitching a little bit. Let me just see if that helps. Ah! Oh no! Hold on. Ah! Let me see if this is. Oh, we are past here. Okay, let's see.
Going into an enclosed area to turn around to shoot someone from enclosed.
That is correct.
What was that?
Well, with the current atmosphere or what's been going on
Here
the
we
last
go.
5 or 6 years in our country, I was just trying to help. I wanted to figure out something that would assist with, because we've seen some law enforcement officers do some terrible things on video. We've also, we've got a segment of our society, the minority segment of our population. A lot of those citizens are in fear of law enforcement, and I wanted to study if the media perception as held by the three types of law enforcement trainers, if the media perception and the way they portray law enforcement, if that affected the way we train our officers, if we're too hypervigilant, or if we tell them, look, there's death waiting for you around every corner, is that going to make law enforcement more prone to use force or use less force, or those kind of criteria? And that's what I was interested in. I was laying the groundwork with a scientific quantitative study to allow someone to come behind me and do some further research just to expand that topic.
Right. But you said you also have done some gunshot wound training as part of some certification?
Yes, sir. The IAI, as I mentioned, I was formally certified 2 different times. I think it's a 5-year certification. And I did let it lapse in 2015 because that's when I started my PhD and I couldn't study for both. But that is an extensive process where you do research and you have to do a written test, and then with my proficiencies throughout SLED, and then I still do some with our sheriff's office now where you have to pass proficiency, and that is practical examinations, testing, and that kind of thing.
Okay. Now, in this case, that the state did have a pathologist, Dr. Riemer, correct?
Yes, sir, they did.
And you reviewed her autopsy report as part of your work, correct?
Not so much as reviewed her report, but I went and spoke with her in Charleston at her office.
Well, did you review her report?
I have access to her report, Mr. Griffin. I can't tell you I looked through the whole report.
And you understood that her opinion was it was a shoulder shot through the neck and then up out of the top of the head. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. I believe we agreed on that. Yes, sir.
And your reconstruction opinion is that's the exact same angle that Paul was shot by the shooter. Shoulder, neck, out the top of the head.
Yes, sir, but I didn't just rely on her information. I also looked at the crime scene photographs, and I went to the scene myself.
I understand.
Yes, sir.
But, and then did you hear Dr. Eisenstadt, his testimony?
I did.
Dr. Eisenstadt worked, and he was the chief medical examiner toward the end at GBI, correct?
That's what he testified to. Okay. I don't know that doctor.
You didn't know of him before this case?
I did not, no, sir.
It's such a funny question.
Says,
do we think he was famous or something?
His opinion is it was a gunshot wound, contact to the back of the head. Is that correct?
That is what he testified to. Yes, sir.
And if he is correct, then your opinion is incorrect. Is that right?
I don't share the same opinion as that doctor. But yes, if he would be correct, that would make me incorrect.
Okay. Now, in your training, are you familiar with Mr. DeMayo's book on gunshot wounds?
I have read DeMayo. I've heard it described as the Bible. I don't consider, nor do my cohorts consider that as the gunshot Bible. There's 4 or 5 different versions out. There's one called Terminal Ballistics by Dowel, and there's also 1 gunshot wounds by Doherty, and those are the ones that I'm more familiar with. But I'm not saying it's a bad textbook, and I'm not saying that the information in it's not correct.
Okay. Now, and we'll get to more of that in a
Book is
moment.
the end all be all.
What I'd like to do is first address Mr. Sutton's work that you had criticisms of.
Well, I didn't have criticism. We just have different opinions. He's
Yeah.
an engineer, and I'm a crime scene investigator, Mr. Griffin.
Well, I just, well, seems like you said that the angles of the, to the quail pen were unreliable.
Absolutely.
And
I have several more criteria that I didn't mention earlier, but I mean, if you want me to go into those, I will.
Well, I want to ask you first, what's your understanding as to how those measurements were taken? Who took those measurements in the quail pen?
I mean, this is
The
so stupid.
original angles were the
Dude, I get what he's trying to do because it's like, well, you're saying that's unreliable, but Sled took those measurements. It was them that measured, but it's just stupid because it's like his whole point of his testimony that he's saying about it is like that it was the material. Like, yeah, the angle's unreliable, but it's not because Sled fucked up. It's because it was flimsy, rotting, whatever, weathered cardboard. I mean, so I don't know, but of course he's going to do it. So
original Sled crime scene
Right.
agent that responded to the scene,
right,
and took those angles.
And you understand that Mr. Sutton relied upon Agent Worley's measurements?
I do.
Okay.
I do.
Now you were putting a dowel, shoving it in a box and taking it out of the box.
you certainly was
as
shoving
if
that rod in a
Mr.
box.
Sutton went back and tried to remeasure it.
No, sir, that's not what I was insinuating. I said when the original agent removed her dowel, it wasn't nefarious, but depending on how she removed that dowel, she could have altered that impact.
There you go. So you understood from this exhibit that Mr. Sutton relied solely on the shot trajectories measured by Agent Worley.
As I said, it wasn't his intentions, Mr. Griffin. It was his results that I disagree with. It's not absolute. And he gave, in my opinion, an absolute opinion to this.
Well, why would Special Agent Worley take measurements if someone should not rely upon them?
I can't answer that. You'd have to ask Special Agent Worley. But in my opinion, the direction, even though she can't obtain a perfect angle of impact, or even if that weathered cardboard was damaged, it's not a good substance to depend on because it's just not hardy enough. And she was showing direction. I'm not saying the direction's wrong. I'm just saying I wouldn't put confidence reviewing this case or work in this case. I would not put confidence in anything that angle of impact tells me because it's cardboard.
Yeah, it makes sense.
All right. So, and do you recognize that as being one of her measurements?
I do, yes, sir.
And do you think she took the dowel out and then put it back in to put this measuring device?
No, Mr. Griffin, I didn't say the angle. I said the angle of impact when he was talking about the bullet wipe and that part. That's what I was referring to, and that's what I'm saying. That hole can be altered when you remove those dowel rods. That shows direction, but that direction, I don't place a lot of confidence in it because we have more cartridge casings and we have injuries on Miss Maggie Murdaugh. We don't know if this bullet struck Miss Maggie Murdaugh. If it struck anyone else, we don't know that the defect in that doghouse struck Miss Maggie Murdaugh.
Yeah.
Those are unknowns that we don't know. So all this proves to me is that the shooter was moving, and more than likely Miss Maggie Murdaugh was moving.
All right, hang on. So, are
There
you
it is.
suggesting that
There
this
is the famous
photograph,
bullet hole in
number
the
6, taken
quail
by
pen. There it is.
Sled, Agent Worley, that was taken after the dowel was removed or before a dowel was put in
Mr.
there?
Griffin, I don't know. That's what I'm telling you. I don't know how it was altered when she removed the dowel. I wouldn't place confidence in this before inserting the
Right.
dowel because
Right.
it's paper.
Because it's paper.
It's not something hardy.
Well, would your opinions be different if you knew She took the picture first before inserting a
It would
dowel?
still
through it?
be irrelevant
Can't
except for
listen to the
direction
answer.
because we know we had a moving shooter. We know we had a moving victim, and we can't prove one way or the other whether the projectile that caused this defect struck Miss Maggie Murdaugh.
Again, this is Agent Worley's measurements of a dowel in the hole. Is that correct?
Same picture, yes, sir.
Well, let's go to number 9. It's a little closer. And is this measuring up and down or left and right? Horizontal or vertical?
That is up and down.
Okay.
And I wasn't going to mention this, but the actual protractor or level finder is backwards. It would be a much more confident angle if the flat edge was up against the substance, but I wasn't going to bring that out.
And SLED did this, not?
SLED did that, yes, sir. But I don't know what her intentions were. Like I said, she could have just been trying to show direction. I don't know that, Mr. Griffin.
Well, this is direction, but it's up and down direction, right?
Yes, sir. It's showing angle of impact also.
Right. And if you had confidence in the angle of impact, you could do, whether you're doing it with a ferro system or just, the old-fashioned way with some sort of colored twine. I mean, it's a legitimate way to determine shot angles.
I don't know what it would prove, and I've run it through my head a million times. I don't know what more it would prove other than you've got a moving victim, you've got a moving shooter, and that at some point in time, Miss Maggie Murdaugh was over there in the vicinity of that quail pen, and we know that because we identified that tire tread impression on her leg as being from that Polaris or another tire just like it.
Okay.
So I know that already.
So you know that this shot angle through the quail pen also
the
went
quail
through
pen. They
the
love that
feed
quail
room.
pen.
Through the shed, through that wooden wall. That wooden wall there, correct?
I don't think I observed a photograph of the inside of the shed. I may have, but I don't believe I ever observed that.
Well, do you see number 12 going all the way through? This is the dowel that goes from the outside, the inside, and then on through the back side of the quail pen.
I see it being held up by the cardboard and the rabbit wire, but I don't know what's behind that cardboard.
You're unaware that it actually went through the wood there. You didn't know that?
I do not know, and like I said, I don't see what it would prove. I don't see any more that it would prove than you've got a moving suspect and a moving victim.
Well, if the measurement included going through fixed wood siding, that would give you more confidence that the angle is accurate, would it not?
Yes, sir, but the angle itself will prove no more for me than direction, because what this proves to me is at some point in time, Miss Maggie Murdaugh was close to this quail pen. If this shot is related, and I have no reason to believe it's not, and my shooter was moving, my victim was moving, I don't know forensically what else that can prove.
You can certainly measure the angle of the bullet entrance to the quail pen and calculate backwards to see where that shot was fired from.
You could, yes, sir.
And that's what Mr. Sutton did he not?
He did, and I never disagreed with his direction. I'm disagreeing with his final analysis or his final result that you can judge how tall a shooter is without knowing a whole lot of other variables.
Well, you understood that Mr. Sutton said that the gun, the barrel was somewhere on that line at to make the shot angle.
Moving back and forth on that line, yes, sir. Yeah. I heard his testimony.
And that he picked a spot and said if you put the gun at a hip level to get on that line, he used a 5'2" person as an example. That's
exclusively, yes, sir. I do.
But he did not say the person had to be 5'2", did he? I mean, we all know it could be dynamic. A 5'8", 6 foot person can get low.
What I gathered from his testimony is it was his opinion
He says
that
5'2" to 5'4".
only a person in that height range could have fired that weapon. That was my opinion.
Well, his opinion was that it would be a shooter at 6'4", it would be an unnatural position for them to fire at that
Yeah, and he had
low
no
of a level.
expertise.
And that's the part I disagree with. I don't know how Mr. Sutton could
Yeah.
publish an opinion
That's what I
about what's
said.
natural or unnatural.
Yep, and I said the same thing.
Well, if it's someone's 6'4" and the muzzle of the gun is being fired at 28 inches off the ground, I mean, the 6'4" person either's got to get down on the ground or hold it down below their knees. Isn't that correct?
I have demonstrated several different ways, depending on distance and height, that a shooter can shoot any. We don't know. We don't have a video of it, Mr. Griffin.
Right. But Mr. Sutton's methodology, I think what I'm hearing you now is you don't have a real dispute to his methodology.
He's an engineer. Yes, sir.
Okay. What you dispute is the accuracy of the angle coming out of the quail pen because of the construction being cardboard. Is that right?
Yes, sir. I said that if I was investigating that and even reviewing that case as a consult, I put little or no confidence in that angle of the impact of that cardboard. Now, I put much greater confidence in the one for the dog kennel.
Are you being compensated for your time?
I am, yes, sir.
And how much have you been paid thus far, and how much you hope to get paid before it's all said and done?
Well, I'm a Baptist, so if I didn't charge something, my friends and family would talk bad about me. But my retainer is $2,500, and I have a flat $100 an hour rate. And when I added it up, I was up a little over 100 hours. But I ended my retainer myself without anyone asking me to do a little over a week and a half ago. And I'm now working off of a mutual aid agreement that my sheriff's allowing me to do that, Sheriff Leroy Ravenel from Orangeburg.
Sure.
So I'm not charging anything from a little bit before last week on.
So 100 hours, $100, is that?
That's roughly, I have expended roughly, not all of it was daytime, but if I take off, I have to use personal leave from work to do this work. So roughly 75, 80 hours I have used of time from work.
Okay. So you've made $7,500, $10,000?
Well, I've spent way more than that running up and down the highways, Mr. Griffin. I've probably been to 20 meetings or so, but yes, sir, if you look at it that way.
Okay. Now, Doug, back to exhibit.
But I will be going up next week.
Exhibit 140, and if you'll go to slide 31, please. So this is from Mr. Sutton, and it's got, let's just focus on the angle going in the quail pen. This is not a height issue, this is the angle. Do you have any disagreement with this angle?
I don't. The only problem I have with it, I know there was a side-by-side there, and I don't see the side-by-side depicted on this photograph. So looking at it, I could not tell you how that would play into that angle.
Okay, but the quail pen's 4 feet. The defect in the quail pen's 4 feet 2 inches off the ground, and according to Agent Worley, the shot angle is rising either 1 degree or 1.5 degrees or 3 degrees. Is that consistent?
That's accurate, yes, sir.
Well, let me ask you, do you believe the shot angle is rising? I mean, you may not agree with that exact angle, but do you believe it's rising toward the quail pen?
Well, I believe it could be. Yes, sir, I do.
Do you believe it could be a downward
I do not
trajectory?
believe, looking at it, that it could be downward. No, sir.
So we can eliminate downward.
Well, if you're going by my results, I'm saying that I don't believe it's downward.
Okay. And so if it's going upward, and then you take that line back that we see, this line, at some point in time, it's going to go into the ground, will it not?
It should, yes, sir.
And do you know where that terminal point is, roughly?
I have no idea, Mr. Griffin. As I said, I know I've got a moving victim. I know I've got a moving suspect.
Okay.
I know there's a lot of movement. I don't see where that's worth 25 cent or a quarter, one way or the other. It gives me an idea that this is a fluid and dynamic crime scene.
Well, if you had confidence in the vertical angle, then you would be able to determine depending on where along the way, you would be able to determine the height of the muzzle of the gun, if you had confidence in the angle.
Well, I'd have to know a bunch of unknowns also. How the shooter's holding the gun, how tall the shooter is, the
Would you?
distance, did he move a shell casing, did he not? I mean, I don't know those things, and I'm not going to make them up.
No, I mean, would you have to know all those things to know how high the muzzle is off the ground at any point along that line?
If you give me a fixed point and I knew that I had a strategic fixed position I was shooting, I could run a tape measure and know where they were at.
And it doesn't matter whether it's a 7'4", 6'4", 4'4" person, the muzzle's going to be at a fixed spot, right?
That's the way angles work, yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Now, on this Faro, and Faro is SLED does Faro work, do they not?
Yes, sir.
And it is the state-of-the-art technology of scanning and getting measurements?
It is the new thing. We use the sketch pad and a pencil, but I do understand the technical part of it.
And I guess you don't have the measurements, but do you know roughly how far this line, this angle would be away from the corner of that structure?
I have no idea, Mr. Griffin.
You've not done that math?
No, sir, and I saw no need to if all the shell casings are up here by the shed.
Okay. All right. I want to go back to Paul and his injuries, and and I guess first I want to talk about your analysis. We've been critical of, y'all have been critical of Mr. Palmbach and Dr. Eisenstadt, but under your analysis, the shot of the gun was up through the left shoulder, jaw, and out the top of the head. Correct?
Yes, sir. That is my opinion.
And you, I'm going to come up here, and this is the feed room door here. I just want to understand where you have Paul under your analysis. Is Paul on this side?
Which shot, Mr. Griffin?
The last shot.
The fatal shot?
Yes, sir.
Well, as I mentioned in my report, I would assume he's closer to this wall because I've got a void 6 inches below that light switch. If you look at the outside photograph of that building, there's a silver light cover on the wall. And about 6 inches below that, I've got one stray satellite drop of blood, and then it's fairly clean. You've got some outliers, but it's fairly clean going down.
Okay. So you think Paul is closer, and this would be the door and it's swung open, so you think Paul is closer to this side?
Well, I think it would have to be Paul because the angle wouldn't match up. If the shooter was here and Paul was over there, it wouldn't match up either way. Whether it was down in the head or up in the head, it still wouldn't match up either way if Paul was against the hinge side of the door.
And Paul was standing roughly how I'm standing?
No, sir. As I demonstrated, well, we tried to demonstrate, me and Mr. Harpootlian were kind of dancing up here, but I believe he come out with his head down. He's drooped on the left side, and he come out on this side with his shoulder just outside the room. Yes, sir. About like that.
Okay. And then the shooter is off to Paul's left?
Yes, sir. From this side. Yes, sir.
And the shooter has a shotgun, right?
Absolutely.
And he is some 2.5 feet away?
Well,
I mean, the barrel is 2.5 feet away?
That's what Dr. Riemer said. Yes, sir.
What do you say?
I don't believe it was that far away. But I'm not, like I said in my earlier testimony, I'm not going to contradict a pathologist. She knows more about the human body than I do.
All right. But you don't mind contradicting Dr. Eisenstadt?
Well, because I've been to the scene and I've reviewed all this evidence. Yes, sir, that is correct.
Okay, well, that's what we're doing. So if you say, let's take 2.5 feet from the end of the muzzle, is that what we're talking about?
Yes, sir, that is.
And then you've got to back the shooter up to hold the gun, and I guess if you got it 45 degrees, right?
Well, as mentioned a dozen times so far, I don't know how long this shotgun is.
Okay.
Okay, but it would be here. And I don't know where he's standing, most probably behind this wall, because Paul is stumbling toward him. So here.
So the shooter's shooting left-handed, you think?
Well, I don't know if he's left or right-handed, Mr. Griffin.
Okay.
I don't know that part.
Right.
But that angle would match up despite all the...
That matches up?
Yes, sir, that would match up.
Now tell me, in that angle, and this Dowel's the gun, where's that shot shell going if it ejects?
If I'm pointing into the room, it could go inside the room.
Well, you just raise it up. That's under your angle.
But I'm behind the gun. I'm behind the gun, so that's going to push the weapon out a little bit. The ejection port's on the right, so the shell could easily end up in that room.
If Paul's standing there and the end of the muzzle is 2.5 feet away,
yes, sir.
You're saying could eject in the room?
The door is this wide. Yes, sir. Absolutely.
At 45 degrees?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
It's doable. Yes, sir.
And then under your analysis.
Your analysis.
Your analysis.
Oh, my analysis. Okay.
Your analysis.
Yes, sir.
We're not there. We're not there. We're still in court. The shot's going up through Paul, chest, jaw, out the top of his head.
Yes, sir.
Number 2 bird shot.
Number 2 steel shot, dry lock, 3-inch. Yes, sir.
And you counted, and I think you said 150, 156. I can't remember.
Well, the literature says 156. I was like 150, but I kept getting tired of counting, and I think I kept messing up. So I'm going to say the literature is probably correct.
Okay. And I think there were some 60 to 70 that were found in his body, at least.
I have no reason to doubt that. No, sir. Okay. I didn't go 1, 2, 3, 4 and count them on the X-ray, but I believe that.
Okay. And so you tell us, you recognize this photo?
Yes, sir.
And this is the door?
Yes, sir.
And this part of the door is blood spattered?
Yes, sir, it is.
And then there's hair?
There is hair. There's a little bit of bone, and there's some other body tissue.
Okay. And there, you think, where is Paul in relation to the door at this
He
point?
would be right where I showed you, off at 135-ish, give or take a few degrees, closer to this side, so you could make that angle. You can look at the directionality in the blood and tell which direction it's going.
Okay. And coming out of the top of his head would be 75 steel pellets?
Yes, sir. That's no other way for him to get out. Yes, sir.
And you went out there and you found one indentation.
Well, it's an indentation, but that is a little deceptive because you can see the paint damage to the top of the door. One indent is what I found, but I said bullet defects. The S got dropped from that. But if you zoom in on that, you can see where the paint was disturbed around that indentation. But one proves it didn't go back the other direction, Mr. Griffin. It doesn't take a lot. There's actually several if you, you're cutting in on that one, but.
So you say there are more defects on the door?
Yes, sir.
Did you document any defects that you observed on the door?
I got them in a photograph. I can show you.
Okay.
What other documentation did I need to do it to verify that that's the same door?
No, I'm just talking about other pellet marks on the door.
There are other pellet marks on there, yes, sir. You just cut that one down, but if you move up a little bit, you can see the little indentions right there in the paint.
All right, back it up, Doug.
Right above the hinge, right here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Okay.
There's several of them there.
And then you see this pellet here in the...
I did not see that, but I'm vertically challenged, and I wish I could have looked up and saw that pellet, but I did not see that pellet lodged in that door frame. But I'm glad, Mr. Pombach, however you say his name, I'm glad he found it because that even proves my point a little bit more.
Well, I want to ask you, according to your shot angle, how would a pellet get there?
It's really, I mean, the cone, it's a cone, Mr. Griffin. I've already described how a shot pattern works. It's a cone.
So this missed his head, you think?
No, it come out of his head.
Okay.
And the ones in the floor in the feed room probably also come out of his head. They bounced off that door, the OSB, and in the feed room.
Okay. And so you believe that that this pellet that's in the door jamb came through his shoulder, through his neck, out the top of his head, and ended up at that location?
Well, it didn't turn around and come back out the top of his head. Yes, sir, I do believe that.
Well, now you said there's blowback, 8 to 10%. What do you mean? You testified earlier there's blowback about 8.
If someone is behind the stock of a long gun and you shoot someone within distance to have high velocity spatter come back at you, it's going to be 8 to 10% of what's in front of the gun is going to come back at you. And a lot of the literature supports that.
Do you see that?
What?
This photo.
Yes, sir.
Now, this blood spatter down here where you say Paul would be standing, what's your explanation for that?
What do you mean, what's my explanation?
What is it?
That is medium directional blood spatter.
From what injury to Paul?
Probably his brain hitting the sidewalk would be my best guess, but that's not high velocity.
Now, you understand what Mr. Palmbach said was that that's more consistent with Paul being shot from the top of the head, going through his neck, out his shoulder, and producing that stain.
I also understand Mr. Palmbach said there's no damage over here from those shot pellets, and you can't have one without the other. I disagree with that result.
So you believe this is from Paul's brain landing
either his
where?
brain landing on the sidewalk, bouncing off the door, or either his body falling in body fluids outside. That's low velocity. Low to medium velocity. That's not high velocity blood spatter. That's stomping in a puddle of blood or something moving in a puddle of blood. That's not the projected blood like you'd have a millimeter or less in high velocity blood spatter. That's large. It does show some directionality. It's coming from the door frame or either right outside the door frame, but it's large. That's way too large to be associated with the exit hole of a gunshot.
So you understand his brain landed feet outside?
I do understand, Mr. Griffin, but I also know his brain made contact with that door and the top of that door frame before it landed. And I know gravity works and brings body fluids back down to earth. Okay. You got one or the other, either that or when he fell in existing blood. That is low velocity. Like I said, that's associated with something in a puddle or something large. That's not associated with a gunshot or high-speed machinery.
Now, would you agree this is a voiding area over here on the door?
I wouldn't agree it's a void area because I don't see the outline of shoes, or I don't see the outline of a implement or the outline of anything else. I would say there's more concentrated blood droplets over here on the side opposite the hinge, but I would not necessarily agree that's a void area. I see downward spatter on the door right here. For it to be a void, that would have to be absent blood.
Well, you see a little bit.
I do, yes, sir.
But you don't see very much blood on the door.
Not compared to the other side. You're correct.
Okay. Now,
but if there's something there, Mr. Griffin, blocking that spot, you're not going to see a little bit. You're going to see none. If you're standing there and I splash you with blood, there's going to be two perfect bloodless footprints there. So that's why I'm not considering this a void.
Unless it goes up and comes down.
Gravity brings it down. That is right. And if your person had time to move or whatever, I guess that could count for it. But I don't consider.
It went over the person and came down.
And that would do what?
If body matter went over, brain went over, hit the top of the door, and then bounced out, and blood came down, that would account for a drop here or there, would it not?
It could count for a drop here or there, but like I told you, the majority of that force is applied upward.
Right.
Upward. That's why you got the hair on the ceiling. That's why you've got the demarcation line on the containers. That body fluid was directed upward with force.
Okay. And lastly, how many murder have you worked where one person brings a high-powered assault weapon that has a magazine capacity of 20 or more rounds, and a shotgun with maximum capacity maybe 3 shells?
Well, I have worked multiple murders where the available weapons there were used and several calibers were used, but I can't tell you from memory the other ones.
Logically, it would make sense that if you're going to go kill 2 people and you have a high-powered weapon with a high-capacity magazine, that was all you need to do the job, right?
Well, if the weapon's available, Mr. Griffin, if it's there and it's available and maybe it wasn't something that I put a lot of thought in, I'm probably going to use whatever's available.
Here we know there were 2 weapons available. There was a 12-gauge shotgun and a AR-15 style 300 blackout.
Yes, sir.
And both were used.
Yes, sir.
And there was sufficient capacity in the 300 blackout to kill both Maggie and Paul, correct?
Well, in a perfect scenario, a shotgun is what I would want at night with moving targets. But in a perfect scenario, a young man doesn't take a double-aught buckshot to the middle of the chest and walk away from it. So I don't know. I don't think like that. I don't know. But in the dark, I'd rather have a shotgun than that rifle.
Okay, course and diligence for just a second. One more line of questioning. You demonstrated Mr. Palmbach's shot from the top of the head with Attorney General Wilson a moment ago?
Yes, sir.
Now, Mr. Palmbach never put anybody inside the door the way y'all demonstrated in his testimony, did he?
That is the way I understood it. Yes, sir.
Well, I mean, he said that. What, can you come up here, Mr.
I mean, with the void, you're talking about the void. He said there's a void here, and this is where I believe the shooter would be, if I'm not mistaken.
Right. So if you'll come up here, Mr. Arbutland, and let me find the dowel.
Let me bend down. Don't let him bend down like that.
No, I don't.
Come on, you want to point it out.
So if you're coming out of the threat, so you're going to get down.
Down?
Yeah, get down. Almost to the ground.
And over like this?
Further. All the way. Yeah, you probably need to get down further, but you probably can't do that. But the shot to the head as it's coming out, right? Or boom.
He'd have to be twisted this way for it to work out with the arm if that was the
Okay.
Yes, sir.
But that's fine. That's fine. But Mr. Palmbach never said that they passed in the doorway, did he?
He might not have said those words, but that was my inference, that there's a void there. And when he's in the picture holding his hands here, I took that to be Paul's head. So that's...
All right. Well, okay. Did you not understand when he was in the picture there? He was demonstrating what your angle had to be to make it work?
Well, I wasn't in the door with my angle.
I understand.
Yeah.
I understand. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
That's all we have.
Thank you.
Briefly, Your Honor. Dr. Kinsey, you've had an opportunity to speak with Dr. Riemer, the pathologist that actually
Riemer.
examined Maggie and Paul, correct?
Yes, sir, I have.
And you had an opportunity to observe and listen to the testimony of Dr. I think it's Eisenstadt, who was the pathologist that did not examine Maggie and Paul, correct?
Yes, sir, I have.
You've also had an opportunity to go to the crime scene and observe the feed room, observe the areas where both Maggie and Paul were murdered, correct?
That is correct.
You've had an opportunity to observe all the brain matter and tissue and the defects in the doors and the wood and everything and get a complete context for what happened that night, correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
is Dr. Riemer or Dr. Eisenstadt's conclusions about the trauma to the bodies, which one of them is more consistent with what happened at the crime scene as you observed with your expert background?
Well, I'll start by saying I don't know either one of them from a can of paint. This was my first time ever meeting Dr. Riemer, but my opinions are consistent with hers. I vary a little bit on the distance, but like I said, I'm not going to argue with a pathologist. That's not I'm not that kind of doctor.
Real quick, you differ with her a little bit on the distance of what?
Of the fatal shot to Paul's shoulder, I believe it was a little bit closer, and I can't account for that lack of stippling. But other than that, her opinions and my opinions are fairly consistent.
But that would not change, that difference of opinion would not change your conclusions either way?
No, sir, they would not.
For the sake of this redirect, let's assume for a moment that the angle of impact and the direction that the defense posed were accurate. Are there other variables that the defense expert didn't account for that could change the height of the shooter?
Well, as I demonstrated, positioning, distance, height, the way you're holding the weapon that could place those cartridge cases there. It's nothing uniform about it. As I said, it's static and dynamic.
So the shooter is running around and the victim is moving, correct?
Yes, sir.
It's chaotic.
Yes, sir.
It's crazy.
Yes, sir. I imagine it was.
Crazy.
There's no way to know, unless you were there, how the gun was being shouldered, where it was being held, the angle. There's no way to know that.
I have no way of knowing that.
You were asked about how much you were being paid to be here today. Do you recall what the hourly rates of the defense experts were when they testified?
I do.
LOL.
Can you go ahead and tell me what those were?
Some was $350 an hour, some was $650 an hour, and I think one was $5,500 a day, if I'm not mistaken.
That's all I have. Thank you.
You're quite welcome.
Anything further? Thank you. You may step down. Any further witnesses by the state?
Your Honor, in the rebuttal case, the state rests.
Ladies and gentlemen, the state has rested.
There we go.
Ladies and gentlemen, you have now heard all of the testimony and received all of the evidence in the case, and we are essentially done for the day. But when you return tomorrow morning, we're going to have an escort take you all to the subject property, Moselle, to have a jury view of the location. And I will be there as well to ensure things go as they should. But I need to instruct you as to how it happens and give you this instructions. And that is that you'll be taken to the scene of the alleged crimes. And while you are on your way to the scene and from the scene, you are not allowed to discuss the case with anyone, including your fellow jurors. And you're not allowed while there to ask any questions of anyone who may be there, including any law enforcement personnel or any other court officials. If you have any questions, you can only ask me. You still have not heard closing arguments and have not begun deliberating. So the way tomorrow is expected to go, you will come, you have the jury view. After the jury view, you'll return for closing arguments. Then I will instruct you as to the law that you are to apply. Then you will deliberate in an effort to reach a verdict. But it's absolutely essential that you understand that you're being taken there to view the scene. Now, it has been a year and a half or more since June 7th of 2021, since the alleged crime occurred, and things have changed, or most likely have changed. You have different season of the year, just change of circumstances as far as the property is concerned. So you have to take that in mind and certainly consider that, but still it's the same location, and I've determined that it would be beneficial to you to be able to observe the scene that everyone has been talking about, and we'll do that tomorrow morning. So I want you, we'll prepare to leave now. I'm going
They get to go on a field trip.
have you go back to the jury room and talk with the bailiff for a moment, and then you all would be dismissed for the day, and I'll instruct the personnel to take you directly to the scene at the designated time tomorrow morning, which would be 9:30. Do y'all get here before 9:30, like 9 o'clock? So we'll say 9:30, but but you may leave before 9:30 since apparently you all get here pretty early. So we'll see how that works tomorrow morning. So if you'll go to the jury room now, and we'll prepare to dismiss for today, and we'll see you all after the view tomorrow morning. So if you go to the jury room. All right, I'm going to meet with the lawyers and discuss jury charges. Anything else before we adjourn for the day?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
All right.
All right, very well.
Very well.
And we'll be in adjournment until we.
Arguing when they get back, arguing and charging tomorrow.
Yes, argue, charge, deliberation tomorrow.
Right. Yeah.
There it is.
Alrighty then.
Alrighty then. All right, guys, we are nearing the end of the trial. So what we have up next, as we know, we just heard they're going to have their jury view. We're going to have a jury view. So we're going to do on the next one, we'll have a jury view first, because that's what the jury would be doing. And then we'll have exactly as they said. So closing arguments, charge, when they say argument, charge would be the jury instructions. So that's what we'll have. We'll have jury view, and then we'll have the arguments, and then closing arguments, and then the jury instructions. And then that will be it for the trial. As y'all know, we've got way more to cover with the discussions we've had about like what happened to Maggie, or why Maggie. And I'm probably also going to at that point switch over and start doing some coverage on Chad Daybell. Although having said that, I also really want to cover this most recent Brian Koberger hearing, as I mentioned. So we'll kind of see what you guys are interested in, and what all we're going to do. But I think that's it. As always, I will have timestamps in the description. And of course, as you guys have probably seen everything, but for anyone who's watching later, of course, there's a playlist as well in the description for all the episodes for the series. And am I forgetting anything? I think that's about it. So thanks everyone who is here and watching, replay crew, rewatch crew. Love all of y'all for being here. And I will go ahead and roll the outro. See you guys on the next one.